Business as an LIC agent. I had started with nothing, but today I'm ranked as one of LIC's leading agents in the country. And best of all, I love my boss. You want it, we've got it. Great products, zero investment, leading organization, and unlimited opportunities. All it needs is just you. So are you ready to launch your own startup? Now think big. Become an LIC agent.
Visit our website or contact your nearest LIC branch.
Hey! Listen!
Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Right, it's a beautiful day today. We thank you for your gracious presence at this event, wherein we've themed it as battling with cancer or maybe battling against cancer. We will be beginning in just a while. In just a couple of more minutes, we are waiting for our guests to arrive. And I think in a few minutes, we'll start. Thank you.
Where there is life, there is hope, there is meaning. But life has its downs, as much as its ups. Life is about challenges. Life is about opportunities. Time for joy, time for celebration, and time to introspect. Thankfully, in every one of life's moments, and even beyond life itself, there's LIC. Where there is life, there's always LIC. Zindagi ke saath bhi, zindagi ke baad bhi. Ananyas chintayanto ye jana पर्युपासते तेषां नित्याभियुक्तानां योगक्षेमं वहाम्यहम्।
आपकी सुरक्षा और समृद्धि है हमारी जिम्मेदारी।
Thank you so much. You know, people often ask me why I left my steady job at the call center. The truth is, I hated my boss. Just kidding. Actually, I was done with the 9 to 9 job culture. I wanted more out of life. Something different, something big. So, I launched my own startup. Imagine if you were able to choose your work timings and do things your way. Cool, right? Now imagine the largest company in the country gives you training and gives you support, where along with a good regular income, you are playing an important role in people's lives. And finally, you get the best rewards for your efforts. Do you want to know how? Then start up your own business as an LIC agent. I had started with nothing, but today I'm ranked as one of LIC's leading agents in the country. And best of all, I love my boss. You want it, we've got it. Great products, zero investment, leading organization, and unlimited opportunities. All it needs is just you. So are you ready to launch your own startup? Now think big. Become an LIC agent.
Visit our website or contact your nearest LIC branch.
let's begin the session with lamp lighting. To do the honors, may I please call upon stage Dr. C.S. Pramesh, Director, Tata Memorial Hospital, Ms. Veena Khan, Senior Divisional Manager with Life Insurance Corporation of India, and Mr. Shri Kumar Menon, Resident Chief General Manager, Malayalam Manorama, to join us and join us on the stage for the lamp lighting, please. Thank you. Thank you. May I now invite the Chief of Bureau of the Week, Mr. Dhyanesh Jathar, please come on the stage to deliver the welcome address. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, and a very warm welcome to one and all. Thank you for taking time out to be here with us today. We'd like to especially welcome our keynote speaker today, Dr. C.S. Pramesh, Director of Tata Memorial Hospital in Mumbai. A very warm welcome also to Ms. Veena Khan, Senior Divisional Manager with Life Insurance Corporation of India, which is our main sponsor for this event and has partnered with us earlier in 2019 too. We'd also like to extend a warm welcome to our knowledge partners, Sir H.N. Reliance Foundation Hospital and Research Center, Hiranandani Hospital, and Narayana Health's SRCC Children's Hospital. Last but not least, we would like to welcome Indian Cancer Society and St. Jude's India Child Care Center for gracing the event with their esteemed presence. Distinguished guests, we have all gathered here with a shared belief and motto of fighting cancer and understanding its treatment modalities. Because somewhere at some point in our lives, all of us have been impacted and affected by this disease in some way or other. Today, cancer is a major cause of morbidity and mortality worldwide, including our country, India. In today's seminar, hosted by The Week magazine, we focus on fighting this deadly disease. The Week has a special connect with its readers. Incisive and balanced stories have been hallmark of the week as means of staying true to its core philosophy, journalism with a human touch. This is the second such seminar that we are hosting after the last successful undertaking in 2019. We hope to make this one informative, intriguing, and deeply enriching seminar for all of you today. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for our keynote address, for which I would like to invite upon stage Dr. C.S. Pramesh to deliver the keynote address. Dr. Pramesh is the director of the Tata Memorial Hospital and professor and head of thoracic surgery at TMC, that is Tata Memorial Center in Mumbai. He serves on the Union for International Cancer Control Board of Directors. He is a convener of the National Cancer Grid, and the mandate of the National Cancer Grid is to provide uniform standards of cancer care across the country. Dr. Pramesh is highly committed to efforts towards reducing inequities in cancer care and making cancer treatment accessible to all geographical regions and strata of society. He is also a visiting professor at the Division of Cancer Studies, King's College in London, and he serves on the advisory boards of several national and international research organizations and granting agencies. Welcome, sir. Over to you.
Thank you. Very good morning to all of you. And thank you for the opportunity to be part of what seems to be a very interesting session on cancer control. So over the next 15 to 20 minutes, what I expect to share with you are some thoughts on what the cancer burden is in India, what are the challenges facing us, and most importantly, what kind of solutions are likely to be useful in the medium to short term. So I'll start off with some facts. Can I get the slides to move? So I'll start off with some facts, not all of which might be pleasant, but nevertheless, this is data. Every year, 10 million people die from cancer in the world, and every sixth death in the world happens because of cancer. Worse, by 2040, almost 70% of all cancers will occur in low-middle income countries like India. And countries like us are honestly ill-equipped to handle this increasing burden. As we go ahead with advances in cancer care, we've had dramatic improvements in outcomes, but these have come at exponential costs, and the costs of cancer care are burgeoning globally. So unless we have a very concerted and a systematic cancer plan, we will be in trouble in the very near future in India and other LMICs. So I'm going to share with you a paradox, which you'll see over the next 3 or 4 slides. The first is that globally, cancer survival rates are improving. So regardless of which cancer you take, whether it's prostate, breast, lung cancer, we've had improvements in survival happening over the last 30 to 40 years. When you look at survival rates in the US, which is a reasonably good surrogate of what is happening in high-income countries at least, you see anywhere from a 20 to 30% improvement in absolute survival happening over the last 4 to 5 decades. This is pretty good progress as far as cancer outcomes are concerned. But I'll share with you the paradox. If you look at the total number of cancer deaths over the same 40 years, they have risen. So in spite of improved 5-year survival, the mortality due to cancer is increasing. So this is understandable if you think of what you constitute as survival and what you define as mortality. Survival means if you're diagnosed of a cancer, what's the likelihood that you'll survive? Whereas if you look at the mortality, especially in this graph here, these are the absolute number of deaths happening because of cancer. And it's understandable that with the increasing population and the increasing life expectancy, you would have an increase in the mortality as well. But even when you look at what happens, so I'd like you to focus on these 3 lines very carefully. So these are the measures of mortality over the last 4 decades, from 1990 to 2020. It's approximately 3 decades. The top line is the absolute number of cancer deaths. As you can see, it's gone up dramatically. But if you adjust that for life expectancy, which is the middle curve, it's gone up, but not as dramatically as with the absolute numbers. And the final curve, which you actually very encouragingly see going down, is adjusted for life expectancy as well as for age standardized. So if you look at this as a true measure of how much progress we've made, the bottom curve is what you need to look at. But having said that, over 3 decades, there has just been a 20% reduction in age-adjusted mortality. Can I get someone to move this, please? Yeah. So when you look at the projected cancer burden in India, as expected in all low middle income countries, we are expecting a 70% increase in the incidence of cancer over just 3 decades. From 1 million in 2011, it's already gone up to 1.4 million as we speak today, and it's expected by 2035, it's likely to cross 1.7 million. So this is a substantial increase. Again, this is a reflection of the fact that we are getting increasingly urbanized. Our life expectancy is going up and our population is increasing. Added to this are economic inequities in access. most of you are probably aware that the public expenditure on healthcare is a measly 1.5%. Most high-income countries have at least 8% going up to 18% GDP expenditure on healthcare in countries like the US, but even in countries like the UK, which has a nationalized public healthcare system, it's in the range of 10 to 11%. Even countries like Thailand have 6.5% of GDP being spent on healthcare, whereas in India, public healthcare expenditure is 1.5 and the total healthcare expenditure is 4, which means that the vast majority, more than 70% of healthcare expenditure is met out of pocket. I'll illustrate this with some numbers, comparing it to UK, which also has a nationalized government-based health system. The UK has a percentage GDP spend of 12.8%. As I mentioned, India has a 1.5% GDP spend. The UK GDP is $40,000 per capita, whereas in India it is 1940. So which effectively means that the UK spends over $5,000 per citizen on healthcare, whereas we spend $29. Even if you were to adjust for differences in what it costs for healthcare in the UK and in India, this is absolutely unacceptable. Ernst & Young did an analysis a few years back on what was the gap in cancer care facilities, and they used several surrogates to see what the infrastructural gaps were. The first one is the total number of linear accelerators, which is the radiation equipment. The estimated requirement in 2020, given the resource constraint, was 750 to 900. We had 350 in 2015. The total number of dedicated cancer beds needed to be between 12 to 13,000 in 2020. It was 5 to 6,000. The total number of comprehensive cancer centers and the oncologists treated. So in all of these parameters, which you use as surrogates to look at infrastructural and human resource capabilities for cancer control in India, it was roughly half of what the actual requirement was. And I'll again illustrate this with an example. We are sister institutions with the MD Anderson Cancer Center in Houston, and we are remarkably similar in many ways. We see almost the same number of patients. In fact, we see 10% more patients with cancer than the MD Anderson, which is the largest cancer center in the US. The MD Anderson has 1,700 physicians and researchers on their permanent faculty, whereas we have 188. So clearly demonstrating that there's a huge gap with, even with very academic centers such as ours. Added to this is the costs of cancer treatment. So this graph shows you how the costs of cancer treatment have increased over the last 5 decades. And for those of you who think that that gentle curve that you see is acceptable, given the fact that it's 5 decades, given the fact that inflation is already existing, I'll point you out that the y-axis is actually a logarithmic scale. So what used to be $100 of treatment 5 decades back has gone in excess of $10,000, and this is not something that can be explained on the basis of inflation alone. Even in the US, when you look at the average cost per quality adjusted life years saved, it ranges for various medications anywhere from $250,000 per year to over $1 million per year. Even a system which spends 18% of its GDP on healthcare is struggling to meet these kind of healthcare costs. So we need to think of something very disruptive, something out of the box to be able to solve a problem like this, and we've thought this through over the last decade or so. It's easier to, the first 2 solutions that I'm going to suggest are easier said than done, but nevertheless they are extremely important if you're looking at it from a long-term perspective. The first is prevention. It sounds very cliche, but prevention for cancer is certainly better than cure. It's much more cost-effective than the costs of treatment, and therefore this is something that we should really look at. The first intervention is tobacco. Stricter regulations and implementation of those regulations and increased taxes have been shown globally to have an impact on reducing tobacco consumption. And almost 1/3 of all cancers that we have are in some form related to the use of tobacco. The second is to improve physical activity and prevent obesity. That's the second most common risk factor for various cancers. And this can only happen by better urban and rural planning, having dedicated cycling lanes, jogging tracks, and so on, and increasing taxes on junk food and sugary drinks. The final is on infection related, better hygiene, food preservation, vaccinations, all of which have been known to reduce cancers. So this is the first and probably the single most important aspect that we need to focus on. The second is on early diagnosis. So one of the biggest problems that we have in low middle income countries like India is that most patients come to us at a very advanced stage of disease where the outcomes are fairly poor. And this can only happen by increased awareness and education, the judicious use of media, so that the general public gets educated about the fact that one, cancer is not a death sentence and most cancers are curable in their early stages. This is something that is a strong message that needs to go out to the general public. A lot of late diagnosis also happens because of misdiagnosis at a primary health level. A lot of patients that I personally treat, which are lung cancer, are misdiagnosed as tuberculosis in the community, given anti-tuberculous treatment for anywhere from 6 to 9 months, by which time the cancer has advanced and progressed to a very advanced stage. So medical professionals at the primary healthcare level need to be educated. Finally, again, easier said than done is screening for common cancers like breast, cervical, and oral cancers. Again, given the size of the population, the challenge is immense. So if you want a better bang for your buck, you'll probably be better off looking at prevention and education and awareness amongst the general public and healthcare professionals. We cannot stay with just long-term plans of awareness and prevention, because these often take decades to translate. So what we need to do is to also have a plan for how do we treat the patients who get diagnosed in the meantime. And we take a dual approach at the Tata Memorial Center. The first, which is to standardize and optimize the existing facilities that we have. And the second, the deliberate creation of a hub and spoke model of care. And why do I focus on the hub and spoke model of care will become apparent with this heat map of 75,000 patients who visited the Tata Memorial Hospital over a 6-month period. So what we did was geotag them based on their geographic origin. And as you can see, while the fairly dense population of patients that we see from Mumbai and Maharashtra are understandable, the very dense population of a number of people coming in from northern, eastern, and northeastern India is something that is of extreme concern. So approximately 60% of our patients at Tata Memorial come from outside the state of Maharashtra, and a vast majority from northern states and the northeastern states. So we had to do something very radical to be able to handle this problem. So one of the first efforts that we took almost a decade back was to expand from our presence only in Mumbai to 8 other locations in different parts of the country, which are seen here. We now have Tata Memorial Hospital branches in Varanasi, where we have 2 hospitals, 2 in Punjab, 1 in Chandigarh, which just got inaugurated yesterday by the Prime Minister, an existing one in Sangrur, which is a rural outreach center in Punjab. And we also have facilities in Visakhapatnam and Guwahati, and a very new one that got set up at Muzaffarpur in Bihar. We are in the process of initiating plans for a new hospital in Bhubaneswar as well, in the Nicer campus, which will expand the scale and scope of our operations. But a country as large as India cannot just have solutions like this, trying to build new hospitals to take care of newer patients, which is the reason why 10 years back, so this is the hub and spoke model of cancer care that I mentioned to you about. We've suggested this as a national solution to the Standing Committee on Science and Technology, and this is the more detailed version is seen in the 325th report of the Standing Committee on Science and Technology, which was tabled in the Rajya Sabha. And we're looking at a distributed model of care, which is minimizing patient migration, with the hubs serving as comprehensive cancer centers, which are capable of treating all cancers, including complex care, whereas the spokes, which are connected to the central hub, are capable of treating more common but less complex cancer treatment. And this is just an exemplar of how we suggest that a state like Uttar Pradesh be handled. It has a very large population, which means that it needs a fairly high number of hubs and spokes. The hubs are in blue and the spokes are in red. The principle of this whole thing being that patients do not need to travel long distances to be able to access quality cancer care. Something that has already been in existence for the last 10 years is the National Cancer Grid, which was funded by the Government of India through the Department of Atomic Energy. Over the last 10 years, this has grown to over 270 cancer centers, patient groups, research organizations, and professional societies from across the length and breadth of the country. What you see on the map on the right is a geographic representation of all the member centers, which has a three-pronged mandate. The first being to have uniform standards of care. The second, to create adequate human resource to tackle the growing burden of cancer. And finally, to serve as a collaborative platform for multicentric cancer research. So one of the first initiatives that we took was to have uniform consensus guidelines. So our effort is that a patient treated in Naharlagun in Arunachal Pradesh gets the same quality of care that a patient is treated at the Tata Memorial Hospital in Mumbai. So towards this, we created resource stratified guidelines for cancer treatment, which have been adopted by all the member centers, and more recently, over the last 2 years, have been linked to the Ayushman Bharat scheme of the Government of India, wherein unless healthcare providers adhere to the National Cancer Grid guidelines, they do not get reimbursed. So this was not our original aim or ambition of creating these guidelines. It was more an effort to get consensus, but nevertheless, it has ensured that at least the 40% of patients who get treatment under the PMJ scheme now are linked to quality evidence-based guidelines. Knowing the challenges of traveling long distances, we created a web-based platform for expert opinions for cancer, again 5 or 6 years back, wherein all that a patient needs to do from anywhere across the country is to upload their reports, and this includes images, scans, CT scans, MRI scans, onto a secure website, which then translates this into a structured format, sends this across to an expert within the National Cancer Grid, who then offers an opinion which is fed back to the patient. And this elaborate process that I mentioned happens in a median turnaround time of just 24 hours. Multidisciplinary care is extremely important for cancer care. So what I mean by multidisciplinary care is that if you have a patient with prostate cancer or breast cancer, the decision on treatment should be taken in consultation with a medical, a surgical, a radiation oncologist, a pathologist, and a radiologist. It should not be a single clinician making this decision, because outcomes are clearly superior with the team approach. The problem is that with some of the smaller centers which are part of the NCG, they did not have the bandwidth to be able to have these specialized tumor boards. So we created a web-based virtual tumor board. This was much before COVID hit us. We started this in 2016, wherein experts from across the country log in at a particular time and discuss complex clinical situations related to cancer. I told you about the costs for cancer drugs. And the fact that we are 270 centers gives us a lot of leverage as far as negotiability with the pharmaceutical companies go. So we started a process of group negotiation for drugs, wherein we aggregate demand from multiple centers, we pool their volumes, we have a central tendering process, we have a central negotiating process, but the final contracts are signed between the pharmaceutical company and the center, which is part of the NCG. We've been able to get discounts ranging anywhere from a minimum of 20% to a maximum of 80%, with an average of 75% reduction in MRP compared to what other hospitals are able to get. So what we've been effectively been able to do is to reduce the cost of cancer medicines at least by 75%, which is a substantial component of what the costs of cancer care go. We're looking at the size of India. It is probably foolish to rely on only traditional ways of looking at this problem. So we've embraced digital technology quite heartily. Some of the examples which I gave earlier, the virtual tumor boards, the web-based expert opinions, but we are also looking at expanding the scale and scope of our digital cancer approach. And today, in the afternoon, we are signing an MOU with the Koita Foundation, which is a large philanthropic organization based out of India, which is supporting us for the creation of the Center for Digital Oncology, which will be a one-stop organization which will look at digital tools to disrupt the way we treat cancer. I'll finally go on to research and why it is relevant to do research which is important in India. So this is a study that we did where we looked at clinical research in cancer from all countries globally, and we did this over a 5-year period. And as you can see from the graph on the left, the focus of the pharmaceutical industry did not seem to match the burden of cancer. So the cancers which had the highest mortality burden were not necessarily the cancers which are researched the most. These were the ones which were high profile, like breast cancer and prostate cancer, which were prioritized over some of these more lethal cancers. And again, when we looked at where these studies were done, and this involved 700 research studies, the vast majority, 92% of them, were led by high-income countries. Almost 90% treated various forms of chemotherapy alone, which means that between surgery, radiation therapy, palliative care, survivorship, each of which is extremely important in the overall continuum of cancer care, they accounted for just 13%, which means that the pharmaceutical industry has basically hijacked the research enterprise in cancer, and I suspect in most other healthcare areas. The small number of trials which were done in low middle income countries were less likely to be funded by industry. They were more likely to be a successful trial, not just by way of having answered the question, but by way of having a positive outcome. They had a larger effect size, which means that the impact that it had on outcomes were much higher than what was done in high income countries. In spite of all of this, they were published in lower impact factor journals, clearly pointing to a publication bias in the way these studies are looked at. So we identified research priorities which are very different from the way industry looks at research. So in India, the main problems that we have are oral cancer, cervical cancer, and breast cancer. And these have different problems compared to what high-income countries have. For oral cancer, it is very common amongst Indian men and increasingly among women. There is no effective systemic therapy, and overall the outcomes were not great. With cervical cancer, screening is useful, but India does not have the infrastructure or the human resource for conventional screening tools like a pap smear or a HPV DNA. Breast cancer, again, the commonest cancer in the world, and right now, even now, the commonest cancer in India as well amongst women. We know that screening is useful using mammography, but we don't have adequate number of equipment and human resource to be able to do this at a population level. So we looked at these three problems, and these are just exemplars of what research at the Tata Memorial has been over the last couple of decades. So the first one on oral cancer, we did a large study which looked at whether doing a more extensive surgery, removing the lymph glands along with the primary tumor, would improve outcomes. And this led to the first and the most successful trial globally. This was presented as a plenary session at the annual meeting of the American Society of Clinical Oncology, which showed a 10% improvement in overall survival. And just to give you context about the ASCO annual meeting, it is the largest meeting globally. Close to 35,000 scientific studies are presented, out of which 5 are selected for the plenary presentation, and this was one of the 5 which was selected as part of the ASCO plenary. Similarly, we looked at a low-cost technology for cervical cancer screening using visual inspection with acetic acid, which showed a 30% reduction in mortality using a very simple, low-cost, low-tech technology, which were actually done by trained healthcare workers. Again, out of 35,000 abstracts submitted to ASCO, this was one of the 5 that were selected for the plenary. Similarly, we did a study on simple breast examination, clinical breast examination by trained healthcare workers as opposed to mammography, which is far more expensive. Again, demonstrated a 30% reduction in mortality. So what I'm trying to reach out by these examples is that for local problems, we need local solutions and low-cost implementable solutions. So we kind of summarized a lot of this in a publication 5 years back in Nature, where we urged that we look beyond technology in cancer care. And the reason we wrote this editorial was the fact that if you look at what constitutes medical progress, and if you ask this to 100 oncologists, you'll most often be met by some cutting-edge advances. And for cancer, you'll be spoken about targeted therapy, precision medicine, immunotherapy, robotic surgery, proton therapy. And all of this, if we were to pay out of pocket from patients in India, would be accessible probably to the top 1%. It's not 5%, it's not 10%, it's probably the top 1% of India's population which would be able to afford these kind of technologies. So we need to go much beyond that. The unfortunate problem here is that healthcare systems, regardless of whether they are high income or even in low middle income countries, a lot of African countries embrace these technologies without realizing the lack of benefit. And if you want to look at what the real problems are, pathology, which is the fundamental basis of diagnosis for cancer, has the number of pathologists which are available in high income countries are 1 per 15 to 20,000. In Africa, it is 1 per 2.3 million. So without the fundamental basis of pathological diagnosis, what are the benefits of using fancy technologies like immunotherapy, robotic surgery, and proton therapy? So we looked at other aspects as well as part of this study, which was the average improvement in outcomes by new drugs which were approved by the US FDA. So the US FDA is probably the most stringent regulatory authority which approves drugs for all illnesses. And for cancer, we looked at 71 consecutive drugs that they approved. And the average improvement in progression-free and overall survival of these 71 drugs was just 2 months. So the expenses that I spoke to you about, that 250,000 to $1 million per quality adjusted life year, was effectively getting an average improvement in outcome of just 2 months. Compare this to what we know works and implementing them well. So this is a part of the study that we did, where we looked at what are the survival outcomes for common cancers in some of the best performing countries and some of the worst performing countries. Just to give you context, most breakthroughs in cancer medicines today have somewhere between a 3 to at most a 7% improvement in outcomes. Using the knowledge that we currently have, without going into any of those fancy technologies or drugs, there is a difference in outcomes of anywhere from 20% at the very minimum for some cancers to almost 40% in different cancers. And this just depends on how well you're able to implement what you already know without using any of the newer technologies. So it clearly shows that doing what you know works is probably a much better approach than chasing newer technologies which have a much lower impact on outcomes. And surprisingly, what we found was that the cost or the expenses that you incurred on healthcare was not necessarily commensurate with the outcomes that you had. So some of the countries which were spending a lot of money did not have the best outcomes. So if you look at this example in Romania and Slovakia, the total expenditure was 12 to 20% more than the average expenditure on prostate cancer treatment, whereas in Cyprus, with 7.5% of the total expenditure devoted to healthcare, they actually had better outcomes. So it's a very different counterintuitive way of looking at things. So we suggested that we needed to have 3 major shifts. The first being that we needed to change the global mindset on how we look at this problem, and we needed to look for value-based interventions and not chase just the new fancy technology that we were now faced with. The second is that we need to fund human capital and social development and invest in people, basic technology, and safe and affordable cancer care. And this is probably much more applicable to low middle income countries like India compared to high income countries. And the final bit was to implement standards and systems of accountability. Countries like India are notorious for being an unregulated healthcare system, which means that we need to look at accountability and regulations a lot more. We need to look at value-based guidelines, and the entire healthcare delivery process needs to be regulated much better than what it is. There have been a number of calls for what are called cancer moonshots. The MD Anderson Cancer Center had a cancer moonshot call of their own. More recently, President Biden had a cancer moonshot, which most of them look at these new fancy technologies. So what we urge is that we need to prioritize earth shots over moonshots and look at what we know works and implement them well, rather than chase these illusionary new advances which have actually failed the test of time. So I started off with these sobering facts. I'll also end with a bit of optimism that if we have a plan similar to what I just described right now, it is probably a crisis that can be managed and not something that we need to be very worried about. But the time to act is now, it is today, it is not tomorrow, and there is no point thinking about yesterday's and what could have been. And what we need is a very systematic plan to address these problems. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, sir. That was indeed a gripping address. The time to act is now. Also, you've given us such a highlighted aspect of the size of the population and that the challenge is immense. Digital oncology is what keeps us excited, besides other aspects. Thank you so much for that address. May I now call upon Mr. Shri Kumar Menon, sir, to kindly hand over the memento to Dr. Pramesh, please. Also, Dr. Pramesh is open to taking questions from the audience. If you have something to ask him, please. Do we have any questions for Dr. Pramesh? Yes, right there.
Doctor, that was a fantastic presentation. When we saw the map, you mentioned a lot of areas in India where there is a high population which contracts cancer or develops cancer among the people. What I noticed that there was a good density in Kerala, but you don't have a hospital there. Any particular reason?
So this map that I showed was the number of patients who visited us at the Mumbai facility. And this is a function of probably two aspects. One, what are the local facilities that are available for treating cancer? And obviously the areas where there are not enough facilities like Uttar Pradesh, Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, Bihar have a much higher propensity for patients to migrate to cities like Mumbai for care. The second is the level of education and literacy which is local, which enables them to decide based on the complexity of the cancer whether they want to go to a higher cancer center. So our ideal is where most common cancers, and I would think that's about 70 to 80% of cancers which do not require a high level of complex care, should be managed locally. But the remaining 20 to 30%, which are rarer cancers or where the interventions that are being offered to treat cancer are more complex, are best treated in centers of excellence, and trying to have too many centers of excellence is unlikely. So you need to have a more centralized model of care for these rarer and more complex interventions. And I suspect that's what's happening with the Kerala system. If you look at other southern states like Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, Karnataka, you don't have too many of them migrating elsewhere for care. And that's a reflection of the fact that there are a number of well-managed cancer centers in those locations. Whereas you go to the Northeast or North India, where the cancer facilities are not as well developed, you see a huge number of patients migrating to metropolitan cities for their care. So that's what explains this skew.
Good morning, Doctor. Thank you so much. Indeed, a brilliant eye-opener. Just wanted to check one thing with you. You spoke about oral, cervical, and breast cancer. There are also brain cancers. So is there a way that someone can possibly say that this particular symptom could lead to a check or would need a check of that sort? Because having gone through a personal experience, I found a lot of people getting into brain cancer, especially the gliomas, which is non-treatable.
Right. So that's a great question. And unfortunately, a lot of cancers have symptoms fairly late, which is where the areas where a screening program really works. So if you're able to detect cancer at a time when they are not symptomatic, you're able to pick them up early. But having said that, unless you know that the screening tool is effective, it is able to pick up the cancer early, and more importantly, it does not pick up false cancers. And this is a big problem with screening tests. Things like using a prostate-specific antigen, which is a blood test to detect prostate cancer early, has been actually shown to increase mortality, which is counterintuitive because it picks up a lot of false cancers which would otherwise not have been lethal. So we need to look at that a little carefully. But probably the better strategy would be to have a low index or rather a high index of suspicion when some certain symptoms persist. For example, any change in bowel habits, any change in a persistent headache. For example, for brain tumors, if it's not the normal type of headache which you're getting, it's getting worse, that's something that you need to consult somebody for. If you see a mole which is growing or starting to bleed, if there is a lump which is not felt earlier. So these are all early warning signs for cancer which we all need to be aware of and consult a doctor. I'm not saying that every lump is a cancer, every bleeding organ is because of cancer. But having said that, we need to have a high index of suspicion for this and ensure that it is tested appropriately. I only mentioned oral breast and cervix because they are the most common. Brain tumors are far rarer, but having gone through experiences yourself, it's probably something that we need to focus and attention on. And we have done a lot of studies at Tata Memorial and elsewhere, which is looking at how we can improve outcomes with brain tumors as well.
Thank you so much.
One of the areas where brain tumors, where these recent technologies, and I don't mean to be flippant about these recent technologies, is actually proton therapy. For brain tumors, especially in children, proton therapy is something which is really useful. It has higher cancer control rates at a lower set of side effects, and this is something that we should look into.
Good morning. My name is Dilip Kumar Mewada. Sir, my question is fighting cancer and finding the cure. What is the role of an NGO and a support group? Basically, how we can unite. See, the hospitals, doctors, the treatments and all that thing. And apart from that, the role of an NGO or a support groups is very, very important. So would you please highlight that? Thank you very much.
So I think NGOs have an extremely important role to play, and there are 2 or 3 areas where I think they can really play an important role. The first is working in the community. Healthcare providers' presence in the community is not very widespread, and they have very limited scope as far as engaging with the community is concerned, and especially when it comes to things like awareness, education, dispelling some of the myths of cancer. A lot of our patients don't take treatment because they think, if I have a cancer, what's the use of treatment? I'm going to die anyway. So dispelling some of those myths and creating awareness about the early signs of cancer is something that can happen at the pre-hospital level. The second is probably even at the hospital level. At Tata Memorial, I showed you the kind of staffing that we have, and this is one of the top cancer centers in the country. We are hopelessly low as far as our staff support is concerned. So this is where we depend a lot on our NGOs. We have close to 50 NGOs working at Tata Memorial, helping patients navigate through the system, helping them cope with the diagnosis, counseling them, helping them go through financial help for completing their treatment and so on. So that's at the hospital level. Finally, again, something which healthcare providers haven't traditionally focused on is survivorship. What happens after the treatment of cancer is over? There are a number of issues that patients face. The Indian Cancer Society is a classic example of someone who has a very heavy focus on survivorship, where it is rehabilitating and getting them back to as normal a life span and a life experience is concerned. Cancer patients find it difficult to find jobs. They find it difficult to get married. There are things about having children. A lot of this are problems that they face even after the treatment is over, and this is again an area where NGOs would have a major role to play.
Thank you, sir.
I think we are very close partners with the 50-odd NGOs that we are working with, and very, very fortunate to have their support as we help our patients.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you, sir. As we move forward, we are pleased to let you all know that we have put up some lovely posters by children from the St. Jude Child Care Center right behind. These posters bring out the colors and, you know, the vitality and vividity of the children and their dreams as seen through their eyes. We would urge you to take a look at it, all these beautiful works of art during lunchtime. And we are also giving away first, second, and third prizes today at the end of the session. In order to make the session more rewarding and insightful, we've broken the structure down into 4 panel discussions. First, we have cancer in males, then cancer in females, cancer in children, and on survivors, a panel on survivors. So our very first session will focus on cancer in males. And for this, as we all know that cancer in males is most often related to prostate, colorectal, lung and skin cancers. It is important to know about all these cancers and what you can do to help prevent them early on. That is very important. Early diagnosis, I think, is very, very crucial in terms of cancer diagnosis and treatment. Our knowledge partner for this theme is from Sir H.N. Reliance Foundation Hospital and Research Center. To throw a light on the burden of cancer in males, may I kindly invite Dr. Hari Bhakti to join us for this event today. However, he cannot join us in person because he has tested positive for COVID. Yet, despite that, we are hoping that he will join us on video call with us. And I think in a few minutes that will be patched. Just give me 1 minute.
Am I audible? Am I visible?
Okay, sir, you are right here with us. Yes, you are audible, sir. We can hear you very clearly. How are you, sir?
Great.
Good morning.
Great. So I just wanted to thank you very much for this invitation, and let us know when we can start. Then I can request the panelists to come on the stage.
Yes, sir. Before that, sir, we would like to introduce Dr. Hari Bhakti to all of you. He is the director in the Department of Oncosciences and is a surgical oncologist and microvascular and reconstructive surgeon with a 35 plus years experience. His major areas of interest include head and neck and breast cancer and reconstructive surgery, and his experience spans several thousand cases with a very high success rate. Dr. Hari Bhakti's academic contributions have been extensive, with numerous lectures, panels, and presentations at the national and international forums. He is currently an active member of 6 societies. He has had a distinguished academic career with 3 distinctions during the MBBS years at St. G.S. Medical College, Mumbai, and university ranks earlier. Following general surgical training at KEM, he moved to Tata Memorial Hospital and trained for 5 years in various capacities. It is here that he got in touch with his major interest areas, for which he took further training abroad. This included a fellowship at the Memorial Sloan Kettering Center, Cancer Center, New York, and also laser surgery in Germany and neck oncology at the Royal National Throat, Nose and Ear Hospital in London. We welcome you, sir, and thank you for taking time out to be with us here today. It is indeed very gracious of you. I now invite the panelists to kindly join us on stage, please. Dr. Sevanthi Limaye, Director, Medical Oncology, Precision Oncology, and Clinical and Translational Oncology Research. Welcome, ma'am. Dr. Prasad Dandekar, he is the Head of Radiation Oncology. Kindly join us here, sir. Thank you. And I'd also like to invite Dr. Tushar Thorat, Consultant Plastic, Reconstructive and Microvascular Surgeon, onto the stage. Thank you, sir. Thank you all for joining us on the podium. Over to you, Dr. Hari Bhakti. May I also request you to kindly introduce the panelists and moderate the session. Thank you.
Yeah. So are you able to see everyone, and are you able to see the slides? Because I just need to be sure that you're seeing the presentation, and then we'll begin.
Yes, sir, we are able to see the slides.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so let me first start by saying a very big thank you to the week and to LIC. I think this is such a fruitful and constructive effort that you have undertaken. Very often, the importance of such endeavors is overlooked, and I think it is really remarkable that you're doing it. And I think for that, to keep a lecture like the one by Dr. Pramesh at the start was a great thing to do. I think it was a phenomenal lecture, Dr. Pramesh. And I think you have really told everyone what are the most important things that really underlie a sensible plan of cancer care in a country like ours. I want to borrow from your very nice talk and say that our presentation today is going to be more in the nature of an earth shot rather than a moon shot. Because I think ultimately what you say is so true. It is looking at the most important and the commonest things, doing them well, that makes a big difference. And therefore, helping me in that task, I'm very glad to introduce my colleagues, my very dear colleagues, and my colleagues and my co-workers at the hospital. So Dr. Sevanthi Limai, as was said, is a very remarkable medical oncologist because her interests are way beyond the standard chemotherapy as you look at it. It is not just about finding a drug and using it. She's actively thinking about how to tailor-make a treatment for a patient. And that's why she's also a precision oncologist. So we look forward greatly to your contributions, Sevanthi. We also have Dr. Prasad Dandekar, who is an outstanding radiation oncologist and a very empathetic one, I must say. One of the signature things that Dr. Prasad Dandekar did for his department almost as soon as he took over was to set up a combined effort with the rehab department. So every patient at our hospital who gets treated gets to go to rehab. And this has made a huge difference to the outcomes of patients. And finally, let me introduce Dr. Tushar Thorat. Dr. Tushar Thorat is an outstanding plastic and reconstructive surgeon. I would say really too good too soon. He has probably done the largest number of reconstructions and microvascular surgeries at someone his age, his young age, and has amassed an amazing amount of maturity and excellence at his work. I really thought it was necessary to have him on the panel because today surgery for the most common cancers, that is head and neck, is really a lame duck without good reconstruction. So having said that, let us without any further ado begin. And let me just start with a slight clarification. The master of ceremonies said that we are going to tell you about prostate and lung and all those. But let me tell you, the most important cancer in Indian males is head and neck. And therefore, we had a choice to make. Either we go into details of the most common cancer and bring them to you, or to superficially touch upon 5 different cancers, and we chose the former. So today we will be focusing on head and neck cancers, which undoubtedly are the most important cancers that affect our population. So let's get to basics. And the first, so that was the panel of members, and going to basics, and this is really very, very important because many people don't know what is cancer. They just know if it is one terrible thing and you don't know what it is really. So I just wanted to go to the very basics. We know that the universe started with a big bang, or we know that a whole human being is forged when a male cell fertilizes a female cell, and within 9 months you have a 1 trillion cell human being. So what is cancer? How does it happen? What causes it to happen? And can we do something to stop it? And in very, very general terms, Dr. Sevanthi Limai, would you like to say a few words
Sure,
and then we'll move on to the others? Yes, Sevanthi.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much, and thank you for the opportunity. And after a great talk by Dr. Pramesh and our moderation here, focusing on head and neck cancers, beginning with what is cancer. So, we represent the warriordom of cancer treatment and cancer diagnosis. So it's an opportunity. It's an abnormal proliferation of cells, uncontrolled proliferation of cells that leads to a lump formation in general when we talk about solid tumors. And similarly, in blood cancers, there's an abnormal proliferation of cells, uncontrolled proliferation of cells that happens in the blood. certain genomic events that happen as these cancers, as the cells proliferate, lead to this uncontrolled phenomenon, and that cannot be. So there are tumor suppressor genes that may be let at loose, and no suppression happens. These cells then proliferate uncontrollably and lead to cancer causation. And what can we do about it? There are many systemic agents that have been developed over a course of decades. We know radiation is utilized to kill these actively dividing cells, and we also know primarily that with surgery you can take out a lot of these lumps and cells, the conglomerate of lumps and cells that form. So very basics, but abnormal, uncontrolled proliferation of cells lead to cancer formation.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think that is a very, very good starting point, because that is what we really need to understand. And therefore, let us now apply it to the head and neck region. Now, we know that the lining of the entire gut is actively multiplying, is actively getting replaced. And it is in fact thought that this entire lining gets replaced every so often. And we need to know that the processes controlling this replacement are very, very well organized. So how do these processes get altered in the mouth and the throat? And what really drives that renegade cell? How does a cell or a group of cells decide to become aggressive and go on a reproductive spree? And what are the possible consequences? So, Dr. Prasad Dandekar, would you like to say a few things, and then I'll pass it on to Dr. Sevanti? Yeah.
Yeah. So when we talk about cancer, the first thing that we need to realize that it's not one disease. I get often messages, my friend has tongue cancer, will he survive? That message means nothing. There are so many nuances to that. So we need to first understand, as Dr. Haribhakti said, what is normal and abnormal. Now, when you have, if you look inside our mouth is, the inner lining is very soft, and it's kept wet with saliva, and it gets, a lot of trauma because of the food that we eat and brushing and all of that. But if that trauma is chronic, either because of tobacco or any other irritant that you're eating, or even sometimes just a simple tooth which is pricking either on your tongue or on the buccal mucosa, that itself can lead to cancer. As Dr. Sevanti mentioned, that abnormal growth, uncontrolled growth of the cells. So many factors, and as we go along, I think we'll discuss them more about what are those factors that will cause these cancers.
That's right. So, Sevanti, would you like to say a quick word on what drives that renegade cell in head and neck cancer? I mean, I know it's a very, very basic question for you. It's probably your life's work, but still, you can give it to us in a real nutshell.
So of course, nothing is really that small. And here we are talking about carcinogens. So carcinogens that come in contact with our mucosal lining, that are there and cause the insult over a period of time. And specifically speaking, we are talking about all kinds of tobacco. That's very critical, because over a period of time, you're causing this entire field to be exposed to carcinogens. When we take oral tobacco, chewing tobacco, in the gingivo-buccal fold, which is between the gums and the cheek, that's where the people who chew tobacco either have it there or between the gingival labial fold under the lip. And the carcinogen can, over a period of time, just continue to release certain chemicals to cause a field cancerization, converting the normal cells into cancerous cells over a period of time, precancerous first and cancerous later. And it's a continuum that unfolds, the renegade cell that develops after that just goes havoc and continues to then change its character and proliferate into a carcinoma, a cancer, a lump, or an ulcer.
Yeah. So Tushar, what as a reconstructive surgeon would you say are the consequences on the normal lining when a person takes any of the carcinogens which Dr. Sevanti mentioned? What are the common changes you see? Which are the impediments to reconstruction, as it were, in patients who are habitual chewers?
So most of the time, because of these carcinogens, there is a changes in the buccal mucosa as well as the tongue. And when these parts are removed after the surgery, that sensation, the movement, the swallowing, everything is altered. So that's why this replacement of this mucosa is very much essential, and then plastic surgery plays a role in it, because saliva and all these taste sensations, these are the main factors which are gone after the surgery. So that's why it's mainly the reconstruction which helps in these patients.
Yeah. So what also perhaps Dr. Tushar wanted to say is we see changes which alter the fundamental lining, and that is a real problem for us. So let's quickly go to incidence patterns, and let's take a look. Let's take a look at this graph. If you look at it, the lip and oral cavity themselves constitute 16% of all, and from the large gray band, if you take the throat, that is the throat voice box, the area next to the voice box, and others, that would add another 9%. So literally 1/4 of all cancers that are seen in Indian males belong to the head and neck area. Any comments on this, Dr. Sevanti? What are the implications of this kind of an incidence load to our health system when we talk about 1/4 of all cancers belonging to the head and neck area?
Yes, sir. So, actually, when you were introducing, you said it very correctly. This is the largest burden of cancer in males in India. And not just in India, if you look at the Asia Pacific region, 60% of head and neck cancer is housed here. I was recently at running an advisory on head and neck cancer and systemic therapies in head and neck cancer, and there we were discussing patterns of head and neck cancer incidence within India. And actually, just like Dr. Pramesh just introduced, there are differences in patterns of head and neck cancer that get seen in tertiary care, corporate hospitals versus government hospitals. And the distribution is actually much more of oral cavity. So 70% of cancers that we see in our institutions, in corporate centers, private centers, are actually oral cavity cancers. And largest burden of disease in India amongst males in the Asia Pacific region, as per Globocon that is seen here in India, is also oral cavity and lips. So large disease burden, wake up call for a very, very long time, and crusaders need to really rise to the cause.
Any quick comments, Prasad?
So another important issue about head and neck cancers in India is in contrast to what we see in the Western world, where head and neck cancers are, or rather all cancer, most cancers are the diseases of the old. In India, because of the tobacco consumption pattern, we see a lot of head and neck cancers in younger age. So we have a large number of young people getting disabled or even dying because of these cancers, which not only has impact on their families but overall community at large. So overall, the impact of these head and neck cancers in India is probably far worse than what we see elsewhere.
Very true. I think that is a very important thing you said, and what really rends the heart is that people in the prime of age, when they are productive, when they are earning members, that is the time they get affected, and that is why this becomes a very, very important area of focus. So let us quickly get down to the factors which Dr. Sevanti had started mentioning, and that is all these factors which is I've just listed them. I think everybody knows it, so we don't need to really, but I think it bears relevance to repeat it for everybody, that it is all these: tobacco, lime, areca nut, and all the condiments we only have to walk down our streets to see the number of different packages that are sold, and all these are poison. I just want to quickly invite all the panelists. Do you have anything to say about all these chewing habits beyond this? Quickly speak up, because then I want to get to the next factor. Yeah.
So, sir, I'll just make a very quick comment that India has a very different representation of head and neck cancer. We see oral cavity cancers or smoking-related larynx, throat cancers. We don't see HPV positive, virus-driven cancers. HPV is what is causing head and neck cancer in the West, and a lot of the Western data is actually skewed because it is in HPV positive head and neck cancers. Our cancers are largely tobacco related and oral hygiene and smoking, and recent data about diabetes being linked, poor socioeconomic status being linked to head and neck cancers in India.
Yeah. So yeah, thank you very much, Sevanti. What I would also like to add is oral hygiene is extremely important. You must know that even in certain Western European nations which have excellent and very low rates of oral cancer, for example, Sweden, Swedish snus is very popular, but they do not have that incidence of oral cancer because of good oral hygiene. I think good oral hygiene is critical, and that is what we lack. And as Dr. Pramesh said, these are things that we need to talk about. Now, again, as Dr. Sevanti said, smoking is an important thing, and whether it's bidis or cigarettes, it is dangerous and it produces cancers of different types. Dr. Prasad, would you like to elaborate which are the common bidi-related cancers and which are the smoking-related cancers?
So we see a lot of smoking and bidi-related cancers. So mainly cancers, again, of the oral cavity and mainly larynx. We now also know that smoking causes cancers of the food pipe or esophagus, stomach, even urinary bladder, which is not even remotely related to your thing, and of course lung cancer. What is alarming now is that the world has moved from smoking. Smoking is what old people do. Everybody vapes. And it is even more dangerous. Thankfully, in India, it is illegal, but everybody vapes. I mean, I was having lunch with my neighbor and she was vaping. I was like, where did you get it? I said, I have a dealer. And that is also going to have a huge impact in coming decades, and we are going to see probably different pattern of cancers because of these changing tobacco consumption habits.
Yeah. And what about other? There are certain parts of our country which have exotic habits like reverse smoking and all those, and also alcohol. How, just to complete the list for the audience, I just wanted you to quickly touch upon alcohol as a potentiator or as a primary causative agent for head and neck cancer. Can both of you quickly give me your thoughts on alcohol?
So, American Cancer Society has now listed any level of alcohol as detrimental to health and directly a cause relationship with cancer causation. That said, again, the concept of field cancerization sticks for alcohol as well. The entire area that is exposed to alcohol, especially the hard alcohol, can convert into precancerous and cancerous lesions. That includes oral cavity, that includes the food pipe, and that includes the gastric mucosa. So heavy alcohol exposure can lead to cancer in the entire field area that gets exposed to alcohol. Prasad, you want to add something?
I think it is important for everyone to know that alcohol, strangely, is actively secreted into the saliva. So it has been found that the concentrations of alcohol are much higher in the saliva that gets retained in the mouth. And that is one of the factors that accounts for the danger of alcohol, as mentioned by Dr. Sevanti. Tushar, I would like to ask you, what are the effects of smoking and all these habits to your work in reconstruction? What happens? Do you have problems due to smoking, due to problems in the blood vessels? Can you elaborate on that quickly?
So most of the patients who smoke, they have tendency of vascular issues. So in plastic surgery, in reconstructive surgery, we join the small vessels, which are very fine vessels, less than 2 millimeters. In smoking patient, there is a high chance of a spasm and clot in these vessels. So post-op complications are very high. So we always ask this patient to quit the smoking, or we request them. It's ultimately we have to go to a good reconstruction as well as good life, because afterlife is also after the surgery also they had to quit these habits. So surgical results are also very much important with related to smoking.
Yeah, good. So I think we let's move on now, because we know that these are the tobacco and alcohol and all these various other variations, all the chewing habits are extremely important. And that takes us next to the viruses, as Dr. Sevanti had said. And since these are the two main ones, again, Dr. Sevanti, would you quickly for the audience tell them, you did mention that the HPV is more a cause in the Western population, but could you give a very quick idea about these two internationally so that people just know how important viruses are in the causation?
Yes, sir. So 6 years ago, when I came back, relocated to being here in Mumbai, I had practiced for 20 years in the US, and later half of this practice was the surge of HPV-related head and neck cancers in the US. This pattern had already been playing out in the European countries, and you saw a real paradigm shift of what was called head and neck in the West in the last decade. And around 60% of head and neck cancers became human papilloma virus related. We have understood of HPV as a cervix cancer virus in India. 99% of cervix cancers are as a result of HPV, and you test for HPV. But head and necks, you didn't think of it as being viral related, but in the Western world, they are largely becoming viral related. What is understood is multiple sexual partners and certain types of sexual practices lead to transmission of HPV virus from people to people, and 60% of these cancers are now HPV related in the West. But these are not oral cavity cancers. These are cancers that are farther down, and they are oropharynx, so tonsillar cancer and throat cancer, not of the voice box, but before that. And those cancers are traditionally, they are different in the sense that they are more responsive to chemotherapy and radiation, but oral cavity cancers are very, very surgical disease. They're not that responsive to, they have to be surgically treated primarily, and then only you can give them anything else. Epstein-Barr virus is a different virus. It is associated with nasopharynx cancers. It's endemic in certain parts of the world, including Africa, Middle East, and certain parts of Southeast Asia. It's not a commonly found viral predominance in Indian patients, and we don't see that much of nasopharynx. And again, patterns of practices are different between the government hospitals and the corporate hospitals. We see mostly oral cavity cancers.
Yeah. So I think to summarize, I think the habits seem to form the major chunk of the causation. Like you said, the human papilloma virus is important mainly for the pharyngeal cancers, which are not that common here, and the oral cavity cancers. We have started testing them, but we find that many of them are not really related to the human papilloma virus. And the Epstein-Barr virus is definitely not a common virus in our population. So let's then move on to what's unique about head and neck cancers. I think we all agree that these cancers occur in the exposed areas of the body, and they have major significances functionally as well as aesthetically. And therefore, Tushar, Dr. Tushar, I would like to ask you, what in your view is the importance of head and neck reconstruction? You've been doing reconstruction of various parts of the body, but what really differentiates head and neck from other areas? Why is it important?
Yeah. So I'll first start with the lips, because it's the most aesthetic feature of the face. Along with it, it retains all the fluid in the oral cavity. So when the cancer affects this part, and if there is excision, we need to reconstruct this area so that patient can talk, patient can smile, patient can hold water inside his mouth. So that's why this is the most important part of the oral cavity. Another is the tongue, because our speech, our swallowing, everything depends on the mobility of the tongue. So if this part goes, then patient cannot talk, patient cannot swallow. So even the mouth hygiene is difficult. So there is a lot of challenge in reconstructing this part. So we use our own body, skin and muscle to reconstruct this part so that patient can do all the other activities. And the mandible is the lower jaw, which is the main aesthetic feature. Along with it, it gives support to your teeth. So after surgery, if we reconstruct this lower jaw with your own body's bone, that helps in giving you a dentition. Even you can, the patient can chew. So that definitely improves the quality of life, because patient after the surgery, if he cannot chew, he cannot swallow, if he cannot smile, that affects the social appearance of the patient. Patient cannot eat with his family members, so they have to eat separately. So that's why reconstruction helps in these patients to live a good life after surgery. So that's the main thing in reconstruction.
Very true. I think I totally agree. Today we are not only talking about treatment, but we are talking about quality of life in a very big way. Most of the results for head and neck treatment are measured in terms of survival as well as quality of life. Would you agree, Dr. Sevanti and Dr. Prasad? And let me have your quick comments on that particular aspect of head and neck cancer treatment.
So, as you rightly said, one parameter is the survival, but the quality of life becomes a huge problem. And these patients not only have side effects or defects because of the surgery, but radiation adds to it, chemotherapy adds to it, and it becomes really difficult. You mentioned about rehabilitation process that we follow in our hospital, and the fundamental belief that we have is when the patient comes to us, and for treatment, they should leave with a better quality of life. And many factors, so, we include physiotherapy, speech and swallowing therapy, even counseling, yoga, nutritional support in this. And all of that comes together along with, of course, the best of the care that we offer to make sure that the quality of life of the patient gets preserved. And, we see so many patients on follow-up who are doing so well because of that.
Yeah, thank you. Sevanti, would you have anything to say about the importance to quality of life in the planning of treatment?
So, sir, I have always thought of head and neck cancer as one of the most humbling diseases because it's right in the face. There's no way that you can hide a head and neck cancer. And, very early on in my career, I identified with being a head and neck cancer physician. And your heart goes out to the patients because young patient not just has to deal with the aesthetic changes to the face, to the functioning changes to the tongue, to how they chew their food, how they bite, how they swallow, how they speak. But it's also how do they carry on socially in their family with their spouse, and what is the quality of life behind the curtains. And so it is one of the most humbling diseases, and prevention is the name of the game.
Absolutely. I totally agree with you, and thank you so much, all of you, because I think you've added your own specific nuances to this very important area. So let's now quickly, this is just a quick one because, we ultimately need to know how to tell people. And I've therefore listed the most important warning signs for a mouth or a throat cancer, such as a non-healing ulcer or sore that doesn't heal despite treatment, a swelling that is recent, unexplained and increasing, bleeding for any reason, pain that comes on later. Most of these are painless to start with, and then pain becomes an important factor. You can have hoarseness or indeed alteration of speech that can happen with certain cancers of the back of the tongue. You can have difficulties in swallowing and difficulty in breathing. Once again, since this is so very important, I just wanted to get a quick view from each one of you. Is there any specific thing you would like to add or say in this?
So, sir, just mainly
yeah.
to screen. I mean, if there are these symptoms and they are chronic, lasting beyond 2 weeks, the patient has to seek help, and quick help, because it's very, very obvious. It's right in front. First of all, we have to stop the agents, carcinogens that can do these. But if you're exposing yourself, all the more reason to get medical help ASAP.
Yeah, I think it's very true what you said, and what's more important to note is that people who actually have habits tend to shy away from reporting, and I think this is the important thing we need to bring to the fore, that they need to quickly go and show themselves to the right physician and get these symptoms done. Now, coming then to the most important thing, which is diagnosing the cancer, and what I just wanted to, I've put these 4 points because I just wanted everyone to know that it's not enough to just feel that something looks like or feels like a cancer. So you have a clinical diagnosis, a microscopic diagnosis, and imaging, because we need to image these patients. And finally, molecular, because that tells you what is the behavior of that. So once again, I would like to ask Prasad, what in your view, is the importance of clinical and microscopic diagnosis?
So as Dr. Pramesh said, we in India have a huge dearth of infrastructure, and clinical diagnosis is very, very important. If you have a good general practitioner or a good dentist who is examining you and finds an ulcer and then reports that ulcer to the specialist in time, it's going to save your life. So clinical examination, we just cannot rule out any disease. That's very, very important. And microscopic examination, of course, once you take the biopsy, and Dr. Sevanti can go into details of that, as I said, it's not just one disease. When you take a biopsy, you need to look at so many parameters within that and how they impact the survival as well as the treatment. Sevanti, do you want to add?
So, actually, sir, again, humbling is the word, because in head and neck, the latest technologies, all of those are actually not needed. All you need is a careful examination, is a careful oral examination, because 70%, as we discussed, and perhaps in Tata Memorial Hospital, at least 50% of cancers in the head and neck area are right in front of you. So if the patient presents, or if the patient goes through a screening process, all these things can be picked up just by a clinical examination. Of course, the confirmation is required with histopathology, microscopy, and molecular testing. Molecular testing is a cliche in head and neck to a large extent in early diagnosis, because I think it's one of the most obvious cancers that can just be picked up by a proper examination. And we don't need high-tech, blood-based markers or saliva-based markers. In our country, we are actually missing big, prominent chronic ulcers that could actually be cancer without a proper workup. So I think we are really lacking even the preliminary workup methodologies, and that's where the onus has to be, and also in avoiding, in preventing by avoiding carcinogen exposure.
Absolutely. No, I think it's very, very important what you said. And in fact, this is what hits us every day of our lives when we sit in the OPDs and we see patients coming with large or massive tumors and saying, well, we didn't want to talk about it because it wasn't hurting until now. So this is it. We need to spread the awareness, and I think therefore meetings and initiatives like this are very, very important in spreading that word to everybody and anybody. I think all of us are surrounded by people who have habits, be it our colleagues, our friends, our workers, everybody. I think we need to be very conscious of our responsibility to notice these things and to flag them off. So coming then to what you had mentioned a while ago, Sevanti, I just wanted to quickly say that cancer is not something that happens overnight. It is, like you said, something that happens due to long chronic irritation by carcinogens or by chronic trauma. And therefore, you have changes in the mouth which are known as precancer. And I think we just need everyone to know that there are basically three types of things. So leukoplakia is a white patch of any kind that cannot be rubbed off. And here again, there are two types. It is homogeneous or inhomogeneous. You also have erythroplasia, which is a red patch, which is the more dangerous patch. And most importantly, you have a condition in which the lining of the mouth is replaced by a hard board-like lining called oral submucosal fibrosis. Would any of you like to quickly touch upon any of these quickly so that we can move on to the next point? Because precancer is important.
Important thing about all of these markers is, as I said, that they can be very quickly examined by your dentist or by even you yourself. When you're brushing your teeth, you look at your face and you look at your oral cavity. And one thing in cancer is also important to know what is your risk of developing a cancer. If you know you're a tobacco chewer or a smoker, probably you need to be more vigilant about it. So these diagnoses are very, very easy to make, very simple diagnosis. So I think the general practitioners and dentists and the person themselves will play a big role in it.
Okay, Tushar, what is the importance of submucosal fibrosis in your work? I think it is something we encountered time and again in our surgical patients. So could you give a quick idea on how it affects your work?
So in India, since we have that most of the people, they consume betel nuts and other practices. So we find this condition very common, and outside world, they don't have that much research in it. But oral submucous fibrosis causes lot of fibrosis. It means there is a band formation in the mucosa, and that restricts the mouth opening, and that restricts the even examination of the oral cavity. So most of the patient, they cannot open their mouth, so dental hygiene is difficult and oral hygiene is difficult. So that's why most of the patient, they get missed out. And in surgery also, we have to give them a good mouth opening, so that afterwards the examination should be easier, regular checkup should be easier, and even the mouth opening should be created in such a manner that patient can chew, they can do all the activities. And basically oral submucous fibrosis needs a proper thorough checkup and treatment accordingly.
Yeah, very important. I think this is a very important set of points. And I think I want people to realize that this is a problem almost unique to our country. There is patients, and this is such a common, such an important, and such a less recognized problem. Patients can't open their mouths. So oral hygiene suffers, diagnosis suffers, treatment suffers, everything suffers. And therefore, remember, this is all related to habits, and this has to be stopped by proper education. So let's quickly go to the next thing, which is, why do we stage? I mean, whenever there is a cancer, we are always asked the question, so what is the stage? Is it stage 1, stage 2? So I wanted Dr. Sevanti and Dr. Prasad to quickly tell us, why is staging important to you? And how important is it? And what is the biggest challenge in India?
So staging is very important, because when you stage, traditionally with stage is how we have understood survival. When we have early stage disease that has not spread out, that disease can be treated easily, has less recurrence, and has prolonged survival. What is the harsh reality in India? The biggest challenge in India is 2/3 of our patient actually come with either locally advanced or advanced stage. We just delay presentation to the clinician. And this is not just something that happens in villages or rural areas. This happens very much so at even tertiary centers, where
Absolutely.
we see patients presenting, 2/3 of our patients presenting
So,
with locally advanced.
Prasad, anything you would like to say? Because staging is important, and I need to completely underline and underscore what Dr. Sevanti just said. Despite it being right there in the face, more than 60 to 70% of the patients that present to, say, a center like Tata Memorial, and maybe 50% of those that present to a center like ours, come in stage 3 and stage 4, which is, I think, a huge challenge that we face. So, if you have any quick points,
Yeah,
Prasad,
along with
to make on
that,
staging?
how staging is helping us is it helps us to determine the therapy. So for
Yes.
as Ramesh was saying, that they have now National Cancer Grade guidelines. They're based primarily on staging, which stage you are in, and so it not only helps us to prognosticate but also direct the therapy accordingly.
So absolutely well said. Staging is a common language we speak, and we want to understand each other through it. And we define all our efforts and all our outcomes and all our treatment paradigms with relevance to the staging. So let's quickly go to treatment planning, and I think I would quickly want to move to to what happens to an early stage disease, say stage 1 and stage 2. Prasad, would you say it's just one line of treatment that is required, and if so, which one?
So the hallmark of cancer care, tertiary cancer care, is combined modality approach, multidisciplinary approach, where multiple specialists come together and decide what the best treatment for the patient would be. But in most cases, if it's an early stage cancer, suppose if it's an oral cancer, only surgery may suffice. You don't need to do radiation or chemotherapy. Or if it's an early stage laryngeal cancer, again surgery or radiation could suffice. But as the stage progresses, then you have to add multiple therapies. So early stage is better because then you need lesser therapy for those patients.
So, Sevanti, what about recurrent and metastatic disease, which is a very, very, very important part of what we do? Would you
Yes,
like to make a few points on the treatment planning for these patients?
So we have to report to the cancer centers early so that we can get the diagnosis done early, in early stages. When we come to recurrent metastatic disease in any cancer, it's inherently not curable anymore. The cancer has recurred, has a higher risk of coming back. Head and neck cancers, typically oral cavity cancers, may still have a hope, a different kind of a hope. The surgeon may still be able to take out the recurrent disease that has come back, and then systemic treatments can help, or radiation may be needed, and systemic treatments can help. So when we talk about recurrent metastatic disease where surgery is not possible, there are chemotherapy options, immunotherapy, targeted therapy options that are available today in the country. Dr. Pramesh very well outlined that the resources are tight for 99% of the country. That's where clinical trials come to help, including Tata Memorial Hospital running many, many trials. But I think our centers like ourselves should also take the onus to run trials, and we are foraying into that now.
Yeah. So let me quickly come to surgery, which as Dr. Prasad said, for mouth cancers, that is the mainstay for early cancers. That is stage 1 and stage 2 is surgery, and for larynx it can be surgery or radiation. But I think the important thing, as you pointed out, is for advanced disease, we need combinations of treatment, and we need to custom design the best treatments in every case. Now, would you like to, over here, you mentioned somewhere the importance of tumor boards. We, for example, have a regular tumor board. Would you like to say something about the importance of tumor boards in the planning of treatment for advanced cancer, Sevanti? Yeah.
So we started the tumor board in RFH almost as soon as we started treating patients. And this is a place of not just learning for all of us, but also getting the best available treatment option to the patient. where you have surgical oncologists, medical oncologists, radiation oncologists, radiologists, nuclear medicine specialists, pathologists, and students coming in together to discuss these cases. And we have had incidences where, we were sort of confused about what is the best way forward, and Tumor Board has really given an answer. Also, I feel what we do in our center, where we invite the patient to be a participant as and when needed, where we take a decision and then discuss it with patient, that also gives them immense confidence in the treatment options that we have offered.
So sir, I'll just add to it quickly, where, as Prasad said, this is a discussion where people are coming together. I feel today in cancer management, discussion is very critical. No one really knows 100%. And as soon as you feel that way, you are harming the patient. So you have to get together, you have to duel it out, and you have to lay out all the options for the patient. And really open forum discussion needs to happen. And all players that are treating that patient need to be aware of the case details and deliberate on the case treatment plan and personalize the plan for that patient. And that happens at our center, led by Dr. Hari Bhakti and Dr. Prasad Dandekar. And it is something very central to National Cancer Grid that was presented. And I think that is one of the movements that we have to push across the nation, that cancer treatments have to be designed, deliberated upon of the patient's case details.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think this is a very important point I wanted to drive home. So I think now let's quickly conclude, and let me ask you, Tushar, since this is such an important part of what we do, you know that you just mentioned earlier about the importance of reconstruction, but could you give for the audience a very few quick points on what are the principles you follow, what are the kind of aims you have in mind, what kind of methods you have at your disposal, and what are the kind of changes and outcomes that you have seen by using these methods? Very quickly, so that I just wanted people to get a flavor of what happens in reconstruction.
So in reconstruction, mainly the aim is to give a form, function and aesthetics to the patient. So form in the sense, the function of the patient, it is mainly in oral cavity to swallow, to speak, and also to chew. So these three functions are most important functions in the oral cavity. So we reconstruct. In this reconstruction, we take a skin and a muscle or a bone from a body, and we take a blood supply of that area, and we transfer that thing into the resected area, so that a new functional organ can be reconstructed. And we also give us some part of it as a sensate flap, so that patient can sense, and also we give a good contour to the face, so that the aesthetics is maintained. And with physiotherapy and all other rehabilitation process, the patient can live a good life. So that's why reconstruction is very much important in onco patients who have gone through all this extensive surgery. And we always ask this patient to keep a follow-up, since the follow-up is the key in treating cancer. So each follow-up is easier with a good mouth opening, with a good function of the patient. So that's why reconstruction is the most important, I feel.
Yeah, thank you so much. No, I think this is a summary from one of the very accomplished reconstructive surgeons, and I must say I agree with everything. We need to realize that when we are operating on a head and neck patient, we are talking of basics like food intake, like chewing of food, like swallowing of food, like communication. So all these very, very basic things are restored through carrying out advanced reconstructive techniques, and we measure our outcomes carefully in each case. So that's where reconstruction goes. Let me quickly ask Dr. Prasad about radiotherapy, which is if you just have to tell the audience about what you practice. What are the main things you would want people to know about radiation? What is it? How does it work? How is it beneficial? And how best can you administer it to minimize the risk of complications?
So radiotherapy is basically use of high energy X-rays to kill cancer cells. And many of us may have seen somebody being treated long time ago, and there's a lot of fear about radiation. I mean, rightly so. Radiation is not something that you should take lightly. But we have to realize that now the technology has evolved so much that we are able to pinpoint the radiation to the area where the tumor is and target that tumor. We can even treat tumors as small as 5 millimeters with a high precision technique called stereotactic radiosurgery. So what we do in especially head and neck cancer patients is that we treat the tumor and the surrounding area if needed with this high precision radiation, and that disease then dissolves completely. Radiation does have some side effects, but as I said, as the technology is evolving, the side effects have come down dramatically. If the patient was treated 10 years ago, 15 years ago, they would have complete dryness of mouth, very bad teeth. Nowadays, we see patients who are completely normal because the damage to those tissues is less. And also, advances in medical oncology, reconstructive surgery has immensely helped us, because that has helped us to improve the quality of life for the patient while improving the survival rates for the patient using high precision radiation techniques. And it depends, radiation is given, you know, in
I
some
think it's
patients.
very important what you just heard. It's the precision is the name of the game, and planning. And I think that is what we practice, and along with the rehabilitation efforts that Dr. Prasad spoke about, really go a long way, because radiotherapy is a difficult treatment to take. It's not a picnic, but it has to be delivered in a compassionate way so that patients can derive benefit from it and have a good quality of life. So let me quickly get on to chemotherapy, and Dr. Sevanti, quickly give us whether it's chemotherapy or later on, as I say, even targeted therapy or immunotherapy. Can you just give us a very quick, it's a very huge thing, and I know that is the passion of your life, but if you had to say a few sentences to an audience that's listening, what would you have to say?
So, sir, chemotherapy has limited role in head and neck cancer early stage. And if the cancer is cured with the early stage management, then the role of chemotherapy is only in radiation sensitization for early stage head and neck cancer. More role comes in if the cancer becomes recurrent metastatic, and that's where targeted therapy, immunotherapy have all been implemented till now. Role of immunotherapy is now coming into early stage in shrinkage of large tumors, and they are in clinical trials. These methods will become a reality once they are established. That is why the push to try and bring these trials to India, so that we have representation globally of our patients and our behavior, our patients' behavior on these novel drugs, even before they become a standard of care, so that we have first-hand knowledge of how these drugs are behaving in these patients.
Yeah, very true. I think that's very well said, that chemotherapy has a potentiating role for radiation with advanced cancers, not much of a role in early cancers. But I think the main thing is the role of targeted therapy and immunotherapy in those that are recurrent and unfortunately hard to treat. I just wanted to quickly touch upon recurrent and metastatic disease, and that I think has been variously touched upon. And I just wanted to say that it's part of the work we do. It's a very, very disagreeable but an inescapable part of what we do. And all I would like to say is we think about it, we converse about it, and we try to give the patient a plan of action that works. But I would like each of you to contribute to this particular point, if you have any, before we come to the conclusion.
So, sir, the biology is also very critical. I feel that the stage is one of the things that we have always traditionally understood as being one of the most important factors that defines how a patient is going to do. But I think we all also know that there are patients who have no history of smoking, who have no betel nut chewing, who have no tobacco exposure, still develop tongue cancer at the age of 40, 30, 28. You know, that's that's totally driven by biology, one. Two, I think when we have a patient who has a pea-sized lesion, that lesion comes back, that's biology. If you have a large-sized disease that responds wonderfully to immunotherapy and melts away and disappears, the patient becomes completely no evidence of disease, NED, that's biology. So I think our biology is something that is largely undefined, and the onus is on physicians like us to really try and drive that cause and understand the biology of our head and neck cancer, Indian head and neck cancer, mostly oral cavity cancer.
Very true, very true. So I think we've already completed our time, and we've already mentioned quality of life. And I've put the slide right before the last slide because it is very, very important that we not only know that quality of life is important, but we should know how to measure it. And we should know that it is studied in a very definite way and that we do it in all our patients. And whenever we have an intervention, we need to keep quality of life in mind. So that brings us to our final messages. And I really want to thank all my panelists for having helped me in this regard, and also Dr. Pramesh for having set the stage for this discussion. Like he said, the intervention that helps maximally in our country is prevention. And therefore, the very first point addresses that, and that is avoid tobacco in every possible form. This should be splashed across the newspapers, across rooftops, across everywhere. Avoid tobacco. That is the one leaf that produces all the death and destruction that head and neck cancers produce. Secondly, as again was mentioned by Dr. Pramesh, we need early diagnosis. So as we covered through our panel, everybody needs to be aware of it. Patients need to be aware of it and present early. Dentists and all those family physicians who see patients firsthand should be able to diagnose early and hand them over to the right center for treatment. As we variously stressed, it is very important that the treatment is like an open book. It's a matter of discussion for the patient, the family, and all the doctors to come together to recognize what would be best for a given patient and therefore define the most important aim of every treatment plan, which is to cure at the very first time. Let us understand one important thing: the catching up game does not work with cancer. So with that, I think I want to thank you all. I think it has been, I have enjoyed this discussion. I think I have learned a lot. And if the organizers allow, and if there are any questions, we would be happy to take them.
Do we have some questions from the audience? All right, then. Right, so we will close the session. May I kindly invite Mr. Jyotish Acharya, Senior General Manager from Malayalam Manorama, to kindly hand over the mementos to the panelists, please. Thank you, dear panelists. Thank you, Dr. Haribhakti. This was indeed a very gripping session. We've had a lot to learn and take away from here. Thank you very much, indeed.
Thank you. It was our pleasure and privilege to present our Earth shot as we look at it. Thank you.
Right, sir. Thank you, sir. Right. Moving on from here, ladies and gentlemen, I'd now like to invite Ms. Veena Khan from Life Insurance Corporation of India to talk about the relevance and the need of insurance for cancer patients given the exorbitant costs of treatment and recovery. LIC has been a partner with us all along, starting with the first such seminar way back in 2019, and we thank LIC for partnering with us in 2022 as well. Ms. Veena Khan, a Senior Divisional Manager in charge of LIC's Mumbai Division 1. She is a marketing professional and a life insurance strategist. She had joined LIC as a direct recruit officer in 1993 and began her career as life insurance underwriter. In her career spanning well over 2 decades with LIC, she has handled diverse portfolios, including the ones as concurrent auditor, editor of LIC's corporate magazine Yogakshema, regional manager, secretary, marketing operations, corporate strategist at Strategy, Cell and Digital Media of LIC, at Corporate Communications Department in Mumbai. She is an ardent quantitative data analyst and holds keen interest in research, PGEP from IIM Ahmedabad and a fellow of Insurance Institute of India. Ms. Khan has also completed short courses from IIM and ISB in Hyderabad. Welcome, ma'am. Please join us on the stage. I'll hand over the mic to you.
It was such a pleasure to listen to the panel here. I thank the senior oncologist, Dr. Lemie, Dr. Prasad Tandekar, Dr. Tushar Thorat. It was really very enlightening to be here and listening to you all. Thank you, Dr. Haribhakti, as well as for joining us there. I also thank Chief of Bureau of the Week, Mr. Dhyanesh, and Shri Kumar Menon, Divya. Thank you for inviting me here to be talking to you all here. The first session of this seminar today, it was so good listening to Dr. Pramesh, Director of Tata Memorial, and he presented data relating to cancer. While I was coming here, I was also going through some of the data and facts about cancer from WHO, World Health Organization, and it's quite horrifying to know that the kind of deaths that happen over the world globally due to cancer. He told us that 1% out of the 10 who die out of cancer. So cancer happens to be one of the most dreaded and feared disease. This session here is getting very, very serious and gloomy, but I'm thankful to the students and the children from St. Jude Foundation. They've added so much of color to the posters there. I think that is the only thing that is adding some light and some hope and some color to this seminar here. So cancer becomes actually a very, very serious thing to talk about and to be dealt with. I think all of us have faced cancer in our families, among our colleagues, among friends, all of us. And those of us who have been fortunate not to have come across cancer so closely, we still know about cancer and we fear cancer because the way Bollywood has portrayed cancer and amplified the fear around cancer. Even before we knew so much about cancer, then the types of cancer, we all knew that there was something called as lymphosarcoma of the intestine. Yeah. So मेरे पेट में एक फोड़ा है जो हर रोज बढ़ रहा है और जिस दिन ये फट जाएगा उस दिन मैं मर जाऊंगा. These lines made famous by Rajesh Khanna in the movie Anand. So before Dr. Lemie told us about cancer, that it is uncontrolled and abnormal proliferation of cells, we did knew that एक फोड़ा होता है जो बहुत ज़्यादा बढ़ता रहता है uncontrollably और वो फट जाता है. So there's so much of fear around cancer. Why do we fear cancer so much? I want to ask the audience here. Why do we fear? Why do we इतना डरते क्यों हैं हम कैंसर से? Can somebody please tell me? I really want to ask the audience. कैंसर से हम इतना डरते क्यों हैं? Yes, just anyone there. और नहीं डरते हैं कैंसर से हम? Yeah? There is cure, of course. I mean, all doctors are here sitting. They have been talking about prevention and cure and mitigating. Yeah? Treatment is very costly, yes. And yeah, there's one reason, of course, treatment is very costly. डरते हैं हम कैंसर से, नहीं डरते हैं. मरने से डरते हैं. Okay, मौत से डर क्यों लगता है? Why do we fear? Yes, please, somebody can please hand over this lady. Cancer, so what? What a statement she makes there. Thank you so much, so much. Yeah, I think that's the attitude we need to have. Somebody is there, wants to say something. Can you please hand over the mic to that lady out there? Huh? Yeah, and yes, I love that attitude, madam. Yes, you want to say something, please? Can we please hand over a mic to that madam there? Can we provide a mic there, please? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. My name is Vinita Menon. I'm from the Myeloma Friends Charitable Trust. I am on the board of trustees. I myself am a 10-year-old, I would say 11-year-old cancer. I don't call myself a survivor. I call myself a conqueror. I was diagnosed with MGUS and then multiple myeloma. So I've just had a stem cell transplant about a year back, and I've had 2 relapses in between. I did hear that we all say that cancer is not curable, but that depends upon what kind of cancer it is and how early is it treated and how early is it diagnosed. In the case of multiple myeloma, our first statement that the doctor makes, it's treatable, not curable, but yes, every cancer now, everyone is looking for a cure. And I'm sure in the coming future, there will be a cure for cancer. It is not that it is not curable. It depends upon which cancer and how it is treated. And remission, long-term remission, progression-free remission is also cure. So thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. I really, yeah, please.
I'm just adding to it.
Yeah.
Again, as Vinita said, multiple myeloma. I'm a founder trustee of Myeloma Friends Charitable Trust, and I was diagnosed 12 years back with a complete paraplegia. I was unable to walk, and I was operated on a spine earlier, then detected in a 3rd stage of multiple myeloma. Doctor told me you will not be able to walk, and today I'm walking. Not only walking, I am flying. After 6 cycles of the induction therapy, I underwent a first bone marrow transplant in 2011. Then till 2017, I was in complete remission. 2017, first relapse. 2019, second relapse. That too with high-grade disease. And after that, I underwent a second bone marrow transplant in 2019. And presently, I am on a therapy for a 3rd relapse. I am on immunotherapy. And not only that, we started this trust because there was no awareness. See, when we are talking about finding a cure or fighting a cancer, we don't say that fighting. Fighting, we cannot fight with the cancer. And we don't want to fight. Because biologically, psychologically, practically, financially, everywhere we are drained out. And in that situation, we cannot fight. And the most important factor is to find a cure or to deal with cancer is to play with mind games. You know, it is very, very important. We are surviving, me and Vinita is surviving only because of mind games and that we are playing every second. We don't believe that we are diseased. We were never diseased. Now it is hard to believe that, you know, day before yesterday, I took the chemotherapy. Now we are discussing about chemotherapy. It is this, it is that, radiation therapy is like this, like that. You know, all those myths that we are spreading, awareness about the disease. We are saying when you have cancer, deal with ease. First is educate yourself. That is E. A is awareness, spreading awareness. S is support system that we are creating. The patient itself, you know, not only patients, doctors, hospitals, you know, all pharma companies, everyone, unitedly we can support financially, and most importantly it is the psychologically. Psychological is very, very important. And finally the evaluation part, doctors and the hospitals, they are the team. They should have, I mean, all the NGOs and the trust and the support groups, they should have the doctors in their panel who will be evaluating. So this is how we always tell that, you know, when you have cancer, deal with ease and enjoy your life. And you have to have a fantastic quality of life and create that quality of life in your mind. And that is what it creates, the much easier part. And about the expenses part and the insurances and all that thing, I mean, it's a very big subject. I can talk and talk, and I'm practically unstoppable on that. I'm definitely going to catch you on that particular thing. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Actually, I got into insurance, and I am an LIC agent specifically because I believe that it is extremely important to have insurance at all times, especially cancer covers. But I have personally, at a personal level, and I think as myeloma survivors and as cancer survivors, I would say conquerors, and being in this field, especially in this space as an NGO, we feel that the insurance companies, though I'm an LIC agent, need to do far more for cancer than what they are doing right now. And I think there need to be policies, especially when you already have cancer. Presently, it's a very difficult space. And we know how we deal with finances, especially right now, immunotargeted therapy is a problem, very expensive, a lot of people can't afford it. Financial constraints should not be there if you have cancer to be cured. There must be a support system for it. So thank you very much, and I think LIC should be the forerunner in this, especially in taking a lead to find out what would be the best possible avenue to give people if they have cancer. And that is a huge, I would say, target group. And unfortunately, where myeloma is concerned, it's coming now at a much younger age, especially 25, 27, 28, long-term disease, difficult to treat. Treatable, but not curable so far. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I take that as a feedback back for us to think about it. But thank you, ma'am and sir. You both stand there as an inspiration to everyone out here. You stand there as a pillar of strength to give us hope about life. And you said that cancer does put a lot of strain biologically, emotionally, and financially. You know, can somebody help me with this? It doesn't move. Yeah. So somebody can just check that. The PPT isn't moving. Slide isn't moving. So cancer, as we know that it's one of the most dreaded and feared disease across for various reasons. It's it's very difficult to cure. Treatment is available. It's quite an expensive thing. And I also remember, that a particular scene from that Bollywood movie, I think it was Munna Bhai MBBS or something, wherein Jimmy Shergill is playing a character who is told that he has cancer and he has just about a month to go. And he's completely worried and he says that बहन की शादी करनी है, माँ को घर दिलाना है, कैसे करूँ एक महीने में, right? So it's, like the worry. Why do we fear death? We fear death because it's not just about the pain that we have to go through, or if we are cancer, it's not just because of the pain that we have to go through. We also worry about the various burdens, financial burdens it puts on us. It also puts on our loved ones, the family members, right? So I am not authorized to be talking about cancer here, but I stand here representing LIC, certainly talk about how do we manage the financial burden, as sir was saying, that it puts a lots of strain, biological, emotional and financial. So I'll just talk about the financial burden that can be dealt with through insurance when we talk about cancer. And like when we talk about fear, right? डर के आगे जीत है, right? But डर से जीतना बहुत ज़रूरी होता है. And you can't overcome fear by just pep talk. You can overcome fear only with objectivity and assessing the risk. I'll also tell you a very small story about this. There was a saint who was, preaching his disciples, and the saint was sitting on a wooden plank, and the disciples were sitting in front of him, and there was another wooden plank lying in front of him. There was some distance between him and that wooden plank, and there was a scorpion crawling over that wooden plank. A very poisonous looking scorpion was crawling over there. And the saint was preaching, and the disciples were actually not able to focus because they were worried that the scorpion might just go and bite the saint. And then they could not focus, and the saint could realize something going wrong. He says, why are you distracted? He says, Guruji, that scorpion might just bite you. He says, you don't worry about it, because you should know that a scorpion cannot jump. There's a distance between where I'm sitting and the wooden plank. A scorpion cannot jump. So the moment you come to know that the scorpion can't jump over and come to the Guru, he knows that can't harm him. Then the saint very skillfully picks up the scorpion, and he takes a cloth bandage and ties the tail, and then puts the scorpion on his own lap. The scorpion starts crawling all over the Guru's body. So he says that you should know that the whole of the scorpion is not dangerous. It is only the tail which is dangerous, which can bite you and cause you poison. So the moment you identify the risk, you analyze it, and you know where exactly it is, you can deal with it. And the moment you have objectively taken a look at the risk, the fear is gone. So the fear can be dealt with only with objectivity. It cannot be dealt with by just pep talk. So that's what, let's. Yeah. Okay. So how do we deal with risk? How do we deal with risk, the threat levels caused by risk, and what do we do about it? What strategies do we adopt? I'll present before you a 3x3 matrix just to understand what is risk, how do we identify risk, okay? So on the x-axis, let's take a look at impact of any event, and on the y-axis, the likelihood, the probability of the event happening, okay? So you have lower impact and higher impact. You have lower probability and higher probability, likelihood of happening. So when the probability of any event happening is low, and the impact, the severity, the damage caused by that event is also low, the threat level is classified as low, okay? Then you go to the next level, where if at all the impact is at moderate level, and also the likelihood is also at moderate level, the threat level is at medium. Or if you go to see that the impact is huge, it's very high, but the likelihood, the probability of the event happening is low, the threat level is still at medium. And the reverse also, when the impact is at low level, even if the probability is very high, we classify the threat level as medium. Whereas when we go, when the impact increases, also the likelihood or the probability increases, the threat level, the risk starts going up. And this is the area which is the most critical, where the likelihood is also high and the impact is also high. So when we take a look at this 3 by 3 matrix, how do we deal? What different kind of strategies we can adopt to handle these kind of risk? You know, so again, just take a look at this. If the impact is high and the likelihood is also very high, it's always better to avoid that kind of risk. Okay, there's no better strategy than to avoid. Suppose, let's say you talk about any adventurous sport where they have not taken care of all the required precautions, and you still want to go there, you know that you may end up losing your life. So it's better to avoid that kind of a situation if all precautions are not taken when you're entering into adventurous sports. So high risk and high probability, right? And then we have this section of the matrix where the impact, the severity is also very low and the probability is also low. So you need not do anything about it, just it's okay to retain that kind of risk. But there are these two significant sections of this where, you know, the severity is very high but the likelihood is low, or the likelihood is very high but the severity or the impact is very low. So how do you deal with these two different kind of risk levels? Yeah. So what happens is, you know, you can very well imagine, we recently had to face COVID-19 situation. The probability of all of us getting COVID-19, corona, was very, very high. In some of the cases, the impact was low because, you know, we got treatment at home, or maybe even if we got admitted in the hospital, we got discharged maybe in 5 days, right? So the impact was not so high. The strategy to deal with this kind of risk was to take precaution, to maintain social distancing, to wear mask. So that was the way we were handling this kind of risk. But the other extreme, suppose if you see where the severity is very high, even if the probability is low, and this is where the cancer situation lies, where even if the probability of us getting cancer is moderate or low, but the impact of cancer is absolutely high. And that is why the strategy that we need to adopt for handling this kind of risk, where the cancer lies in this matrix, is transparent. That is through insurance. So I began by saying that, you know, fear cannot be dealt with by pep talk. It has to be dealt with by objectivity. Once you analyze the risk and you know how to handle it, and once you handle it and you address it, fear goes away. We heard a lot about cancer, you know, cancer prevention, and then early detection by cure, and the third is insurance. Prevention, Dr. Pramesh was here in the morning and he talked about so many things about cancer prevention, you know, like the causes of things that cause cancer, and what we do is, should do to avoid cancer, you know, adopting healthy life habits like eating lots of vegetables and fruits, and maintaining an active life, avoiding tobacco. Though of course we also know that, you know, we had a full session on head and neck cancer, heard a lot about tobacco, but we also know, you know, that again reminds me something from Bollywood, that movie Queen of Kangana Ranaut, which says, "Mera haal हमारे पड़ोस के गुप्ता अंकल जैसा हो गया है, उन्होंने ना शराब पी ना सिगरेट पी फिर भी कैंसर हो गया." So we know Dr. Swanti was here, Dr. Lime just told us that it is all biological. We don't know why it happens. Even if you are not a tobacco user, you can still have cancer, but it's always better to have a healthy lifestyle by keeping yourself active and including a lot of fruits and vegetables in your diet. So that's about prevention. However, we also know that you cannot avoid completely cancer. So mitigating early detection is another strategy to take a look at cancer. And Dr. Pramesh was here, who talked a lot about early detection and how they are handling it in Tata Memorial Hospital. I'm here to talk about insurance, the third strategy to deal with cancer risk, you know, and how do we handle the financial burden of cancer through managing it with a cancer cover policy. Madam there, that lady who just spoke and talked to us, she said she is an LIC agent and she did talk about LIC's cancer cover. I will tell you a little more about this policy because it is very, very important. We know that cancer is a very, very expensive disease to afford. I mean, and the treatment is very, very expensive. And even if the treatment is available, not everyone can afford it. And Dr. Pramesh was here in the morning and he was throwing some numbers at us. He did tell us that the public expenditure on healthcare is just about 1.5% of GDP. And total healthcare expenditure is 4% of the GDP. So most of the expenditure that happens for cancer treatment is actually out of pocket. Not everyone can afford it. So it's always better, I said, when the severity is at high level, even if the probability is low, it is better to transfer the risk. And transferring the risk, the best method is to get yourself covered with appropriate insurance cover. And LIC presents to you a policy which is specifically to cover the risk of cancer. Yep. So let me just tell you briefly about what this policy is like. You know, this policy is available from age 20 onwards, and maximum age at entry could be 65. This policy was introduced by LIC, this plan, cancer cover plan was introduced by LIC in the year 2017. And the first time when I read about this plan, the very month I bought myself cancer cover policy. My daughter was much younger at that time. The day she turned 20, I bought my daughter also a cover of 50 lakh, which is the maximum available under this plan. I don't know why. I mean, anybody who comes to know about this plan should think twice about taking up this policy. I really wonder why. It's such an important thing to have in your portfolio, such an important risk mitigating tool that we must have. None of us can say, you know, whether we'll be lucky enough to say goodbye to this world without facing cancer, or some of us will unfortunately face cancer even if we fight and we survive and we conquer cancer, but we'll still have to undergo the financial burden of facing cancer. So this policy is specifically to deal with the risk of coming across cancer. And you know, these are the small things that are there in front of you. You can buy it for 10 years or you can buy it for 30 years. You can buy it for sum assured as low as 10 lakh, but then 10 lakh is too small an amount, you know, to take care of your expenses if you, at all, unfortunately, somebody comes across cancer. So, and the maximum cover available here is 50 lakh. One must, I think, go for the maximum cover that is available. I also want to tell you what are the benefits available under this plan. So there are two kinds of benefit. One is early stage cancer benefit and one is major stage cancer benefit. So let's say somebody has taken this policy for the maximum sum assured, that is 50 lakh. And unfortunately, after paying premiums for a few years, early stage cancer is detected. And we heard a lot about, you know, examinations, regular examinations, which can help us win over cancer if it is early detected, which is very important. And so in early stage cancer, if at all it is detected, the benefits that come under this policy is next 3 years premium is completely waived, 25% of the sum assured. So we said if it is a 50 lakh cover policy, 12.5 lakh is paid immediately, 3 years premium is waived, and the policy continues. Fortunately, if the cancer is detected at an early stage, we are very sure that we'll be able to overcome the burdens of it, and the person will be able to survive, right? Another benefit which we offer here under this plan is major stage cancer benefit. Unfortunately, if someone come across or the cancer is detected at a major stage, which happens in some cases, full sum assured is immediately paid. Full sum assured. So if it is a 50 lakh policy, full sum assured is immediately paid to the policy holder. And another beautiful benefit that comes along with this policy here is 1% of the sum assured is paid every month for next 10 years. So if it's a 50 lakh policy, 50,000 rupees is paid every month for next 10 years. Unfortunately, if the policy holder, who is a cancer patient, does not survive, still this monthly income is paid to the nominee for the balance number of years. So this is a beautiful policy, and I must also tell you how this policy is different from the health insurance policies that come from general insurance companies. You know, I don't know how many of you really understand the difference of this. Your regular Mediclaim policy, your regular health insurance Mediclaim policy is actually an indemnity policy wherein whatever amount you spent, that gets reimbursed subject to some deductions. Whereas this cancer cover policy that I'm presenting to you here is a defined benefit, a guaranteed benefit policy, right? So irrespective of the amount that you have spent, you know, on your treatment, this amount is paid you as per guarantee. So this does not depend upon the amount that you've spent on your treatment. Even if you own your hospital and you're not spending any money there, still this amount is payable. Even if you're getting treatment in a government hospital which is free of cost, you still get this money paid. Even if you have a Mediclaim policy which is taking care of your medical treatment cost, you still get this money. So this policy can always, even if you have a Mediclaim policy, this policy can always supplement your regular Mediclaim policy. It's a beautiful plan. And I think all of us, without thinking twice, must consider taking a cancer cover policy. So we know that cure for cancer is not available in all the cases. We know there are no vaccines available to prevent cancer, but you have cancer cover, LIC's cancer cover, which comes as a vaccine which makes your finances immune to cancer at least. You can't become immune to cancer, but at least your finances can become immune to cancer. And please consider it. We have got a team outside sitting there who can help you understand this. You can just drop in your number and your card. We will get in touch with you. And my earnest request to everyone, whether you buy from LIC or you buy from any other company, please do consider buying a cancer cover policy. Cancer cover policy is specifically to deal with the risk of cancer, and as I showed you in the 3x3 matrix earlier, the severity is very high, the impact of cancer is very high, and the likelihood is also moderate. It's very important for all of us to cover ourselves sufficiently against this risk. Okay? So I thank the organizers here, team from the week, for inviting me here and for giving LIC the opportunity to get associated with this noble event and the seminar for creating awareness. I'm Veena Khan. This is my mobile number. Please feel free to get in touch with me in case you want any further information, and I'm open to question. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. That was indeed very insightful, how it is important for us, all of us, to ensure that we are covered sufficiently for cancer care. May I now request Mr. Oomen Thakkaran, General Manager Marketing The Week, to kindly come over and present a memento to Ms. Khan. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Right. Moving on to our next session. Our next session focuses on cancer care among women. Our knowledge partner for this session is Hiranandani Hospital, and to moderate this session, I now call upon Dr. Sujit Chatterjee, CEO, Hiranandani Hospital, to kindly come over on the stage, please. Right. Welcome, sir. Sir, please take a seat. Yeah. Right. Okay, I'll just introduce you. Right. Dr. Chatterjee is the CEO of Hiranandani Hospital since its inception. The hospital is a 244-bedded super specialty hospital located in Hiranandani Gardens, Powai. It is because of his astute leadership that the hospital has earned the reputation of being one of the foremost and leading hospitals in India. It won the International Asia Pacific Quality Award twice, in 2008 and 2016, the only hospital from India to do so. Dr. Sujit Chatterjee's area of specialization is obstetrics and gynecology and gynec oncology as well. After retirement, he worked with ILNFS as their senior medical consultant for projects. He was a doctor in the armed forces from 1976 to 1999, a professor of obstetrics and gynecology at Mumbai University since 91, and was selected by the armed forces for super specialization in gynecological oncology. And he also trained students in preventive oncology, all related surgical techniques and chemotherapy. He won the Chief of Naval Staff Commendation Medal for outstanding service that he rendered. He has published papers in various scientific journals, and he's won various awards for the best scientific presentations. I'd invite the panelists to please kindly come over onto the stage and request Mr. Chatterjee to kindly introduce the panelists and also moderate the session, please. Yes, calling onto the stage Dr. Ashish Bakshi, Dr. Namita Pandey, Dr. Deepak Chhabra, and Dr. Amit Chakraborty, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, good afternoon to all of you. As I stand before you, I've been very kindly introduced as a gynecologist and a gynae oncologist, and so therefore we're going to be dealing with cancer in ladies. And before I introduced my panel, my very eminent panel, I would like to say something. I am a soldier, I was a soldier, I will always be a soldier. I've been to war in the year 1999, and one thing that we always were taught was that when the bullet comes towards you, please remember it doesn't have your number on it, and you will live. But I am humbled today. I see two warriors. I see two warriors in front of me who humbled me by the way they fought. And your number is not written on any bullet that's coming. So God bless you. God bless you. And please continue with this battle and encourage people to ensure they turn like you and they live a full life. So, without further ado, and with the constraint of time, I'm sure that your gastronomic juices are working. I would like to introduce Dr. Ashish Bakshi, who's a medical oncologist, and he's a hematologist and a bone marrow transplant physician. His qualifications are that he's done his MD in internal medicine and his doctorate of medicine, DM, in oncology. These are all graduates of the famous institute, the Tata Memorial Hospital. Each and every one sitting over here is from the Tata Memorial Hospital. And he was trained in adult as well as pediatric oncology, and of course in bone marrow transplants. So Dr. Ashish, may I request you to kindly raise your hand so that people know who you are. Welcome to Dr. Namita Pandey. She is a lady and she only deals with breast cancer and the repairing of breast, that is oncoplasties, post your surgery. Again, she's a member of the Royal College of Surgeons, and she is also a person who's been trained at the famous Tata Memorial Hospital. And she's been working in our hospital from 2012. Dr. Deepak Chhabra is a surgical oncologist. Namita, of course, I don't have to tell you to raise your hand. One thing I need to talk about Namita is that she mixes beauty and brains please raise your hand in applause for Mrs. India 2022 is Dr. Namita Pandey. So Deepak Chhabra, and I'm privileged to have her in my hospital. Deepak Chhabra is a surgical oncologist who done his master's in surgery from the Nair Medical College, as well as he's a member of the Royal College of Surgeons, and he's been working as a consultant oncologist at the Dr. L. Shirindani Hospital from December 2010, and he has subsequently done a number of advanced courses overseas in Korea as well as in England. Dr. Amit Chakravarti, may I request you to raise your hand, please, sir? And he's a consultant oncologist, but in head and neck cancer, and his area of specialty is minimal invasive cancer surgeries, and he has done his master's in surgical oncology from the Tata Memorial Hospital, and he's also a member of the Royal College of Surgeons. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you one thing. The future of our country belongs to women. And some of you may ask me this question, why? But let me tell you, they're the strongest sex. As the gynecologist, I can tell you that if I have a preterm baby weighing 600 grams, and it's a female baby, and I'm sure that she will survive, as opposed to a male who I am not very certain. At the same time, lioness kills. The lion fellow just comes to eat. Right? It is the female mosquito who spreads malaria. The male, just poor fellow, goes around, taking nectar from flowers, right? And for us humans, they say a dog is a man's best friend and a diamond is a woman's best friend. So therefore, you can just understand where we're coming from and why we're so focused on women. Because they're the strength of India. It's the nation can move ahead. We were talking in terms of GDP. Let me tell you one statistic about GDP. Our GDP can improve by 2 points, 2%, if we look after the health of women. So, let me come down to business now. And I want each of my panelists, just across, to talk in terms of what is the current scenario of cancers in women. And Namita, I would like to start with you first. It is always ladies first.
Let's talk about breast cancer first. So breast cancer, presently the statistic says that if the age-adjusted rate right now is 26 in every 100,000 women who get the lifetime risk of developing breast cancer. And if we talk about the mortality of this, it is exactly the half of it. Means half of the ladies will be living and half of them will die. Reason being multiple, but presently this is the statistics about breast cancer.
Dr. Amit, I would like to come to you on the incidence of what is the scenario in our country as far as head and neck cancers or oral cancers are concerned in ladies.
Previously, it was thought the incidence of head and neck cancer in female is comparatively less. But what we are seeing right now in OPDs, there's a huge increase in the incidence. This might be due to some increase in the incidence of their consumption of tobacco in different forms. We are seeing a lot of females from the periphery are consuming tobacco in different forms, like they are doing these brushes using the tobacco in the morning, and which becomes their addiction and leading to the increase in incidence. And similarly, human papilloma virus has been secondly found out to be one of the second common reason, not only in females but also in males, and which can be definitely prevented by doing a HPV vaccination. So we should be very much warned that every one of us should get ourselves vaccinated in the particular age group. Previously it was only females, now males can also get vaccinated, and the incidence is rising, so we should be very much precautious that it is not only a male cancer, which was a previous dictum. Now the incidence has significantly raised in females too, pertaining to head and neck cancer.
Dr. Deepak Chhabra, your opinion on ladies having to have intervention as far as surgical oncology is concerned, apart from head and neck?
I think one of the most commonest cancers, which I would say after the breast cancer and the cervix cancer, is the cancer of the ovaries in women. If you look at the statistics of cancers of women, and this I would talk about the statistics right from extending from the GloboCan data. GloboCan is basically a global cancer registry, which is an online tool where every country out of 185 countries submit their data, on the basis of which, and along with the ICMR, that is the Indian Council of Medical Research, and the Indian Association for Research for Cancer, they've all declared that ovarian cancers, I would talk about India, though it's the 8th commonest cause of cancer, but in India, it's the 3rd commonest cause in women after the breast cancer and the cervix cancer. Age-adjusted incidences, obviously lesser than the breast cancer, it's about 18 per 100,000 population, but we have most of the patients again presenting in a stage 3 and 4 stage disease, and that's why ovarian cancer is actually called as a silent killer. Lot of role for intervention and a robust surgery for ovarian cancers is the backbone.
Yeah, Deepak, I will definitely come back to you, but I'd like to know, from Dr. Ashish. Ashish, what are you seeing as far as, the speakers before us have spoken about multimodal therapy, and even if Deepak says that robust surgery, we know that it's got to be a protocol, which is going to be sandwich protocol. You're going to be following it up. So how many ladies do you find, I mean, in the entire spectrum of what you see, how many is it that, we have women, and how many ladies actually come with this malignancy that you're seeing? So in maybe about 20 patients that you treat, how many would be ladies?
I think that varies from
Cancer to
condition
cancer.
condition to condition, so there is no one answer to it. But in general, I would say that maybe that percentage, say for example, head and neck cancers is obviously much more common in males. Maybe about 20 to 30% of the patients would be females. As against that, for GI malignancies, maybe that percentage, like say colon cancer, that percentage may be roughly about 50%. So it varies from disease to disease.
Yeah, so I mean, can I just ask you a generic question? Is it that you see more ladies coming than before in your vast experience? Or do you see that, no, it's a equal spread of, men and women?
So I think one definite demographic change that we can say that has happened is that maybe about 20-25 years back, we used to see cervical cancer as the most common cancer in females, and the breast cancer was the second most. That transition has happened in the last 20 years, that now the most common cancer in females is breast cancer, followed by cervical cancer and ovarian cancer, as Deepak mentioned. So this one change has definitely happened. Other than that, I think one change that we are seeing is that we are seeing women coming at a more younger age, coming up with cancer. Say for example, breast cancer, we are seeing increasingly happening in women who are around 40 years of age or even younger than that.
Right, that's a tricky one. That the age decreases and the cancer incidence is changing. The biology of the nature of the disease seems to be changing. Namita, if we are talking in terms of breast cancer, would you think in terms of lifestyle being the cause?
So definitely in case of breast cancer, lifestyle plays a very important role. Basically, breast cancer is a lifestyle disease. So if we compare the same race, Indian race, cities vis-a-vis the villages, we see nearly 3 times more incidence of breast cancer in city ladies. So in lifestyle thing, there are so many things which comes into this basket. The primary thing which is the biggest misconception is that breast cancer will happen only if you have the genetic predisposability. That is not so. it's only 10 to 15% of the patient which are having a genetic predisposition. Rest all 85% of the patient is because of some sporadic reason, and main common reason being the lifestyle thing. So the very fact that it is more commonly seen in the cities says that our lifestyle is very faulty, and there are so many things which comes into this preview is that, you know, giving less time to breastfeeding, having a late first child birth. So initially the ideal age of getting pregnant was somewhere between 22 to 28, which has gone exactly 1 decade behind. Reason being, you know, the ladies have more thoughts about their professional career, and they keep the first pregnancy for a later age. And apart from that, not having a good balanced diet, not exercising regularly, stress, the most important reason, stress, smoking, alcohol consumption. So all these things, if you see on nulliparity, there are so many ladies who are not going for pregnancies. So these are the main predisposing factors which raises the risk factor towards breast cancer.
Right. You know, at the cost of incurring the wrath of the ladies sitting over here, Dr. Amit, it is my observation that, you know, we are based in Powai, and there are a lot of these outsourced agencies in Powai where you have, you know, call centers, etc. But the people who come out and smoke are more ladies than gentlemen. You know, Amit, am I right in, you know, presuming this, that, you know, more ladies smoke than gentlemen do?
So you're absolutely right, and that is one of the reasons that has led to increase in the incidence of this oral cavity cancer as well as laryngeal cancer. The highest incidence we are now finding it in females because they are smoking more as compared to males, and we are seeing this demographic change.
So therefore, two of my panelists feel that there's something to do with our lifestyle. Are we responsible for creating our own problems? I don't really know, but you know, I'm going to touch on something which engages me, and that is epithelial ovarian cancers. Dr. Deepak, epithelial ovarian cancers, somehow the other, you know, there's a rule of 70, at age 70, 70% of, you know, people, you know, ladies will get it. They will be at, 70% will be at stage 3, etc. How do you view this, Deepak? Epithelial ovarian cancers is something which I think engages you terribly, because you and Ashish must be, you know, bombarded with, you know, what to do with an epithelial ovarian cancer.
We are. This is actually a challenge because, as I mentioned earlier, it seems to be a silent killer. It's not easily picked up, doesn't show too much of symptoms, and because of that, it's very simple. I have a pain in the abdomen, and today I would not think that I have a cancer. Nobody would. Obviously, I would think that I had something last night and I feel a little bloated. Most of the women are multitaskers. Let's accept that particular fact. You said they're the strongest sex, and I think I do salute them. I see ladies in my house, I see nurses working, I see all the hospital staff. I think they are the real multitaskers, and they take things in their stride. Many a times you know that there's something wrong in your tummy, you feel bloated, and you feel that, no, I have to prepare this food for my child, I have to do that because the father can't do it. So let's accept this fact that we have all gone through it, but this is where the entire problems come in, that probably after pregnancy, I don't remember many women actually going for screening tests or ultrasound examinations to realize that there can be something wrong. Whenever you have a pain, you feel probably it's mid-cycle. Whenever you have pain, you feel it's menstrual. Wherever you have pain, you feel that it's some kind of indigestion. And that is where obscures our symptoms. And that is when we try to see that there were symptoms if you sit back in the clinical history to find the patients. So I don't really agree with these 70s. We have seen patients coming at 35s, 40s, and 50s. And I would also bring in the lifestyle factor again here, because estrogens and the hormones have a big role to play even in the ovarian cancers. So longer hormonal exposure to the body, even if it's an early menarche, late menopause, late breastfeeding, fertility, infertility issues. These are all the things which are increasing the...
But tell me, you just spoke about ultrasound, and a lot of you, ladies out there, may have had an ultrasound, and Deepak, I want you to address this. You've had an ultrasound, and your sonologist reports that you have an ovarian cyst. Now, Deepak, can you take it from there and tell us that, when is it of significance, when is it not of significance?
Right.
And, just because you have an ovarian cyst, are you heading for anything, or is it just...
Correct. So, what is a cyst? A cyst is nothing but basically a fluid-filled sac. Now, if you understand what is the main role of the ovaries have to produce an egg. And the egg, when it is formed, it is generally surrounded by a nutritional fluid. So it's a follicular cyst. Every woman will have this follicular cyst. When the cyst ruptures, the rupture point seals on itself, and the cyst should involute, or cyst should get absorbed within the ovaries itself. And that will sometimes form what is called as a corpus luteal cyst and all that. So whenever you have an ultrasound report which shows a follicular cyst or a corpus luteal cyst, I don't think it is worrisome. The worrisome parts are when the cysts are of slightly bigger size, more than 2.5, 3 centimeters, which over a period of time your sonologist says that it has grown in size. I think that is where the entire eyebrows should raise. That one report of an ovarian cyst is not something which should be alarming or disturbing. Consult your gynecologist, consult your doctor, whoever you're comfortable with. But moment you have that cyst, don't prolong your next evaluation to a subsequent year. Have an evaluation more frequently. I think that is where it is. Something which is increasing in size is more dangerous. Many women have got a spot of endometriosis, the lining of the uterus, which is responsible for actually having periods in females. You may have these particular cells of this lining outside of the uterus, and it can be on the ovary. So the way there is a bleed and the way it comes out of the body, when it's in the ovary, it doesn't have a way to come out. So because it doesn't have a way to come out, there are some inflammatory changes which happen, and they basically get collected inside, and that is when they take a little bigger size. And we typically call them as chocolate cysts. That is, it's a fluid-filled sac with a little bit of blood and a little bit of clots in that. And because it's not come out of the body, it's retained in the body, and they're chocolate cysts. I always give examples to a lot of patients that, when we were young as children, we've always seen a balloon and a ball hanging with a rubber band, and half filled with air and half filled with water. We used to always play like a ping pong kind of a thing there. But if you leave it in the air, what's going to happen? It's just going to twist around itself. And it's these cysts, because of its weight, because it's filled with a little fluid, the gravity makes it twist and untwist. And that is one of the commonest causes of pain that women have during their routine lifestyle, which people don't realize.
So what I really need to understand, and the audience needs to understand, is that all cysts
are not necessarily cancer.
But at the same time, you shouldn't be ignoring a cyst that's increasing in size.
Absolutely.
So Namita, let's come to you now. Early diagnosis, everybody now, Pramesh, I believe, had mentioned about prevention, and there was tremendous focus on prevention and things like that. So, early diagnosis of breast cancer?
In early diagnosis of breast cancer for a general public, there are 2 to 3 methods. You can go for screening. Most importantly, you can do breast self-examination by your own hands every month. You need not go to a center, practice breast self-examination. Nearly 80% of my patients, they come to my clinic and they say that they detected the lump in their breast. So screening is something which is not going to prevent cancer, but it will help in the early diagnosis, the early detection of cancer. And obviously knowing your risk factors, suppose you do have a family history of breast or ovarian cancer in your family, you can go for early breastfeeding, practicing more and more of you can go for early first childbirth, practicing more of good feeding habits, having a healthy lifestyle, reducing your BMI, doing regular exercises. All these factors should be considered. So early detection mainly, if you want to do screening method, then yes, there are fixed protocol for those who have a family history vis-a-vis those who do not have a family history. So that's for the screening. And breast self-examination, yes, all the informations are there on net. Do practice breast self-examination. One of the most important method of detecting by your own hands, hardly takes 2 minutes of your monthly time, and can be very easily practiced at home.
But Amita, I want you to, tell them what is the best time of the day to do the breast self-examination? Is it the time when you bathe, or what is the time that you would really feel, and how do you actually go about it? Is it the palm of your hand? Is it the tip of your finger?
So that's a very nice question. Breast self-examination, which is not given online, the ideal time to do breast self-examination is between 7th to 10th day of your cycle. Means if 1st of September you have got your the first day of your cycle, then 7th to 10th day from that day you should practice breast self-examination. There is a long cut and there is a shortcut also. We all love shortcuts. If you can practice long cuts, very well. If you can't, then at least practice the shortcut. There are only 4 features in it. You are supposed to examine with the flat of your 4 fingers. Please do not use your palm. It is less sensitive. Neither you should start poking your breast. You will feel everything as lump. The best way to practice is with the flat of your 4 fingers. I will just enumerate the shortcut. While taking the shower, try to move the 4 fingers, flat of your 4 fingers all around the breast, and try to feel any kind of lumpy thing. Now, let me give you a word of caution. The day 1 when you do, everything will be a lump. Don't get scared. 3 months it takes for you to know your breast, to understand your breast, and practice it at the right time. Having said that, I would also like to mention this. Mammogram is not for anybody who is less than 40 years of age. It is only for those who are more than 40 years of age. And the same timing should be maintained if you're going for any kind of screening program. That is 7th to 10th day of your cycle.
Right. Namita, one very important point is that just because you feel a lump, shouldn't there be some sort of consistency which should alarm you? Should it be hard? Can you relate it to something so that the crowd will understand that, look, if I feel this and this is the consistency, then I need to go and consult a doctor?
See, most of the time breast is a lumpy organ. So you may feel some kind of the tissues which are moving inside. These are breast glands moving inside the fat cells of your breast. Yes, something which is softer, you need not worry. Something which is really hard is something that should raise the alarm. There are many kind of lumps which comes in between these two consistency. Obviously, you will not be able to understand that, but anything which feels hard, and mind you, is painless. So a painless, silent, sitting lump is more dangerous than a lump which is painful. Now, if you examine it 100 times, obviously a painless lump will also start being painful. But then something which is not painful at all, and suddenly your hand went there, or you feel there is something hard inside, please do get it diagnosed.
So, just to clarify, if it is hard, so what is hard? I mean, this table is hard. So what is hard? Maybe a peanut? A peanut, that's hard. So if you have a lump which is, or you feel that's just like a peanut, be careful. Just be careful.
Sorry to interrupt, sir. Can I just add up on that? Something which is cyclical, which reduces, comes again, reduces, comes again, that's not something worrisome. That may be your normal breast tissues, maybe a prominent breast tissue which responds to your ovarian cycle.
Right. Dr. Amit, when we're talking in terms of, head and neck cancers and in women, and you said that, it's all addicting, and it unconsciously you get addicted to something, unconsciously you get addicted. But, the type of surgery, mutilating, which, beautiful woman sitting over here would like to have that sort of surgery, and what's the sort of a mitigating surgical procedure that keeps you as beautiful as Namita, or as beautiful as all the ladies, especially my warrior who is so vibrant. How is there anything new as far as the surgical techniques are concerned?
See, pertaining to head and neck cancer, a lot of people have got different sort of constraints. right from the patient till their family members, that how my patient is going to do after the surgery, what will be his quality of life. So nowadays, head and neck cancer and thyroid cancer have progressed like anything from the surgical point of view. We are doing a lot of minimal invasive surgeries for early thyroid cancer, where we are not putting any sort of incision on the neck, and all the ports come from the chest, so that it is a sort of scarless surgery. And similarly, whenever we are getting patients diagnosed with buccal mucosa cancer or tongue cancer in early stage, we are performing robotic surgeries where we are not putting a sort of scar in their neck, and it is a sort of scarless surgery where the future is heading towards. Because what we need to understand, these patients have got lot of social deprivation when they go back to their society. They feel themselves very much downtrodden, or some sort of they tend to hide their own personality from their entire society. And what we need to provide them a good quality of life. At the same time, we don't want to compromise on the sort of cancer care. There how we are progressing and marching towards a scarless surgery or a hidden scar where it is not visible on your neck or your face. But the most important thing and the important focus should be on screening and early diagnosis. The more you diagnose the things earlier, less we have to do a mutilating surgery. Nowadays, whenever we are removing a jawbone, we are trying to reconstruct that particular jaw by using our fibula bone from the leg. Fibula is something like an appendix which is not being routinely used for our walking, and we put that bone, and after 2 years, after radiation, the teeth also can be implanted. And nowadays, we are putting the implants directly on the table so that patient's dental rehabilitation is also done at the same time, so that his quality of life is improved. Pertaining to tongue cancer, when we are removing more than 30% of tongue, we are trying to reconstruct that tongue by using a flap taken from a hand that is called as free radial artery forearm flap that gives good quality of life pertaining to speech, swallowing. There is no taste sensation in that particular part. And similarly, for laryngeal cancer, previously it was very difficult for these patients to phonate, or they used to use something, a mic-held device through their neck for speaking. But nowadays, we are fitting a prosthesis inside their larynx, and patients can phonate without using any sort of these cordless devices. And nowadays, there is a device which can be put on their laryngeal stoma, and they can have their speech in a hands-free manner. They don't have to put their thumb also. So surgery pertaining to head and neck cancer have advanced in a huge way, but the dictum remains the same: get yourself diagnosed early and treated early.
Right, Ashish, I'm going to put you on spot now. Multiple myeloma, what's new?
So multiple myeloma is, the treatment of myeloma has again changed tremendously in the last 20 years. The 5-year survival of myeloma was very less, maybe in the year 2000. But today, nowadays, at least 20 different treatment options are available, with the help of which actually the life expectancy of myeloma patients has improved tremendously. So there is a class of drug called as proteasome inhibitors that we use. There are monoclonal antibodies that are available. Autologous transplant is there, and anti-BCMA cell therapy. All these kind of advances have come up actually, which has resulted in tremendous improvement in the outcome of myeloma.
Yeah, but we talk in terms of targeted therapy. Targeted therapy, everybody feels targeted therapy. So would you like to highlight and make it extremely simple in, what do we mean when we talk in terms of targeted chemotherapy?
So the basic change that has happened is that previously, when we used to treat patients with chemotherapy, we still use chemotherapy. Chemotherapy is kind of a blanket treatment that it kills all the cells that are dividing cells. As against that, targeted therapies are directed towards a specific protein on the cell. Say, for example, in breast cancer, we have a protein called as HER2/neu. So you have a drug called as trastuzumab, which will go and specifically attach to that HER2/neu protein and kill that specific cell which is expressing the HER2/neu protein. Now, the further advancement in that is what is called as an antibody drug conjugate. So which means that to this HER2/neu protein, we have attached a chemotherapy molecule, so that when that HER2/neu protein goes, the trastuzumab goes and attaches that HER2/neu protein, a chemotherapy drug also is simultaneously delivered to that cancer cell, and as a result of which there is an increased killing of the cancer cell. So, and these are already have become available in clinical practice. Apart from that, there are multiple other targets that are available for
in India?
These are all available in India. These are something that we are routinely using in our day-to-day practice.
Right, okay.
So apart from these proteins that are present on the surface of the cancer cell, there are many other proteins that are present inside the cell. So like say for example the DNA of the cell, giving example of ovarian cancer, we know that breast cancer and ovarian cancer is linked to a gene called as BRCA1 and 2. So when these genes are there, we know that these genes are involved in DNA repair, and we know that how to block that protein now. So there is a drug called as olaparib, or there is a drug called as rucaparib that is available, with which we can block that specific pathway, as a result of which we can get a longer control of the disease. So this is just an example. There are literally thousands and thousands of targeted treatments available now. And one more treatment that has come up in a big way is called as immunotherapy. So we know now that how to activate the immune system to kill the cancer cell. So there are drugs available with the help of which actually we can activate the immune system to go and kill the cancer cells. So these are the developments that are happening in the field of medical oncology.
I would like to, bring in Deepak over here. BRCA, as Ashish spoke about, can that help you in diagnosing ovarian cancer very early?
So there are ovarian cancers which are related to BRCA mutations. As Ashish mentioned, that BRCA1 and BRCA2, these are the two genes encoded on chromosome 13, 17 respectively. And when you have mutations, that means when you have changes, they don't behave, they are normal. We've seen patients who have been tested with BRCA1 positivity having incidence of ovarian cancers anywhere between 35 to about 50 odd percentages, and the ones with BRCA2 have anywhere between about 8 to 13 to 14%. So people who've been tested positive for BRCA1, BRCA2 mutations. Now, my next question is, would general population be recommended to go for these BRCA1, BRCA2 testing? Answer is not really. If somebody has had a very strong family history of a first degree relative, your mother has had a breast cancer, your mother has had an ovarian cancer, so somebody who's had a strong history, family history, these are the ones who should be tested for these BRCA1, BRCA2 mutations. A person who is a breast cancer survivor, who had a breast cancer, say for example at an age of 40 years and now is living well after 20, 25 years of age, these are the people who should get tested again for BRCA1, BRCA2, because at those point of time, we didn't have these kind of genetic protocols and genetic testings. But again, if you see the different part of the story, say for example, we have treated patients with ovarian cancers. Now they are diagnosed with ovarian cancers, and we actually do BRCA1 and BRCA2 mutation studies in them. We find that the percentage of people who are positive for BRCA1 and BRCA2 is just about 15 to 20%. So the corollary is not true. BRCA1, BRCA2 testing may suggest to you that you are at a high risk of developing these cancers, but when you actually test the patients who had cancers retrospectively to test for BRCA1, BRCA2, you actually see that the corollary does not fall into that bracket. You're about 10 to 15%. So it cannot be very strongly recommended that everyone and every female here, because they have ovaries and because they have breasts, you must undergo a BRCA1, BRCA2. So strong family history should possibly direct them to have a selective genetic counseling. Sit with the genetic counselor, understand what is your cell lines in the family, and then get these testing.
Yeah, Namita, may I ask you about, sometimes I'm sure all of you would have read in various magazines or even been exposed to programs on TV or even, on the net. ER and PR, these are commonly heard terminologies like estrogen receptors and progesterone receptors. How are they linked with breast cancer, and what is the sort of outcome? Is it linked with survival, or is it linked with the disease? Would you like to clarify that?
So it has a very close relationship with breast cancer and its treatment. So any breast cancer which is high on ER and PR, so these are the markers which we find out by means of some special test which is called immunohistochemistry test. So these markers will tell us how aggressive this cancer is going to be, and they also helps us to know the prognosis of this disease, how is the lady going to do post-treatment, and also how to treat it, whether she should get the hormonal therapy or not. So a high ER/PR score does signify less aggressiveness of the cancer vis-a-vis ER/PR negativity.
Right. Please understand, if you have a high ERPR score, it means, dar ke aage jeet hai. The problem comes with low ERPR scores. So therefore, Ashish, low ERPR score, patient comes to you, Namita has done a radical or whatever, breast conserving surgery, etc. But she comes to you for chemotherapy. Is there any sort of, this is the best drug to be given, in your opinion, that this is the protocol?
So again, it is important to understand that breast cancer treatment is not same for everyone. Every patient's disease treatment decisions are taken based on the size of the tumor, the biology of the tumor. So as Namita mentioned, the ERPR, the HER2 protein that I mentioned, the aggressiveness of the disease, whether the lymph nodes are involved or not. And nowadays we have special genetic tests available based on which actually we can decide whether a particular person should receive chemotherapy or not. Say for example, in patients who are ERPR positive and lymph node negative, we do a test called as Oncotype DX, which is basically a gene profiling. And based on that, we actually decide that whether the patient what is the risk of recurrence of that particular patient. If the patient has a high risk of recurrence, then we offer them chemotherapy. If their risk of recurrence is low, they are just treated with hormone therapy. So it is important to understand that not everyone needs chemotherapy. Coming to what sir asked just now, that if somebody has a low ERPR score, then those patients are likely to have a more aggressive tumor. If their HER2 protein is also negative, which means that we call them as triple negative in our language, and these tumors are often most aggressive tumors. So they are treated with the aggressive chemotherapy regimen. And then younger patients are often treated with a more intensive chemotherapy regimen as compared to those who are female patients. So like that, depending upon the profile of the patient, we have to decide on the treatment for that individual patient.
So, thank you, Ashish. But before I come to Dr. Amit, I would like to tell you a story, a small story. I don't know if any of you have heard of a lady called Gilda Radner. Gilda Radner was a lady who died of ovarian cancer. She was an artist. She was an actress, Gilda Radner. And family history is so important. Gilda Radner's sisters died of ovarian cancer. Gilda Radner's mother had died of ovarian cancer. And Gilda Radner herself, died of ovarian cancer. Now, the issue that I'm just trying to bring to the audience is that be aware of the fact that if you have a family history of cancer, then do discuss it. Do discuss it with, eminent people like who is sitting on the DS today. So they would be able to guide you, properly and correctly, so that you do not, or even if you unfortunately, God forbid, have the disease, then it's very, very early diagnosed and treated. And you've just heard that there are multimodal methods of treatment. Dr. Deepak had started with ultrasound, but for head and neck cancers, for early diagnosis, is there any role of ultrasound?
See, ultrasound basically plays a very good role in diagnosing early stage of thyroid malignancy, as well as whenever some patients present with some neck nodes, means you have got some swelling in the neck. So those particular swelling or lymphatic glands can be evaluated. What is their architecture? What is the size of that particular lymph node? Whether they are more than 1 centimeter in size, how is their vascularity? Is their fatty hilum maintained or not? Because these are the few pointers which will point, does this node looks like a malignancy? Is it a cancerous node? Secondly, pertaining to thyroid swelling, lot of females have got some or the other sort of thyroid problems for which they themselves get screened not only with their routine thyroid profile test but also ultrasound of the neck. And ultrasound neck, do all thyroid swelling turns into malignancy? The answer is no. What we need to look in this particular sonography report, what are the factors or the features that point towards malignancy? This particular sonography report has something called as when you get it done from a good reporting center, they do the imaging and they always tend to write that imaging in something called as a TIRADS form. Whenever you have got these TIRADS 1 to 3 means this particular swelling in the thyroid is less likely to be a cancerous lesion. It is more likely to be a benign lesion, but you should keep your ultrasound neck done every 6 monthly or once in a year. But when it goes beyond 4 or 4, then you should be very much highly suspicious that it has got features which are favoring malignancy. You need to put the investigation in place. And the most important investigation after this ultrasound is ultrasound guided fine needle aspiration cytology. That is introducing a small needle into that particular swelling or a cyst, which is Tirard's 4 or more than that, and to assess whether there is any features of malignancy and to address the same. Thyroid is one of the curable malignancy with a very good success rate, and if somebody feels which is the malignancy that someone should have or got a very good overall outcome, it is the thyroid cancer, which we have seen people getting diagnosed in the early stage as early as 13 or 14 years, but they are surviving till 60 to 70 years of their age, right?
So the first completely curable, I'm talking about curable cancer the ladies were blessed with, and that is choriocarcinoma. Choriocarcinoma is completely curable, absolutely curable if diagnosed early. If diagnosed late, the outcome is disastrous. Before I conclude, and I'm sure all of you are very hungry, before I conclude, I would like to ask the audience, if you want to ask my esteemed panel any questions, then we would be happy to take it, and then I would conclude with all the panelists today, giving you a wind-up about what we should be doing as far as cancer of ladies is concerned. So are there any questions? We would be happy to answer. I will not be happy to answer because I don't know a damn thing, but the lady and of course the eminent panel do know. So we're open.
Very good. Father Jens. It is so happy. This side. Okay. I'm Father Jens. Can't hear.
Sir, we can't hear you clearly.
Check one. Hello? Yeah. I can.
Would you want a mic from our end? Yes, of course we'll supply you a mic from our end.
Very good afternoon, doctors, and it's a greatest pleasure to be at this venue, and LIC and the week who have planned this beautiful seminar for a common man like me. We have got a lot of insights from the cinema. First question, or the question that comes to my mind is, in the introductory part, Dr.
My name is Chatterjee.
Yeah, I suppose Mr. Dr. Ramesh, who had presented the introductory part, has said about the causes of cancer, and one of the causes is junk food and sugarated drinks. Can somebody enlighten upon that part? Because we have our youths and children who are concentrated on that part and like to, even including me, at times I love to have such things. So please, could someone enlighten on that? Thank you.
Deepak, would you take that? Oh, Ashish.
So see, high calorie diet is associated first of all with obesity, and obesity is linked to many other cancers including breast cancer, endometrial cancer, gastric cancer, and so on. So that is one part, and direct intake of excessive sugar intake has been known to be associated with increased risk of colon cancer also. So but primarily when you say that high calorie food, the reason is that if you take more high calorie food, it will result in obesity, and that will in turn increase the risk of so many other cancers. So that's why it's better to avoid high calorie intake. We are not saying that absolutely don't have it, but you have to use it in moderation.
So when we say that, what Ashish has pointed out is we are talking about obesity and its risk to cancers. Now, if you see obesity in general, the obesity has been linked to cancers in very many studies. If you look at one of the recent studies, which was as recent as 2017, what defines obesity? Some people call fat, some people call obese, some people put in a medical terminology called as body mass index, BMI. Some people put it as waist to hip ratio. So if your waist to hip ratio is abnormal, then you are obese. That means you may not be obese on your face. Your arms may be small, your thighs may be small, but you have a very big tummy and you have a very big fat quantity in the buttocks. So all those basis studies have correlated incidences with cancers. And to talk in a medical language, you develop what is called as a peripheral insulin resistance. And as what Ashish says, that all of it somehow or the other is related to sugar or calories. But that does not mean that a cancer patient cannot have sugar drinks, or a patient who is diagnosed with cancer should completely avoid sugar. This is the commonest question we come up to. But to answer to your questions, aerated drinks, all these sugary stuff, all something which is much more artificially sweetened, these will all in together cause somewhere or the other some kind of a body lifestyle or a mass change in your body, which leads to some form of an obesity, and irrespective of that lead to cancer.
Sir,
I would also like to mention that can anyone amongst us tell me the 2 liter of Pepsi, how many sachets of sugars are there in that?
2 liter Pepsi bottle.
2 liter Pepsi, the pack, how many sachets of sugar packets are there in that? Sorry? No, it is not 200. It is somewhere around 40 to 50, if I remember right. I was listening to the interview given by the Pepsi CEO, and he himself said that, one big 2 liter pack has around 20 to 50 sachets of the sugar, the white sugar. And it's not only that, once you have these sugars, of course, the bad part which our members have enumerated, apart from that, you tend to be deficient on the nutritional part. You will not go and have, after a big pizza, you are not going to have a good nutritional khichdi, isn't it? So that's the difference. Not only you are hampering and you are increasing your obesity, you are also making your body nutritionally deficient. And that's where the immunity gets hit. So mind you, the main cause of any kind of cancers, any kind of diseases in the body is the immunity getting hit. So immunity is the watchdog. Normally in our body there is a process called apoptosis. God has installed that antiviral kind of thing in us. So if at all you are developing the breast cancer cells in your body, apoptosis prevents it, and it will kill that cancer cell without you getting notice of it. But this apoptosis process is hampered and it is suppressed if your immunity is suppressed. So we should rather than, focus on prevention, and the main part of prevention may be increasing your immunity. So if your immunity is strong, the watchdog will be strong, the apoptosis can happen quickly, and it will prevent any kind of damage to your body from cancer.
Sir, you'd asked the question, may I take a line out of Swami Vivekananda? Swamiji was giving a discourse and somebody asked him, Swamiji, how do I lead a good and a long life? So Swamiji answered, if you eat less, you'll eat more. He said, Swamiji, I didn't ask you that. I said that, how do I lead a long life? So Swamiji said that if you eat less, you will live long and you will eat more. So you'll be able to enjoy your life. So therefore, everything in moderation, sir, is permitted, but let's not go overboard. Junk food results in what we call the metabolic syndrome, and that's a topic different from what we're talking about today. And it's the slim, fat Indian. We're all, as Deepak said, slim arms, slim feet, little on the hip, but a lovely belly. And it's not got anything to do with prosperity. You're heading for disaster. Right. So, right.
Sorry. Good
Yes.
afternoon. You said about 40 years old ladies and all. What about the senior citizen? What is the best time to check for breast?
So I was telling about the screening part. If you look at the numbers, the highest, as per the books actually, the highest risk of getting breast cancer is more common in the elderly group. So, though we are seeing more and more young patients getting diagnosed with breast cancer, but definitely anybody who is above 50 should get annual breast examination done by means of mammograms and ultrasound. And always it is a combination of both of them. I've seen many packages being held up in which only mammogram is done, but please mind you, it's only a combination of mammogram along with the ultrasound of the breast, wherein we can give a clearance that yes, you are not having any suspicious lesion. So anybody above 50, the elderlies should definitely, not elderlies, my apology, anybody above 50 should get an annual mammogram done.
Actually, she's poking fun at me, not at you, it's for me.
Not anybody.
We didn't discuss about cancers, breast cancer in the male, so that's another different topic. We'll leave it for another
That's
day.
a very important thing that sir has brought up. Let me bring this to your notice that 1% of the breast cancer also happens in male. They do have breast, they have rudimentary breast, but they can develop breast cancer. And when it comes to male, unless and until diagnosed by any other ways, any lump in the breast is taken, for sure that it may become malignant. So at least in ladies, there is an area to grow. They have breast, but in males, it's a rudimentary breast. So quickly, it may go to the chest wall. So anybody who has lump in his breast should get it diagnosed unless and until it is proved that it is non-cancerous.
Right. In the interest of time, I think we'll wrap it up, and I would request...
There was one question.
Oh, I'm so sorry, sir.
Doctor, a question I have to ask after her.
A simple question.
It can be complicated, there's no problem. These experts are all there. Simple for me, but for them you can ask complicated questions.
I heard brazier with wire should not be worn. It may create cancer. How far it is true?
It's a big misconception, madam. Brazier without wire, with wire, any kind of brazier with or without brazier has no connection with breast cancer at all. It does have a connection with the cosmesis of the breast, the looks of the breast, but no connection with the breast cancer.
Sir, yes, this will be the last question. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. I wanted to ask about this vaccination, HPV vaccination, how effective it is and when should we have it? Who are the people who should have it?
So, HPV, if you heard the previous speakers, is the most commonest cause of cervical cancer. And if you see the basis of cervical cancer, human papillomavirus, we've all gone through this COVID pandemic, and I'm sure we've heard all about mutations and the number of first this variant, second this variant. HPV also has a number of variants which are labeled from 1 to 20. Now there are only particular 2 or 3 variants, which is probably number 12, number 13 and number 16. These are the common variants which are responsible for causing a cervical cancer. Right? How does this HPV variant come in? It comes in with multiple sexual intercourses, multiple partners. So when you talk about vaccine, the best time to give vaccine, of course consult with your gynecologist, but it's prior to the first sexual intercourse. That's the common. So if you are thinking in terms of having a girl child who is there in your house, and if you want to vaccinate her, talk to your gynecologist. I think they should be the best people to tell you that ideal age then would be between 14 to 16 or 17 years of age prior to a first sexual intercourse. Now, obviously, they're not going to come and tell you when they are doing it. Today, we are in a very modern world. But I think as parents, it's not wrong to vaccinate them at an age of 14 to 16.
See, basically, I want to talk on this particular year. We have seen this HPV vaccination, it causes, and HPV is responsible for causing cervical cancer. But to bring to your notice, there has been a lot of increase in the incidence of oropharyngeal cancer caused due to HPV. And we are seeing 30% of head and neck cancer, which are seen in non-addicted individuals, but the cause is this human papillomavirus. So it's very important to vaccinate ourselves. And pertaining to age, previously it was a dictum that females should only get vaccinated ideally before their first sexual exposure and not beyond 23 years of age. And the efficacy of vaccination is somewhere around 95%. But WHO has recently modified their guidelines. It is females and males, both can be vaccinated, and it has extended the duration also that they can be vaccinated up to the age of 47 years. Though the efficacy of vaccination after your first sexual exposure decreases from 95% to 80 to 70%, but it does not make it zero. So whenever you are privileged or if you feel you can get yourself vaccinated, always you should. There are 3 doses of vaccine, 0, 2 and 6. And there are 2 variants that are commonly used
What's
in
0,
India.
2 and 6? Day 1, day?
No, 0, 2 and 6 means today you take, after 2 months you take, then after 6 months you take.
Right.
There are 3 doses. And basically in India, there are 2 types of vaccination that is available, that is Cervarix and Gardasil. Most of the people are preferring Gardasil, but the best vaccine is a nanovalent vaccine, which is not available in India, but Gardasil is more than enough to take care of our entire population.
Now we do have nano vaccine also available. It's there available in our hospital as well. And the girl who is less than 10 years of age, if you vaccinate them, they need to take only 2 doses, that is 0 and 6. For those who are above 10 years, if you want to get them vaccinated, it is the 3 doses that they need to take. It can be taken, and definitely married women can also go for these vaccines. The only thing is the efficacy will not be as good when it is taken before any kind of sexual interaction.
Right. Thank you all very much. Now 10 seconds each to my speakers. Wrap up take-home messages, please.
The only take-home message which I would like to give is that mastectomy is not an answer. So anybody who has got diagnosed with breast cancer, please get this myth removed that the whole breast should be removed. Nowadays, 80% of the time we are doing breast conservation surgery, be it in our hospital, be it in Tata Hospital or UK or America. So 80 to 85% of the time breast is conserved. We have now got the latest kind of breast surgeries, which is called oncoplastic breast surgery, means oncology, combined with plastic surgery done in the same sitting. This has come up to give a better shape to the breast. The scars are hidden. The lady is not able to make out the difference between these 2 breasts. These are very good surgeries for young patients and also for elderlies who want the breast to look better. And the good part is that even the insurance covers these kind of surgeries. So please, if you go back and if you want to spread the message of breast cancer, ask them to practice breast self-examination. God forbid if anybody is diagnosed, mastectomy is not the only answer.
Amit, Deepak and Ashish, the lady has taken off most of the time. You have to give her her due. But you guys have got to limit it now. So you've got limited time.
Pertaining to head and neck cancer, the only conclusion that I want to tell you that always quit your sort of addictions that you are having, whatever it may be, alcohol or tobacco, everything is possible. If you require, you can take sort of psychiatric counseling also. Better you quit early, because it's not that a month or 2 months time is enough for you getting that effects completely wind off from your body. And secondly, if you are diagnosed with this particular head and neck cancer, there are a lot of treatment modalities that have changed, and the reconstruction is also done in a definitely good way so that it improves your quality of life, your speech and your overall food habitat. So always you should be there to face the particular thing and should not go into the alternative treatment path where the things become very difficult and the road is very hard.
I'll take just 7 seconds.
You're right.
I know what Dr. Chatterjee is saying. There are no specific symptoms for preventing an ovarian cancer. I would just say 2 sentences. Don't ignore your symptoms. Reach out to a doctor. And don't Google your symptoms.
So again, 2 words from me. First and foremost, don't be shy. Don't hesitate in going to your doctor. I think the biggest problem that we face is that women often notice a lump in the breast, or women often notice a discharge from their cervix, but they are hesitant. They feel that I cannot have cancer. So that should not be the thing. Don't hesitate. Just report to your doctor. Get yourself checked. Second is, other than this, any symptom which is persistent beyond 4 to 6 weeks is something that should be evaluated. Don't ignore symptoms which are persistent beyond 1 month. Then it is time that you get evaluated by a specialist doctor.
On behalf of Ashish, I must just tell you, don't fear chemotherapy. Believe me, we have seen number of patients receiving chemotherapy. There are people who are here, who are there in front of you. This gentleman is standing here in our audience 2 days after his therapy. Don't fear chemotherapy. There is too much information on the Google to dissuade you and to disrupt your life. Please do not.
Thank you. We come to the end of this session, and you've been an awesome audience. And, in conclusion, God bless each and every one of you. And I hope none of you have to visit a hospital, but in case you do, we're always in the forefront. God bless you. Have a good day and stay blessed. And my two warriors, I am so humbled to be in your presence. I am uniquely humbled. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. I request the panelists and the moderator to kindly remain on the stage. And may I please invite Mr. Sherry John, Senior General Manager Marketing, to kindly come over and present the mementos to our panelists and the moderator, please.
Oh,
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for a fantastic session. Thank you, Dr. Chatterjee, and thank you all the panelists. Right, ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for us to break for lunch, but we have some very interesting sessions coming up. One is on cancer among children, and there are stories of survivors. I request you all to join lunch and be back by 2 o'clock so that we can resume our sessions for going forward. Thank you so much.
Hello. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Huh. There's some exciting panel discussions we have. We request you all to settle down so that we can start the session. Please put your mobile phones on silent. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you all had a good lunch. I'm Shrija Nair. I believe you all got the chance to look at the beautiful paintings done by St. Jude's children. Did everyone have a look at the paintings? Okay. So we have St. Jude's Provide Home Away from Home, which gives the children the best chance of beating cancer. We have some little superheroes, warriors among us today. The painting displayed here is the hope, colors, and the life they see from their eyes. I would request you all to kindly give these shining little stars a standing ovation. We are honored to have them among us today. I actually heard a hip hip hooray photos that were taken. Can we hear again? Kids? Thank you, thank you. Moving forward, we have also had a poster competition in colleges across the city about cancer awareness, and we will be giving away the first, second, and third prizes today at the end of the session. In the first segment, we covered the two panels that would be male cancer, female cancer. In the second session that we would be covering, that would be majorly child cancer and survivorship. Going on to the third panel, it's time to speak and know more about child cancer. Our knowledge partner for this session is Narayana Hills SRCC Children's Hospital. Before we start our panel, I request you all to please look at the screen. We're having a small AV.
Doctor auntie always helped mummy, and I think they both became friends. I don't remember a lot from the hospital, but I heard good and normal a lot. The doctor always smiled. Mama and Baba felt good. After chemo and meeting other doctors, they told me I was good now. Then we got ice cream from the hospital and it was so yummy.
I didn't think I would get cancer. From TV and internet, all I know was that tobacco or bad habits cause cancer. So getting bone cancer was a shock. My whole family couldn't believe it. The doctors were very supportive and determined to help me. After the mega prosthesis surgery, I was not sure how life would be. Will it be normal? Will I be treated differently? I decided to be more than just cancer. I am going to be a doctor too. Help people how NHSRCC doctor and nurses help me once I crack my NEET exam.
Sorry. Now I would like to request Dr. Ruchira Mishra, a senior consultant in the Department of Pediatric Hematology, Oncology and BMT at Narayana Health SRCC Children's Hospital, Mumbai. She finished her MBBS from Kanpur University, DCH from LLRM Medical College, Meerut, followed by D&B from Bombay Hospital Institute of Medical Science. She then pursued pediatric hematology, oncology, and BMT training in Australia and worked in Brisbane, Melbourne, and Sydney. She was further trained at the Children's Hospital at Westmead, Sydney, Australia, in the pediatric oncology with a specialization in BMT. She has authored a number of articles in peer-reviewed journals and textbooks and has been a faculty of numerous conferences. I request Dr. Ruchira Mishra to kindly come on the stage and invite the panel.
Thank you so much, Shrija. I would like to invite, so pediatric cancers we've just seen in that AV over there do tell you that our cancers are curable. We have a group of children sitting behind us who also are fighting this disease and hopefully someday would be able to voice the same slogan as well. I'll first invite our panelists and then we will start the session. The first person I would like to invite on board is Dr. Poorna Kurkure. Dr. Kurkure is a doyen of pediatric oncology. She has headed the pediatric oncology division at Tata Memorial Hospital in the past, but now is our head of the department and is also the chairman of the of the oncology collegium at SRCC Children's Hospital in Narayana Health. Welcome, ma'am. The second person on stage is equally famous, if not more, Dr. Shripad Banavali. Dr. Shripad Banavali is the academic director of Tata Memorial Hospital. He is the professor of the medical and the pediatric oncology division at Tata Memorial Hospital, a person who's revered by many and is often a guide to a lot of us as well. So welcome, sir. The third person on stage, equally senior, and both Dr. Banavali and Dr. Rasik Shah have been coursemates at some stage. Dr. Rasik Shah heads the pediatric surgery division of SRCC Children's Hospital, which is managed by Narayana Health. He has a vast experience in pediatric cancers and is a very good surgeon. We always reach out to him for all our pediatric cancer surgery questions. So having him on board will definitely be an asset to our panel discussion today. The other people that I would like to invite is another oncosurgeon because pediatric oncology works in collaboration with different fields. And that's Dr. Monica Bhagat. She's the consultant in oncosurgery at SRCC Children's Hospital. She has trained at Tata Memorial Hospital and has a very good expertise and handles all our pediatric oncology cases as well. We also want to invite Dr. Sujata Mushrif. She is a consultant in pediatric oncology and has a very keen interest in neuro-oncology. As we are growing older or bigger, we are starting to realize that we do need specialization within pediatric oncology itself. And so neuro-oncology is her forte. Very happy to have her on board today as well. And last but not the least is Dr. Chintan Vyas. Dr. Chintan Vyas has trained outside India as well, mainly in Singapore and England, and he joins our team as the bone marrow transplant consultant on board at SRCC. So that's our team for us today. The reason why we have such a big team is because we want to send out a very, very strong message. I would want to begin this presentation with this poem, and I think that poem is very important considering that we have a lot of children sitting behind us as well. This poem has been written by Cheryl Jagannathan, who's a mom to a leukemia survivor. The medals on our chests are porta cats for meds. Helmets won't stay on, cause no hair on the head. Our weapons of destruction we take every day. We fight the battle within us while we struggle on to play. We fight with honor and courage. No Marine could do as well. We are only little children living in this hell. So bring on the medals, the purple star of wars, the gold cross, the silver star to place upon our scars. For we are children of cancer. No one has fought so hard, but every day we struggle on. Our life is our reward. I think this sums up what our children go through. As per statistics, we know that almost 3 lakh children are diagnosed with cancer every year. That means that every 3 minutes, a mother or a father is being told that their child has cancer. And that's a big number to have. Unfortunately, this disease can't be fought alone. And it takes a whole village to cure a child. And please remember, I stress on the word cure, because pediatric cancers, unlike the ones that you've heard prior to lunch today, are very, very curable cancers. This conclave provides us a platform for all of us who are very passionately involved with pediatric cancers to reach out to all the stakeholders today. Be it parents, I think some of you over here are parents of children who are going through cancer. Be it doctors, may not be pediatric oncologists, but maybe general physicians as well. Be it media, who plays a very good role, a very strong role in advocating and spreading awareness about cancer. And anyone and everyone who can lend us an ear. I take this line from Mark Antony's speech in Julius Caesar. Friends, Romans, and countrymen, lend me your ear. So here along, friends, please keep attention, listen to us, and see what pediatric cancer has to offer, and what can be your role in this today as well. I will start off my first question. We are putting the questions to our experts over here, but if you have any questions to be asked, please feel free to raise your hands, and we'll try and answer them at the same time, or else we'll keep them to the end of the session as well. So ma'am, my first question to you, Dr. Kurkure, is how are pediatric cancers different from adult cancers? We've just had this major session before lunch which spoke about male and female cancers, but there's a special division for children's cancers. So how are we different from adult cancers?
I would start my explanation by saying that child is not a miniature adult. So it is not that what you see in adult is also seen in the child. Children have the very definite characteristic of growing and not being exposed to lifestyle changes as the adults are. So the childhood cancers are not related to lifestyle changes, which we have, wrong lifestyles like tobacco, smoking, and so on. Also, they are young and they have not accumulated the DNA damage in their bodies so much. So it is not a secondary phenomena to the environmental insults. So what does that mean? It means that child, while undergoing, and then why they get so early in life is because while they are undergoing development in utero of their mothers, there is some DNA damage. And we call this as a Knudsen's hypothesis, that first hit is there inside the womb. And only if there is a second hit outside that it results in a cancer. Otherwise, it goes as an unnoticed event. Many of the normal children also, if tested genetically, you may find certain DNA damage or certain mutations, and the child is absolutely fine. This has been proven. So, that is how we relate the children's cancer to the developmental phases of a child. And that is why you will hear more of the terminologies which end with blastoma. Blastoma means embryonal. So these are very rapidly growing. That is why, because as the cells are very, very agile and they undergo very fast replications. These are very fast growing tumors. If not diagnosed and treated in time, it can be, most of the childhood cancers can prove lethal very fast. And at the same time, this fast growing nature of the children's cancer make them more susceptible or more responsive to chemotherapy. And that is why you will see that in children, the first tool is generally the chemotherapy, because they are fast growing, they are considered as disseminated or spread out at diagnosis itself. And because they are responsive, you begin your journey with chemotherapy. Some of the tumors, like we divide them broadly into liquid and solid tumors. Liquids are all leukemias and lymphomas. They are treated only with chemotherapy, while even in solid tumors, unlike adults, where local and regional therapy is very, very important in terms of surgery and radiation, and chemotherapy is just given as an adjuvant treatment in most of the situation to enhance or increase the disease-free interval. While here we start off with chemotherapy to take care of disseminated disease and then follow it up with chemotherapy with not increasing the disease-free survival but aiming at cure. That is the biggest difference between a childhood cancers and adult cancers.
So two things to take away from them. Children are not young adults. We are very, very different. When I say we, it means the children who are affected with pediatric cancers. We have a group of diseases that is very different from the kind of diseases that you see in adults. Our origin of the cancer cells is also very different from that what you see in adult cancers as well. And as ma'am stressed upon it, there may be a genetic origin to it. It's what we call a two-hit theory, the Knutson's hypothesis. But last but not the least, or the most important bit of all of this, is that pediatric cancers are curable. We always talk about cure rates in pediatric cancers and overall survival. We do not talk about disease-free interval. So Dr. Chintan, my question to you is, when we talk that pediatric cancers are curable, what do you actually want to say in that?
Yeah, thank you for the question. And the treatment for the cancers for the pediatric has started after the World War II, and in the early 60s it was like 20 to 30%. But now when we are in 2022, the success rate of the common pediatric malignancies has reached to 80 to 85% across the globe. And in India also, we are not nowhere behind the developed countries. So if I see a common pediatric cancers like a blood cancer, common blood cancer, or a common type of brain tumor, or a common lymph node or kidney tumors, I can definitely with the patient's awareness, and we can tell them that your child is going to be completely cured. And this is not only a cure for a child, it is a new life for the child, because when we are treating the child at 3 years of age, and if he becomes 30 years of age, like me and you sitting in this hall, he is nowhere different from others. So it's like a new life for them. In last 5 decades, the treatment of cancer has improved significantly, which has even crossed beyond the technology. So the common cancer, which we call like acute lymphoblastic leukemia, like a blood cancer or a kidney tumor or a brain tumor, they are, if we treat 100 patients, 80 to 85 patients of them are completely treatable, curable, and they live the normal life after certain years of treatment. And if that doesn't come back, then they are like me and you. So that's the difference between the adult cancer and pediatric, where we are not thinking of prolonging the life, giving 2 years, 3 years, or 6 months of life. We are giving the entire life, not only to the child, the family, and also to the society, the hope for this completely curable cancer.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chintan. Yeah, so this is something that we really stress on. When we are offering treatment, one part of our conversation to the parents is that after 5 years of this treatment, your treatment may be for 6 months or 2 years, or depending on what kind of cancer you have, but after 5 years from diagnosis, if the cancer hasn't come back, we're going to label you, or we're going to call you a survivor. That means that your child is going to enter into society and be a part of that society as a normal individual. So as part of the development of that child, we want to offer the same care, the same discipline to the child that would be offered to a normal child. Please don't think that your child is special, is sick. We think that the child will be cured and will be a part of society as well. So that is an important part of all conversations that we have with parents, that we are aiming to have the child go back to society as a normal individual. And that is what we should be looking at apart from his treatment while he's undergoing treatment for cancer as well. So as a parent, what would be the signs that I should be looking out for when I think that my child may have cancer? What are those kind of alarming signs? Dr. Sujata, could you expand on that for us, please?
This is a very important question, especially because most of the symptoms of childhood cancer are like any other common childhood illnesses, like a fever. A fever is the most common symptom of viral fevers and other things that keep going on rainy season and monsoon season. But when does a fever raise a concern of a possible malignancy or a possible cancer is when there is a fever that goes on for a prolonged period of time of 2 to 3 weeks. Persistent fevers which are investigated thoroughly, but no diagnosis or no effective diagnosis can be made. At such times, you do have to think whether this could be a pediatric cancer in question and need to investigate it further. Second symptom I would like to highlight is a headache. Now, generally children don't complain of a headache because most children don't get a headache. But if there is a headache that has been persistent for a few weeks, which is progressive in nature, which wakes up the child from sleep, or which is associated with vomiting, we call it a red flag sign. And this could be a sign of a brain tumor. This particular brain tumors are the most common solid tumor malignancies in children, meaning after leukemia, the most common childhood cancer is brain tumor. So this could be a sign of brain tumor. Now in infants or little children, they would not probably complain of a headache, but they would be fussy, cranky, may have failure to thrive in medical words, but in layman, meaning they would be losing weight or vomiting consistently, not being able to eat. So that can be a sign. Or their fontanelle, which we say the soft part, may become bigger, or the head becomes bigger because the fontanelle hasn't yet closed. So that can be a sign in a little child. Some other symptoms can be what we say pallor. The child looks very pale because the hemoglobin has dropped, and it can be a symptom of a leukemia most likely, which is a blood cancer. Or there is bruising. Now, most children who are 3 years old or 4 years old, they will have a lot of bruising on their shins because they will get hurt very frequently when they play. Now, that bruise is not as concerning, but a bruise which is on the abdomen, which is on the back, which is on the arms, or which is in areas without an injury is more concerning because it could be a sign of a decreased platelet count, which can be again due to a cancer. One of the most common tumors, not common tumors, but one of the diagnosis which we call retinoblastoma, which is a tumor of the back of the eye or the retina, is only seen in children under 5 years of age. And how would you know? Most times when a light goes into the eye, the retina reflects a red light back. But in this eye, that red light reflex is gone, and instead you see a white eye or a white reflex or a cat eye reflex. And that could be many other things which could give you a white eye reflex, but one of them could be retinoblastoma, which is the tumor of the back of the eye. Highly curable when diagnosed early, but if it is spread to the rest of the body or to the brain, that cure rate goes down to less than 10%. And unfortunately, we often see parents seeing something in the eye, and diagnosis almost takes more than 7-8 months after that. So it's simple examinations. When you see something abnormal, please go to the doctor and please get evaluated. One other common symptom I would like to highlight is limbs or lumps and bumps or tumors, or there is a swelling or there is a growth, which can be a sign of a bone cancer or soft tissue sarcoma, as we call it. And the most common time when a mother or a parent or a caretaker notes a lump in the abdomen while bathing the child or changing the child could be a sign of a liver tumor or a kidney tumor, or the most common childhood malignancy after brain tumors, which we call neuroblastoma. So some of these signs and symptoms which are off should be raising a suspicion for further investigation. This is not the first thing on anybody's mind, not even a general pediatrician's or a general doctor's mind or the parent's mind, that this could be a cancer. But if something is odd, it needs to be investigated.
Thank you so much. So as you notice, these signs and symptoms that we call are the red flags are symptoms that are very, very common. But the eye sees what the mind knows. And unless you know that this could be cancer, you will never get it investigated, you would never get it worked up. So this is where the need for awareness comes in, that all of us need to know that this could be cancer, it needs to be investigated early. Because as with all cancers, the earlier we pick it up, the more curable is it. So an early diagnosis is the key to giving cure for all our children. But Rasik sir, are every abdominal lumps cancer?
The answer is no. So when you feel any lump anywhere in the body, it is not necessarily cancer. It can be benign, or more commonly it is benign. When it is in abdomen, it can originate from any organ like liver, kidney, In girls, it can be from uterus, ovaries. It can be from any other structures like pancreas, which are not common. Adrenals, again, common. So all these gland can or organ can give rise to lump, more commonly benign, but it can be malignant. And when we say it is malignant, there are specific names which are given. If it is arising from the liver, the commonest tumor, what we call is hepatoblastoma. If it is arising from the kidneys, then we call it as a Wilms tumor. If it is adrenal or nerves, then it is neuroblastoma. And then there are many others like sacrococcygeal teratoma. And many of these, apart from this, there are many lumps which are benign, normal. Some of them may be tumor and some are other diseases as well.
So not all lumps means, so every abdominal lump does not mean it's cancer, but every abdominal lump needs to be investigated. I think the message should be very clear that anything that is abnormal and not normal, don't kind of try and hide it under the carpet or brush it under the carpet. Please get it investigated. It could be benign, which is always a reason to celebrate, but don't miss out on a malignancy. Now, if a child has an abdominal lump and has been diagnosed with cancer, if we've had good surgery, do you think it will need chemotherapy as well after that?
Yeah, this is very important for all of us to understand. Whenever, like when Dr. Kurkure said, whenever we diagnose any tumor or cancer, it has already spread. So the spread can be obviously seen or it may not be seen. Obviously seen meaning if we do investigations like sonography, CT scan, MRI or PET scan, it can be picked up. Then it is obviously, there is obvious spread. And we know how to treat that. But often, or rather more commonly, there is a spread which is microscopic and it cannot be detected on any investigations. And to kill these cells which have spread microscopically via blood vessels, we need to give chemotherapy. In many, we give chemotherapy before we operate and then continue after surgery, so that wherever these are microscopic spread, we can kill them, and because of that, we can achieve cure. As everybody has said here, our aim is to cure the patient because they are going to live another 60, 70, 80 years if they are cured. So our aim is cure, and we call it as a adjuvant chemotherapy, and it is necessarily to be given in most of the malignancies or cancer in children.
Thank you. So Dr. Monica, mostly abdominal tumors or bumps and lumps come to a pediatric surgeon first. How do you decide which patient needs surgery up front or which patient needs chemo up front and then maybe surgery at a later date? Is there a role for talking between doctors, or does every doctor decide a different line of therapy?
So for every patient, if you suspect a cancer, there are certain battery of tests which needs to be done. So if, for example, we see that patient has a renal mass, so we'll have to do investigations according to that. So that would first to see what is the organ of origin. I think ultrasound sonography is being done as a basic thing to see what is the organ of origin. Then once we have some idea about organ of origin, we can decide what further investigations are to be done. So for most of the tumors, we do blood tests which tells us some values. For example, liver tumors, we do AFP levels. For neuroblastomas, we see serum LDH levels, serum ferritin levels, and other blood tests, urine tests are done. And to see what is the anatomical location, we do CT scans, MRI, depending on where the tumor is arising from, and then PET scan, which shows us the uptake. So all cancers do not require PET scan. There are certain cancers like neuroblastomas which require these PET scans. So once we have these tests, we can stratify and the patient what is the risk and decide treatment. So there are two things. We have European protocols and the American protocol. So there are things where, we see the tumor is small, so the surgeon can decide, so I'll do surgery first because according to the investigations, it looks okay to me and I can operate. And then after doing surgery, whatever the findings are, then then the chemotherapy and other like radiation if required is planned. And if the tumor is big enough, then it is safer to give chemotherapy and decide what has to be done. So we can tailor the treatment. And the other things are like for tumors like soft tissue sarcomas. So whatever we are deciding, whenever we are treating tumor, it is not a surgeon who is the important person. It is basically a multidisciplinary team which takes care of the patient. So I would need to highlight this thing because soft tissue sarcoma, if it is present in a 2-month-old and a 12-year-old child, it needs a different approach. Because then chemotherapy and surgery is, that is the most important which is required. But giving a radiation therapy in a 2-month-old and a 12 years patient would require to be thought of. So a MDT team is always helps in making these decisions what has to be done for the patient. So having a proper diagnosis, the type of tumor and MDT thing is important.
Yeah. So again, key points to take from that is that you must have a proper diagnosis. You must have a proper staging of the disease. We don't call it cancer per se, we call it a disease because we believe it's like any other disease that anyone has. So you must have a proper staging of the disease, which means a battery of tests. And then ideally there should be a multidisciplinary team approach to decide what is best for this particular cancer. We need to tailor our therapy to make the best opportunities available for the child and to give him what is best. We may be offering limb salvage for one therapy, we may be offering amputation to another patient, but that all decisions go together and a multidisciplinary team helps to cure the child forward. And it's not just the multidisciplinary team in the hospital that works. We work a lot with collaboration with other centers as well. Now, SRCC is in very active collaboration with Tata Memorial Hospital. That's how Dr. Banavali is here with us. He's been a mentor to us personally as well and even on the professional field as well. And collaboration between different institutions helps us to provide the best cure for these patients. So, sir, what is the role of collaboration? Is it within the city as well, or do you think outreach programs also have some importance?
Thank you. So, first of all, like we have discussed, the adult cancers, we usually say they are controllable cancers, whereas childhood cancers are curable. And when we say curable, they are curable only if they are diagnosed early, if they are diagnosed properly like it was told, and very importantly, if they are treated appropriately. So, even though childhood cancers are highly curable, if you don't give them the right treatment the first time, even they become non-curable. So, it's very, very important that we collaborate with centers, good centers that know how to treat children with cancer. It's not, though it sounds that they are highly curable, it's a very specialized treatment, and like it was told, you need a full village to treat one child of cancer. And, not only in the form of doctors, nurses, surgeons, radiation oncologists, molecular biologists, pathologists, interventional radiologists, we have a huge team within the hospitals. But even we require a lot of support from other places like the NGOs. We are seeing St. Jude children here who have done the painting behind. They are helping us with a lot of accommodation. Hundreds of our children who come for treatment in Mumbai are staying in the St. Jude Child Care Center. So we require a lot of help from NGOs, from CSR fundings, you name it, and then we take it because it's worth, treating these children. And I always like to say we are proud that 5 of the children that we treated, I treated when I was, and Madam was also there, where we were, at Tata, have now become faculty at Tata. So they have become cancer doctors, not only doctors. Hundreds of our children have become doctors, engineers, you name it. But 5 of our children are now faculty at Tata treating children and adults with cancer. So that's very important to have. And you cannot treat it alone, that's why we need help from this thing. So at Tata, for example, we have more children than we can, manage. And we always take care of this thing from all the other institutions within Mumbai and outside also. And within Mumbai, like Madam told, actually we take a lot of help for surgery, for bone marrow transplantation. These are specialized treatment that you cannot get it outside easily. But in good centers where they know how to take care of children with cancer, these are the places where we collaborate. And one of those is with the SRCC hospital, where they do a lot of surgeries for our children. and even bone marrow transplantations, which are, which are time consuming, expensive treatments, but they help us with that because there are certain group of subset of patients which will get cured only if they receive bone marrow transplantation. So that, the SRCC helps. So lot of help from various ways. But say SRCC, Wadia Children's, we have Borivali Center, we have multiple institutions within the city also which help us, and a lot of doctors, we always say shared care. So a lot of doctors in the community, also pediatricians especially, in the community, within the city, outside the city, we take help of all of them so that the children get the best treatment.
Thank you, sir. Yeah. So, as I put in my introductory lesson, it takes a village to cure a child. We can't work alone. We need a team of people to work with us. We take a lot of help from Tata Memorial Hospital. We offer a lot of help from other institutions as well. And it's not just within the city as well, it's shared care outside the city also. There are outreach clinics which all of us attend. Dr. Shripad attends outside Bombay as well, where we have started these outreach clinics so that we can not just create an awareness, but we can also educate the people and the doctors over there about how to diagnose cancer, pick up cancer, and start treating it at the outreach, because everyone can't move to major cities. So shared care and outreach clinics also become a very important part in our this thing. One of the questions that comes up, Dr. Rasiksha sir, is that can the children develop cancer before birth as well? Do you have in utero diagnosis of cancer, and what do you do with these cancers then?
Yeah, so with anomaly scans and scans which are done routinely, sonographies, we are detecting more and more tumors which can be detected antenatally. So yes, we are able to diagnose, the commonest being the hepatoblastoma, sacrococcygeal teratoma, and sometimes it is the kidney tumor or WIMS. So yes, we diagnose them, and they need to be treated. So depending upon, after the birth, depending upon the stage of the disease, it is individualized. We don't go with one criteria that immediately once they are born they need to be operated. No. So once they are born, it needs to be assessed. Now if it is sacrococcygeal teratoma, or the tumor which is arising from the vertebral column, the end of the vertebral column, that needs to be operated, because most of the time it is seen outside and it is quite large. Some of them can give rise to problem even in womb, and they may need to be delivered earlier than what is expected. To take care of that, what we call the condition hydrospitalis, where the heart fails and there is entire body gets swollen of the fetus, and they need to be treated in womb or delivered early depending upon the gestational age. So depending upon the type of the tumor, they will need to be treated. So at birth, we will assess and then take a call. Sacrococcygeal teratoma should be operated. Similarly, if it is liver tumor, one has to assess liver or kidney tumor. We assess, and depending upon the stage, whatever is the plan, it's to be done. Either chemotherapy and then surgery. Some of the tumors which are what we call neuroblastoma, the tumor arising from adrenal gland or nerves, some of them can be even observed. They may not be operated if they are very small. And if they are large, then again assess it and accordingly treat it. So assessment is important, and then according to the type of the tumor, stage of the disease, one has to decide whether surgery upfront or later on.
Thank you, sir. So yes, it depends on the kind of tumor that we see. Some of the tumors become mature as they age, so you may be having an in utero diagnosis of a growth or something, but it may not need surgery. It needs to be diagnosed, and then we can actually wait and watch on them. But some of them will need active intervention as soon as the child is born. Dr. Kurkure, a question for you. We've all been talking about cure all this while, but do pediatric cancers relapse as well?
As you must have noticed that we are quoting the figure of around 80-85%. So definitely you are saying that you are failing in others. Each disease is different, and the failure rate for that disease is very peculiar depending on the biology. So most important thing is a correct diagnosis, because then you can put across the points to the parents as to what to expect after the treatment. Like acute lymphoblastic leukemia, you will have a cure of 80% and above, while in acute myeloid leukemia, you will have a lesser success. So you have to differentiate. Even leukemias are not the same. And then even in one leukemia, you have many nuances of molecular characteristics which determine whether they remain standard risk, high risk, intermediate risk. And it has been told by the father of leukemia treatment, Donald Pinkel, that I have no reason to believe that all leukemias are not curable. We don't know how to treat. So the appropriate treatment is based on how you define the basic diagnosis, how you risk stratify them, and then treat appropriately. If you treat a high-risk leukemia with a very simple, low-risk therapy, you are bound to get a failure. So these failure rates are called as a prognostic factors, means the pointers which tell you that you will fail because of this. But each most important prognostic factors in pediatric oncology is appropriate treatment. If child is not appropriately treated for the diagnosis and for the risk, you are bound to fail. So that is the most important thing. And we have to remember that appropriateness of the treatment is the most important.
So it has to be the right care at the right time by the right person. So we have to have all the rights in place to be able to cure a disease. Yes, some children do relapse, they need more treatment, or sometimes we do have to say that it's the end of the day, we cannot treat anymore, but those numbers are becoming fewer and fewer every day, and hopefully by maybe in another 5 years or so, we will be able to have better survival figures as well. Now we also offer very specialized care for our children, and that is bone marrow transplant. So part of cancer care is not just chemotherapy or surgery or radiation therapy. There's also an aspect called bone marrow transplants as well. Dr. Chintan is one of the experts in bone marrow transplantation. So which are the indications where you would want to offer transplants to our oncology patients?
Yeah, so the bone marrow transplant, as we know that the chemotherapy and the cancer, surgery, radiotherapy is all known to us. Some of the people may not be knowing about the exact word of the bone marrow transplant. It is similar like a stem cell transplant. Now, why we need to do the bone marrow transplant in the current era, even in 2022, as sir has highlighted, it's a complex, it's a lengthy, it's time consuming, and it's a costly procedure. But the results of bone marrow transplants are day by day improving. So if the cancers, particularly some of the blood cancers, the common type of blood cancers, if they're treated appropriately, they are very well curable. But some of the cancers which are inherently resistant to the treatment of chemotherapy with some kind of genetic factors involved in that, which is not in our hand, or maybe inappropriate treatment or late in the treatment has been given, those are the cancers who relapse, particularly some of the blood cancers or some of the other type of cancers which are called lymph node cancers, we call lymphomas. Some of the solid tumors also do relapse, particularly the tumor which we discussed, the adrenal gland tumor, neuroblastoma. So these are the very high risk cancers in which the simple chemotherapy is not a cure, and we need to give a supra-lethal or a very high dose of chemotherapy. And once we give that high dose of chemotherapy, the child will not be able to make their own cells. So we need to give a healthy donor cells into that patient, so that that patient is no more no more like a cancer patient, but that patient receives the healthy donor cells, and eventually that donor cells engraft in the patient, and then they grow in the patient like a normal cells. After the bone marrow transplant also, it's not complete cure, a complete end of the treatment, they do relapse. But if we don't have this facility, or if this in this treatment in this current era, probably we are not able to treat many of these very bad cancers. So as the cancer which is now treatable and curable, with the bone marrow transplant we are putting a one feet more ahead, that we are treating bad cancers also. We are not treating a good cancer, but we are treating a bad cancer also. And with the help of the specialist care, we can give some hope, not the complete hope, but we can give some hope in maybe 20, 30, 40, 50% of the patients, that those patients who have been end of the life now been living the life healthy even after a bone marrow transplant?
So bone marrow transplantation is very specialized. It is never offered as an upfront chemotherapy. It's always offered as a consolidation treatment for most cancers. In pediatric cancers, what we have to say, it's often used in the relapse settings except for a very few subset of childhood cancers. So it's only when the child relapses do we think about a bone marrow transplant in that setting, where we need to use very high dose chemotherapy for these patients. But most cases would be treated with chemotherapy, surgery, radiation therapy, or a combination of all of these therapies. Dr. Sujata, my next question to you is that if I as a mother have had a child who's had been treated for cancer, and we've probably got some children sitting at the back as well, and I've now finished 5 years from the time that my diagnosis was made, what next do I expect?
So I'll first congratulate you to be a mother who has gone through the journey and taken the whole the child and has come to this point to live this good time. I think once the diagnosis happened, never the parent's life is the same as it was a day before the diagnosis. They always live in fear of things returning back. How much ever, I mean, you can see it's almost like a post-traumatic stress disorder for them whenever they come for a scan, because will there be a relapse? Will there be something that will be seen on this scan? It's always very worrisome. There are parents who won't eat food until the report is told to them. But as long as, the longer the time goes after diagnosis, and say for solid tumors, we say almost 5 years, if there is no relapse, then we take a breath of fresh air and say, okay, your child is cured, your child is a victor, your child is a survivor now. So what important things need to be done after that is, many treatments won't have long-term effects, but some treatments will have long-term side effects in some form. May not be very severe, depending on the tumor, depending on the treatment, and depending on the course during the treatment, there can be some long-term side effects which need to be monitored. So even a survivor needs to go through the survivorship clinic, which was started way early by Dr. Kurkure from Tata and even at SRCC, to keep an eye that their health is normal, any long-term side effects are taken care of in a timely fashion. And the most important thing I will tell you as a mother or as the child is to become ambassadors that childhood cancer is curable. Not to hide the diagnosis. Tell the child that they had cancer. Tell the child when they understand that they were cured, they had a difficult journey, but they are cured. And don't hide it. Take away the social stigma of the diagnosis. Because half the people, I mean, we have innumerable stories wherein even not just people from rural areas, but even educated people from educated families have this stigma of the diagnosis, wherein actually it's nobody's fault. So the stigma has to be taken away and you become an ambassador that childhood cancer is curable. And help us.
Yeah, so I think I'm taking this from Dr. Vandana's session, which is going to follow this from after hours. We need ambassadors. We need people who can proudly proclaim and say that I had cancer, but I have won it. I have cured myself, I have cured it, and who can go out and tell people that cancer is curable, especially with pediatric cancers, that pediatric cancers are curable. My last question, Dr. Shripad Banavali sir, is we always talk about the whole village, we talk about multidisciplinary care and everything. How can we get the public to get involved with us? What's their role in this whole sitting?
Very, very important. Like I told, when the village, everyone is part of the village. So we need everyone, not only we need, the medical and the paramedical people specifically treated, like Dr. Kurkure told, a child is not a small adult. So we have to have specialized people who are specialized in pediatric, all aspects of pediatric care, whether it's nurses, social workers, like I told, pathologists, medical oncologists, but we need everyone. So that's one aspect. Coming to the community, like I told at Tata, and this is another message I'd like to give, is at Tata we have a foundation called the Impact Foundation, which is improving pediatric cancer care and treatment. Through the foundation, any child, any newly diagnosed child of cancer that comes to the hospital, whether the parent has even 1 rupee in his or her pocket, we take full care of it. So that's, and not only we, there are many other centers. So keep that in mind, that since childhood cancers are highly curable, any good center will take care of the child. So please make sure that you when you come to know of such child, if there's any discussion that this child will be taken care of, so refer, at least I can vouch for Tata Hospital, but there are...
We can vouch for SRCC.
Yeah, so there are centers which will take care of it. So please send these children for treatment. That's one thing. And the 1 minute, I'll give you this thing. Yeah, one just point is that every person in this hall can be part of, to help us out. Right from volunteering, talking to the children, telling them stories, teaching them drawing, painting, etc., to being blood donors. That's very, very important. A lot of these children, when they need chemotherapy, require blood and platelet support. So simple thing like being a voluntary donor for blood or platelets, this thing, financially, financial, there are many now CSR and all, which comes. So money is the last thing, but even simple things, other things that can help. So everything, each one of you all can volunteer and basically be the team of, people who are taking care of cancer.
No, I wanted to say that only, that whenever you break the news of your child having cancer, the worry which parents have who are not well off, we have to, like at SRCC, at TMH, we face that as a large population, but even they don't know the diagnosis and they come, and when you break the news, the first and the most worrisome part is that it is how will we manage the treatment. But as you have said very rightly, the money should come as a last priority. We are all aiming for cure, and even the donors sitting anywhere, either as a CSR donor or places like NGO like Impact Foundation, Indian Cancer Society, the criteria is a curability, which we always fulfill, because the donor wants a curable cancers. So in Indian Cancer Society, Cancer Cure Fund also says that 60 to 70% cure rate, which is there with childhood cancer. So that part we are not worried. So the money will come, provided the parents have to be convinced and they have to be willing and dedicated, motivated, and then there are people to hold their hands. If they say that they have no place to say, you have St. Jude. If they say they have no money, you have various other foundations like Impact, Indian Cancer Society. Even online platforms today are very, very helpful. Though they do take their service charges, but still they are helpful in getting the smaller donations from a common man. I think the common man we are forgetting, a middle class person who can contribute a small amount, but that small amount, if he is convinced that this is a cause worthy of it, can make a huge amount. So the money is there, we have to tap the resources, but with the conviction from the parents that yes, they will go through this journey with you. That is the most important.
Yeah, and one more point. I am active Lions Club International member, and pediatric cancer is one of the core area where the support is given.
And Dr. Monica also works with an NGO that is looking after, trying to collaborate between doctors per se who can offer their services as well. So Dr. Monica, we want to make a comment on that.
Yeah, so I'm working with Cancer Kids SOS, which is a Strength of Smile. So basically I'm trying to connect doctors to patients. So because there are many non-metro areas where doctors, they are treating patients, but some supports are not there. So for example, their funding is a problem, or they don't have a psychologist, so how to manage other resources. Like there's like we have Home Away from here in Bombay, but they don't have place. Patients who travel for a smaller distance, but they don't get place to stay. So we're trying to connect all those so that in a non-metro like Delhi, Bombay ke alawa, also there are places where patients can get treated. So, and also we are trying to connect senior doctors like Dr. Banavali sir and Dr. Gurkure madam and other senior faculty. So even if any doctor is having any problem like a difficult tumor case or any other issues, that can be sorted. So this is what we're trying to do with that.
Okay. So basically what we want to sum it up is that everybody can help. You don't isolate yourself. If you are diagnosed or your child is diagnosed with cancer, please reach out. There is more than enough help available. Be it NGOs which provide financial help, or they provide medicines, or they provide you avenues to reach the right centers. But we would like you to reach the right center for care. Once you're diagnosed and treated properly, please become an ambassador for care. Our call or request to the media is please help us burst the myths that are there against cancer. We want to make it more prominent. We want to focus on the curability of pediatric cancers. We don't want to lose our kids because people reach us late, and you can help us in that. Parents with friends, families, you can become blood donors, as Dr. Banavali said. You could become bone marrow donors. You could kind of just give your buccal swab and register to be a bone marrow donor in case somebody needs a bone marrow transplant. Or you could just come into hospitals to reach out and read to the children, play with the children because they're sitting in a hospital and the children would like some company as well. So multiple avenues where you could help out. More importantly, please spread the message that pediatric cancer is curable. So I'm going to conclude this session. I'm going to read that speech again by Mark Antony, just those 2 lines again, where he says, "Friends, Romans and countrymen, lend me your ears. I come to bury Caesar, not to praise him. I will just change that and say I want to bury the stigma against pediatric cancers. We're not here to praise cancers. We are here to praise all of us over here who kind of join hands together, and we will fight cancer and we'll make it very, very curable in another few years." Thank you so much for this hearing. Lovely having you as an audience today. Yeah, we're happy to take questions. Any questions? Or is this the post-lunch stupor? Yes, ma'am.
Mine's not a question, but I think what you said last was extremely important. Communication in cancer is very, very important. How you communicate. I think as adults, adult conquerors, we face it all the time because you have myths like someone telling you, oh, it's your bad karma in your past. Or, I mean, that's a very common this thing. Or, oh, maybe you could have done something else. How did you get it? Now what will happen? So I think as a community which is dealing with cancer, changing the paradigm of communication and how you communicate is very, very important, whether it is a pediatric cancer or whether it is an adult cancer. Cancer, it doesn't mean death right now. Cancer can be curable, especially where pediatric cancers are concerned. Even adult cancers are curable, but the general consensus is, oh, you have cancer, now what? I think, as we rightly said, I think what we say behind as the NGO, that is Myeloma Friends, is cancer, so what, overcome it. So I think that's the kind of message that should be given to everybody. And that's the kind of communication that needs to be done because the quality of life is always there and life is always there.
Yes,
Thank you so much.
Yeah, completely agree with you, ma'am. Yeah. So we've had cancer, so what? Exactly. We will fight it. We will come out victorious against it.
The most important thing in the pediatric cancer is the way the parents accept it. So what do the consultant hospitals or the centers psychologically help these parents to come out and how they do it? Thank you.
Dr. Banavali, would you like to answer that?
You know, it was told, but one of the most important people who play a role in this is the patients who are cured. You know, like we say, we always ask the patients who have completed the treatment also to come for follow-ups. And when they're sitting outside and the newly diagnosed parents see that, you know, there's a child who has finished 5 years of treatment, 1 year of treatment, 10 years of treatment, when they talk to them, I think that's the biggest support. You know, if I tell the child, the parent, that your child will be cured, 90% cure rate and all, they may not understand it, but when they see a child who is already cured sitting out in the OPD, that makes a big difference. So having survivors in the clinic, in the same place where the new patients are, makes a big, big difference, and the biggest difference, because all other things are theoretical. But practically seeing a child cured and following up, I think that's the best thing for the parent.
Yeah. Dr. Kurkure, you have a comment?
The same thing, the survivors, when they are pulled together, and that is how we started this clinic. We started with one and now they are in thousands and they are going to talk about it. But they can influence. Like when we talk, they take it as a marketing strategy, that you have to market yourself to say that and be in the business. But when the survivors themselves talk, that's a proof of the pudding. So that is a difference between we talking and they talking. And that is why the Child Cancer Survivor Support Group, which is existing in Mumbai, that is UGAM, is very, very important, and you will hear from them in a I don't want to take away the glory of the next.
Can I just add? We basically do a lot of hand-holding as all doctors, especially in the first month when the parents are diagnosed. There's a lot of visits, a lot of talking. We spend a lot of time talking to the parents. We involve all the necessary things, including a psychologist early on. We are accessible so that we understand, as being parents ourselves, what the parents may be going through. And the first and the most important thing, we try to reassure the parents that this is nothing that you could have done to avoid this, or it's not your fault, because most parents feel, how could I not see this, or why did I not avoid this? So again, it takes a village, and we make it as child-friendly a place for the child. Though difficult and painful situations, we take them along in a as child-friendly manner as we can.
Thank you so much. I think we've exceeded our time a little bit, but once again, thank you for listening carefully to us. I hope that all of you will take something away from here today. I hope all of you will be able to tell the next person that pediatric cancers are curable. There are at least 2 institutions, if not more, who are willing to take care of cancers. That's the right place to be. We would all like all our pediatric cancers to be treated by pediatric oncologists. That is one message that I would like to put across: the right treatment at the right time by the right person. So thank you once again.
Please request you to stay back for the small token of appreciation. We learned that right treatment, right diagnosis, right time, and it's 80% curable. I now request Mr. Joji Ipin Zacharias, Regional General Manager, Malayalam Manorama, to kindly come on the stage to hand over the mementos. Thank you once again. Moving on, just one announcement. The kids of St. Jude, they had to leave because they had something else. They couldn't wait for long. They wanted to be the part of this entire seminar, so they were here just for an hour. We also have Miss Pooja Haliwal here, who would be speaking about yoga and cancer. Our next session is on survivorship. To have a discussion on this, I would invite Dr. Vandana, who has 5 years clinical experience at Tata Memorial Hospital in pediatric oncology, joined Indian Cancer Society in 2016, has been spearheading medical role for all activities of Indian Cancer Society, including awareness, screening, cancer cure, rehab, and survivorship, successfully implementing survivorship program at 12 cancer hospitals across 5 states in India. Member of National and International Forum on Survivorship. Mission is to integrate survivorship care into the cancer control program. Ma'am, please.
Thank you so much. So usually I get this, survivorship is the last session and I see like half the chairs which are empty. But I'm thankful to those who are still there and patiently listening to us. There has been a great learning since morning. We have, with Dr. Pramesh's keynote on cancer, then going on to men's cancer, women's cancer, then we heard the panel on children's cancer, and now it is survivorship. Survivorship is a very important component in the cancer control program. However, most of the knowledge comes from the Western countries because in India, currently the priorities are of course treatment. Now it is shifting, the focus is also shifting to prevention. But yes, when you are preventing it, then the next step is early diagnosis. After early diagnosis, it is the right treatment, as Dr. Banavali said. After treatment, what? So, there are conquerors here who are saying that we had cancer, so what? So my tagline or ICS's tagline is survived cancer, what next? So with that, I invite my esteemed panelist, Dr. Maya Prasad, please join us. With a career of almost 2 decades, Dr. Prasad has worked in the field of pediatric oncology, and it is our immense pleasure to have her. She is currently the professor in medical oncology at the Tata Memorial Hospital. She is the in charge of ACT clinic, which exclusively takes care of childhood cancer survivors. So today we will be focusing on survivorship, especially in the children and young adults. Our next panelist is Mrs. Usha Banerjee. Ma'am, please come on the stage. She has volunteered to support cancer patients and their families for over 25 years. And you saw a lot of beautiful paintings from the children from St. Jude's. And she has been the first CEO of St. Jude India Childcare Centers, the non-profit that provides free accommodation and holistic care. And now she's leading, which is the next step in the St. Jude's. She's leading this latest vertical, St. Jude for Life, that provides support to survivors of childhood cancer. Welcome, ma'am. I now invite Dr. Savita Goswami, a very dear colleague and mentor of childhood cancer support group, which is UGAM, which Dr. Kurkure mentioned. Madam Goswami is a clinical psychologist and psycho-oncologist working at Tata Memorial Hospital since 1996. So you all can imagine how many cases she must have seen with psychosocial issues. May I please have Dr. Nisha Agarwal. She's the director at SRCC Center for Child Development, the panel which just finished. She is from SRCC, but the other division, which is Center for Child Development, which majorly caters to the rehabilitation services. At SRCC, she has expanded the scope of rehab services from traditional rehab to encompassing other therapies as well, novel therapies. Welcome. Last but not the least, my dearest Preeti. Preeti Fad, a round of applause for her. She is a survivor herself. She was diagnosed with retinoblastoma at the age of 9, but that did not stop her from pursuing her career. She has completed her master's in social work from Nirmala Niketan, and we are lucky to have her at the Indian Cancer Society leading from the front for UGAM. Welcome, Preeti. So I think most of the topics got covered, so my questions are going to be limited. So first question will go to Savita, because I think it is relevant to the last panel. So they talked about fear of relapse, they talked about discrimination, they talked about issues which are not disclosed to the public at large. So what is your view on the same, and what has been your experience in dealing with survivors of cancer?
It is very broad, actually, very broad question. Since so many years, I have definitely seen that fear of cancer recurrence or relapse this is the universal phenomena. Like whether you take a patient or survivor or caregiver, it is common. And I think we should consider it as a normal thing. Many times what happens that when somebody is cured or surviving, then we always say that, oh, why are you worrying about it? Now all is fine, you shouldn't worry about it. So we just put it under the carpet, and as myeloma friend volunteer said very rightly, that communication is very important, and that many times doesn't happen. Even with the professional, many times it is taken as that people should move on. It is good to move on in life, but I think talking about those issues, talking about those fears and addressing those fears is very important, because those issues like this doesn't come only in psychological domain. This comes in psychosocial, cultural and spiritual domain, because that fear is not just internal fear, it is because you have to face the world. You have to deal with your own faiths and beliefs. You have your own traditional values, how people look at you, what they expect from you. And then many times people feel that probably they are not competent enough to deal with all these. They may not face this world the way people are expecting to face. And that is how this dilemma, that is how many times people have issues with self-esteem, confidence, and the practical issues, whatever we say that we have to, like in the previous session, it is good to be positive, but we have to be practical also at the same time. All our children in ACT clinic, they come and they report all the concerns. When they go for a job, there is discrimination. When they get the job, they are separated from other colleagues, and people look at them differently. They feel that probably they may not deal with the routine work. They have some special needs. They don't get that support when they need that support. So definitely there is a need to have some compassion. Survivors and patients and caregivers should have self-compassion. That is also not there, because we always expect from ourselves also that I should be doing this. I have, my family has struggled so much. So now this is my job, and see, now I'm not doing it. So we compassionately not even taking care of ourselves. When I'm saying we, means anyone who's dealing with cancer or the caregivers. So that compassion is not there. So needs are quite wide. The spectrum of need is quite wide. And the empowerment means and resources, I think, not there. We spoke about that everyone should join, but the main need is to change the attitude, the perception, that we need to hear them, whatever it is, whether that fear, but we need to talk about it, why that fear is. And if that fear is there, then they need support for them. We should not always say that, oh no, you're a warrior, you're a victor. You should not, you should not express negatively or look at yourself so down. So I think this is my experience in ACT clinic. But of course, there are positive examples also, and we will talk about it in moving on with the session.
Sure, thank you. So I think the message is that be realistic. Positive is good, but realistic is also important. My next question will be to Dr. Maya. So we heard in the last session about curability of childhood cancers, Dr. Maya. So I'm sure the week reaches out to, on a national level, and there are many survivors who must be, reading these things. So my question to you is that 80% childhood cancer survival rate is okay, good. But is it uniform across India? Or at certain centers, like Dr. Ruchira said, that wherever there are pediatric oncologists, etc. So what has been the literature? What does the literature say about these things?
So good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, Vandana. I think one of the major things we talk about when it comes to childhood cancer is, and something that we really try to highlight, is the excellent curability and the very high survival rates. I think that's always our USP that we keep talking about. Unfortunately, we tend to quote only the Western numbers because pan-India numbers are not readily available. So the numbers that we would have from India would be from centers like Tata Memorial or from SRCC, where the outcomes are still very good. So I would say that our center, it would be around 70% survival, as in amongst all the children who come to us for treatment, 70% of them are completely cured. The other thing that we mentioned earlier was the concept of cure. So Dr. Banavali very rightly mentioned, in most adult cancers, it's just about controlling the disease in a lot of them. Whereas in children, it is the concept of cure is what is most important. The number of 5 years is a very magical number, but it is also quite arbitrary. The reason I think 5 years was chosen is because the chances of relapse or recurrence of the disease become much, much less after that landmark of 5 years is crossed. So I think to sum up, in India we don't really have the numbers, but at larger centers, I think the numbers would be around 70 to 80% of children being cured and living, long lives.
Great. So please don't pass on the mic. Let me ask the second question to you again. This is in continuation to what Dr. Sujata said, that, it is important to follow up. It's not just, when you're, yes, there is celebration at the end of treatment, but follow-up is equally important. So would you like to specifically tell us about maybe 2 or 3 important late side effects or late consequences? We all know about the acute side effects, but why should a child who is cured now, who is completely normal, should come to a follow-up clinic, which is a ACT clinic?
So I think there is also, apart from the high curability, people have been focusing so much on the cost of cure in childhood cancers. Among the 3, there were 3 panels, one for men's cancers, one for women's, and one for children's. But why is there only one panel on survivorship, and that happens to be on childhood cancer survivorship? Because that's such a big area now, and it is so much in focus, mainly because, first of all, there are a large number of children who survive childhood cancer, and then they have so many years ahead of them. So that really is many, many man years or person years that we are looking at. So we need to make those years as good as possible and make those count. We know that most children who are treated for cancer, especially nowadays, will go on to live long and healthy lives. But there is a small proportion who will have some side effects of cancer treatment. So some of them can be what are called long-term side effects. They may be actually the side effects which happen during the treatment for childhood cancer, but they may go on persist in the long term. So one example would be something like, having a side effect which involves the heart. So that may just occur during treatment, but it may go on to persist in the long run for many, many years. There may be also some side effects which develop much later. So that's actually something really important, that the treatment which has happened now may cause, this is rare, but it may cause some side effects to develop many, many years later, and those are known as late effects. So this is probably one of the major reasons that children who are treated for cancer will need to follow up for a long time. That is mainly medical. Most of these late effects are, considered to be medical. But then they can also have a wide range of psychosocial and other late effects. I think Savita has already mentioned. They may not really be because of the cancer treatment per se. They may be just because of the cancer experience itself. There may be other problems such as problems in growth and development. Children are growing. All their tissues and all their cells are growing and they are immature. So they are more likely to get damaged. So that's the other reason we need to keep checking to see if they're growing well, if their development, that could be either, it could be intellectual development, it could be sexual development, it could be all kinds of development needs to be monitored. Depending on what treatment has been received, various organs may be affected like the heart, lungs. These are all specific to specific individuals and specific treatments that have been given. But we have to anticipate and monitor them. In a small proportion, there may be late recurrences which occur. So it's very rare to have a disease come back after so many years, but it is possible, so that also needs follow-up. But I think the main thing that I would say in this day and age, and especially for children who are getting treated now, is what Dr. Ruchira mentioned, and that is to reintegrate them into mainstream. That is to make sure that they are not, even though they've completed treatment and gone back home, they are not sitting in a corner and not coming back and doing what regular children and adolescents ought to be doing. So I think these are all the things that we really need to ensure in the long-term follow-up of children who have been treated for cancer.
Thank you, Maya, for that crisp answer. I think the live example which we recently faced is in the Indian Cancer Society's support group, which is UGAM. So as Maya said, it's a spectrum, right? So there are people, there are survivors or victors who are at a low risk, who do not develop these late effects, and there are survivors who are at a high risk. So we recently lost a very dear UGAM member to what Dr. Maya just said, to a second malignancy, which came after 10 to 12 years of that UGAM member being cured of cancer. So that is the importance of follow-up and the side effects being managed in time. Maya talked about mainstreaming. So taking that cue, there are many institutes in Mumbai and otherwise who are looking into mainstreaming of the survivors. Like Dr. Savita said, everybody doesn't need a helping hand. So we have to balance. We don't need to really victimize them, and at the same time, you can't overdo it also. So that thin line of balance needs to be maintained. So my question to Usha ma'am first, and then I will come to Preeti, is that at St. Jude for Life, how are you maintaining this balance, and what is the concept of St. Jude's for Life?
Yeah, thank you very much, Vandana, and it's a great pleasure to be here. And just sitting here, what I can see are the two boards behind with a riot of colors. They've been done by the children who are staying at the St. Jude Center. And why would you look at these pictures and think that these children are children undergoing any kind of treatment, therapy, life-threatening cancer? No, I mean, these are pictures drawn by children of that age anywhere. And I think that feeling of normalcy is something which has to be very preciously guarded. Yes, they're going through a bad experience. But, this is Savita's job at the hospital, you counsel them. We have counselors at our centers also to understand what the child is going through. So this degree of normalcy comes in while they are staying at the centers, undergoing treatment, and also when they're back home. Now, as Dr. Maya just mentioned, 5 years from the time of diagnosis is when they're termed survivors. Now, St. Jude's, we run centers in nine cities, and we are currently looking after almost 500 children. And these are all children from underprivileged families. Fortunately, hospitals like Tata treat them free of cost. Same with AIMS in Delhi and so on. Most of the places that we are have centers of excellence as far as treatment goes. But when we talk of there being slightly lower, survival rates, it's because the supportive care is not that. Good nutrition, infection control, hygienic surroundings, and a happy atmosphere. At the back, we have a reflection of the happy atmosphere. And I think what actually helps in the cure is the complete circle of care that is provided. So 5 years on, and I tell you, when these children stay with us, we've always provided support. It's been whatever they needed, whenever they've come back. It's been our motto that once a St. Jude child is always a St. Jude child. So a natural extension of this we started during the pandemic was, if once a St. Jude child is always a St. Jude child, what happens when he or she has recovered? Are we not, in some extent, responsible for them? So which is how we set up the new vertical called St. Jude's for Life. And it is to help them reintegrate with life, reintegrate in society in every possible way, and support them to do it. We saw these little videos earlier, which was put up by the SRCC team, and there was this mention of this little boy, Piyush, who said, I want to be a doctor or a policeman. This is such typical ambition of all the children who stay with us. Because now what we've started with St. Jude's for Life is trying to help them with their education, support them with their education. There are multiple ways we do it. Paying for the fees, providing online support. During the pandemic, we distributed phones and tablets and so on. The idea was to see that no child falls behind as far as education is concerned. Secondly, the all-important counseling, particularly with the young, the preteen and the teenagers who've had a body image issue, who've struggled to get back into normalcy when they're back home. As I said, we provide accommodation for underprivileged families, and they come from all over the country. These are not urban children. These are children from rural, semi-rural, and small towns. So there is a lot more of stigma. There's a lot more of readjustment for them. So counseling to, for them to be accepted, sometimes even by the extended family, by the school and so on. So that support is needed. So counseling, then, as we said, the children have aspirations. Sometimes we need to realign those aspirations. Unfortunately, not everybody in our country, by wanting to become a doctor, can become a doctor. So you sort of get them to, dream in that direction, but probably think of doing a paramedical course. Everybody thinks of a sarkari naukri and being a policeman. I think when these kids are in the rural areas, they probably see policemen, and back in their treatment centers, they've seen doctors. So these are two main heroes that they have. So, this is what they want to become. But we open up the avenues for them to various other careers. So we have very active career guidance. We also have, tied up with various people for skilling. When I talk of tying up, we cannot. Our core strength has been to run centers to care for children when they were ill. So what we are now leveraging is partnerships with various organizations and NGOs who specialize in all these things. Skill development, career counseling, and so on. And then there are other things beyond this. As we say, we're considering these children to be children, I hate to use the word normal, but children who are like any other child, who has the normal expectations of good education, a good career, marriage, job, and so on. So yes, we will try as these children grow older. Our oldest ones now are in their 20s because St. Jude's started in 2006, 15 years ago, and the cohort was between the age of 0 to 12 at that time. So the oldest kids that we have now are in their mid-20s. Some of them are working, I'm very happy to say. Recently, we had letters from several children who had got jobs this year. So it's very heartening, to know that they are being accepted in the mainstream. And we have always encouraged them to share the fact that they have been ill. Sometimes the parents do not want to, particularly if the child has been extremely young, under the age of year or two, which is perfectly acceptable. If the child has no memory of having been to a hospital or having been treated, it's not our role to jog it and say, hey, you're a cancer survivor. But the point is we are there. We are there for them in any aspect that they want. So we have this support, as I said, hopefully marriage counseling. If there is a need for the family, we always encourage them that if your child is getting married, please do tell the opposite partner that this has been the history. Let it not come from somebody else. And our role in this is to connect them with the doctor. So maybe the prospective, maybe this family speaks with the doctor and understands the reality of marriage after survival of cancer as a childhood cancer survivor. Then there are some children who may have had problems, special needs. It could have been during treatment, it could have been something like autism, which was there earlier. So yes, our plan is to ensure that these children also in some way, when their parents are not there for them, are able to stand on their own feet, are able to look after themselves. And of course, as we were discussing, that one of the signs of normalcy is for them to have insurance, because if you have insurance, it means that we have hopes of a normal life. Companies willing to employ you, people are willing to marry you, so that's the other thing that we have in things. So these are the various 8 streams that we look after in St. Jude's for Life. And as was mentioned in the earlier panel, that support, for people during treatment is very important. So we have sessions, we have 2 sessions every month. One is when we have a group, when our survivors, we call them the Judeans, because Judean means a free spirit, willing to take adventure and challenge, and which is, I think, what our kids are. So we meet once a month online, and we have people like Maya, Sarita, people talking about diet, people talking about careers. We've had somebody in the police who was posted in Kashmir, and he was such a hit with the children. So, you expose them to different careers, you expose them to different ideas, and, that gives them, that opens their horizons for them. The other thing we do is we have our children, our Judeans, talk to our families who are at the centers. So that is another session that we have once a month. And they describe their journey, their stay at the centers. The parents talk about the difficulties they had. So that encourages the people whose children are undergoing treatment. So they it's exactly what Umang does. So they get this kind of support from within. They see these strapping young boys and girls who are, talking, joking, and, perfectly normal children. And it gives them hope that their child who's undergoing treatment, yes, will one day join the ranks of survivors.
Thank you so much for that comprehensive answer. I think we all work together, and what Usha Banerjee ma'am said is exactly true what even Indian Cancer Society does. So what she talked about is partnership. So at Indian Cancer Society, Dr. Pramesh in his morning talk, he mentioned about ICS survivorship program. So what is this program? This is all about creating an infrastructure. Dr. Kurkure is sitting here, and I'm fortunate to be, mentored by her. And it is their thought that there needs to be an infrastructure which needs to be created for survivors to express either it is a medical need or a psychosocial need. So talking about partnerships, we also at Indian Cancer Society have this project called Picasso, which means Partnership in Cancer Survivorship Optimization. So I think Preeti, I'll skip that question because most of it is what we all are doing together. So it is basically facilitating the hospitals to start exclusive clinics for survivors, going from the model of Tata Hospital and UGAM, which works closely together, starting clinics in different hospitals, addressing the concerns, may it be educational, may it be late effects, which Dr. Maya pointed out. So taking care in a very holistic manner is what Project Picasso is all about. So Preeti, I think I will not ask you the same question. If you could please share your own experience with the audience as to how UGAM has played an important role in your own personal experience.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. यहाँ पे मैम ने अभी मुझे खुद के बारे में शेयर करने बोला. वैसे तो हर एक वॉरियर, हर एक विक्टर, उसकी अपनी अपनी एक स्टोरी होती है, उसकी अपनी एक जर्नी होती है. सो यहाँ कुछ थोड़े से इसमें एक बताना चाहूँगी जो एक्सपीरियंस किया और आज तक आई हूँ, कैसे पहुँची हूँ. एट द एज ऑफ 8 रेटिनोब्लास्टोमा हो गया था. इसके पहले के सेशन में हमने सुना कि 5th ईयर के पहले रेटिनोब्लास्टोमा डायग्नोस होता है. वो डायग्नोस होने के लिए लेट हुआ, इसकी वजह से आई अंडरगॉन विद रेडिएशन, सर्जरी, केमोथेरेपी, सब से जाकर उसमें से मैं निकल गई थी. वो टाइम पे सिर्फ ट्रीटमेंट हो रही है, मैं हॉस्पिटल जा रही हूँ, आ रही हूँ, इतना ही मुझे पता था. मुझे क्या हुआ ये तो सिर्फ मेरी मम्मी को पता था. तभी कैंसर क्या होता है, उसका मतलब क्या होता है, कुछ मुझे पता नहीं था. स्कूल जाना वो एक बैंडेज के साथ, क्योंकि प्रोस्थेसिस नहीं लगा था, प्रोस्थेसिस लगने में कुछ वक्त लग गया था, तो बैंडेज के साथ जाना. पूरे स्कूल में मैं अकेली ऐसी थी कि जो बैंडेज के साथ जा रही थी, या एक आँख थी जो मैं घर आके मुझे मिरर में पता चलता था कि मेरी आँख में फ़र्क है, बाकी के बच्चों के तो दोनों आइज़ सेम है, मेरा ऐसा क्यों है, जो सॉकेट खाली था. तो कुछ दिनों के बाद उसमें प्रोस्थेसिस भी आ गया. लकीली स्कूल ऐसा था कि टीचर्स, फ्रेंड्स, उन्होंने मुझे कभी किसी चीज़ के लिए डिस्क्रिमिनेट नहीं किया. 10th तो पास हो गई, उसके बाद कॉलेज. घर में रहना और स्कूल में रहना एक ही बात हो जाती है, क्योंकि एक प्रोटेक्शन में रहते हैं. बट जैसे ही कॉलेज जाना शुरू किया, थोड़ा सा बाहर निकल गई, ट्रैवल करना शुरू किया, चाहे वो ट्रेन हो, बस हो, कॉलेज के लेक्चर्स में बैठना हो, बट वहाँ पे धीरे धीरे एक ऑकवर्डनेस आने लगा था. क्यों? क्योंकि अगर मैं चल भी रही हूँ तो कोई मुझे देख रहा है तो देखते ही रह रहा है. उसका रीज़न ये था, जैसे मैंने कहा कि रेडिएशन, उसकी वजह से आँख की साइज़ बहुत छोटी है. एक आँख बंद होती है, दोनों आँख बंद नहीं होती है, तो एक ओपन ही रहता है. प्रोस्थेसिस वैसे की वैसे ही दिखता है, तो दिखने के लिए बहुत अजीब लगता था. मैं स्पेक्स भी नहीं लगाती थी. तब इतना भी समझ नहीं था कि मैं अगर एक चश्मा लगा लूँ तो कौन सा इतना पता चलने वाला था. बट उतना ही समझना और करना वो भी पॉसिबल नहीं था. ऐसे करते करते, जैसे पहले भी अभी जो बात हुई कि कोई भी पॉजिटिव या नेगेटिव चीज़ एक दिन में ये नहीं करती है, तो वो धीरे 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 बॉडी इमेज इशू इतना ये करता गया कि 14 के बाद मुझे खुद को घर से बाहर निकलना मुश्किल हो गया था. मैंने 14 का रिज़ल्ट लगने के बाद कॉलेज जाना ही छोड़ दिया. 1 ईयर तक ऐसे कुछ मतलब खुद का रूटीन बना लिया था. मेरी मम्मी एज अ डोमेस्टिक वर्कर ही काम करते थे. आज उन्होंने इतना पढ़ा दिया है हमें, बट मैंने उनको हेल्प करना शुरू कर दिया था. सुबह 5 बजे उठ के जाओ, 8 बजे तक घर पे आ जाओ, किसी से लेना देना नहीं है, ना जाके बात करनी है, ना किसी को अपनी शक्ल दिखानी है. एक दिन ऐसे ही 2009 में फॉलोअप के लिए हॉस्पिटल में गई थी, बिकॉज टाटा में ही डॉक्टर बनावली के सर के अंदर ट्रीटमेंट हुआ है. टाटा जाना एक अच्छा लगता था कि वहाँ जाके बैठो तो कोई अब देखता नहीं है, किसी के मतलब एलियन की तरह फील नहीं होता है, जैसे कि ट्रैवलिंग में या सोसाइटी में लोग फील कराते हैं. जैसे बैंडेज में थी तब कोई देख लेता था, बोल देता था, अरे अरे इतनी सी बच्ची कैसे लग रही है ना, इतनी सुंदर है लेकिन आँख में मार्क आ गई, अब इसका क्या होगा। तो सुन के ऐसा लगता था ऐसा क्या हो गया है, जो लोग बोलते हैं अरे लड़की जात है अब क्या होगा, या इतना डिफरेंस है। बट जब वो फॉलोअप के लिए गई, वहाँ एक मेरा फ्रेंड मिला, वो एक तैयारी कर रहे थे, वो क्या कर रहे थे उसमें उसने मुझे सिर्फ बोला कि तू जुड़ जा। मैं जुड़ गई, और वो वक्त था कि मई में 2009 में हम लोग उगम का जो इनॉग्रेशन करना था, जो कि डॉक्टर कुरकुरे मैम है, उनके गाइडेंस, उनके मेंटोरशिप में वो हुआ है, तो उसकी वो तैयारी थी। तो उसने मुझे बोला कि इसमें जुड़ जा। वो लेटर्स हम पोस्ट कर रहे थे सर्वाइवर्स को, ताकि वो आके वो प्रोग्राम अटेंड करे, जो इनॉग्रेशन हो और एक सर्वाइवर्स एक साथ आए और एक दूसरे को समझ सके। मैं वो प्रोग्राम का हिस्सा इस तरह बन गई कि नेक्स्ट डे से रोज़ उठ के टाटा जा रही हूँ, कभी वो लेटर्स हो गए, उसके बाद उस दिन क्या एक्टिविटी करेंगे, कैसे पार्टिसिपेट करेंगे। लास्ट बेंच पे बैठने वाली मैंने उगम के इनॉग्रेशन में स्किट किया था, जिसमें पार्टिसिपेट किया था, और ये सब इसीलिए पॉसिबल है, अभी बताने के लिए 2 मिनट नहीं लग रहे, लेकिन ये जर्नी बहुत बड़ा था। क्योंकि जब मैंने उगम में आई, मैंने देखा कि मैं ऐसी अकेली नहीं हूँ जिसे ये प्रॉब्लम है, मेरे जैसे और भी सर्वाइवर्स हैं, हर एक का इशू अलग है, हर एक का प्रॉब्लम अलग है। जब एक दूसरे से बात करने लगे, एक दूसरे को समझने लगे, तब पता चला कि नहीं, ऐसे नहीं है कि यहाँ पे ही सब खत्म हो गया है, इसके बाद भी लाइफ है, कर सकती हो सकता है। फिर जो ACT क्लिनिक था, वहाँ जाके ट्यूसडे को और सर्वाइवर से मिलना, उनसे बात करना, उनको समझना, उनको समझाना, ये करते करते जो हमारा मंथली मीटिंग है, वहाँ पे जैसे जाके सविता मैम हो, कुरकुरे मैम हो, वो बात कर रहे, उन्हें हम सुन रहे, समझ रहे। लेकिन जब वहाँ जाके शेयर करना शुरू किया वो प्लेटफॉर्म पे, चाहे वो ट्रीटमेंट का जर्नी हो, या उसके बाद का बॉडी इमेज का इशू हो, या जो सेल्फ एस्टीम कम हुआ है, कॉन्फिडेंस गया है, वो उगम के प्लेटफॉर्म में इस तरह से बढ़ा दिया कि सोचा नहीं, अभी सोसाइटी में वापस देने के लिए मुझे यही चीज़ करनी है। इसके लिए मैंने मेरा मास्टर्स कंप्लीट किया सोशल वर्क में, और लास्ट 8 ईयर्स से एज अ मेडिकल सोशल वर्कर जॉब करना शुरू किया। बहुत प्राउड फील करती हूँ, बहुत लकी भी हूँ, क्योंकि ट्रीटमेंट टाटा में हुई है, उगम जैसा ग्रुप मिला है, वंदना मैम, सविता मैम, कुरकुरे मैम, इनके मेंटोरशिप में हूँ, और आज इंडियन कैंसर सोसाइटी में जॉब कर रही हूँ। सो थैंक यू।
Thank you, Preeti. Thank you very much. Isn't she a celebrity? हम लोग celebrities के लिए ढूंढते रहते हैं, but I think we have a live example of celebrities sitting with us. I think Nisha ma'am is waiting patiently for her turn. So Preeti spoke about body image issues or retinoblastoma survivors. At the ACT clinic, I'm sure Dr. Maya must be seeing a lot of survivors of brain tumors. So majority of the late effects are seen in brain tumor survivors. So currently we are having a partnership with the SRCC, CCD and Indian Cancer Society, wherein the children from Tata Hospital will be referred through the Indian Cancer Society to their center. So what is it that exactly you want to showcase on your activities? How will it help the cancer patients?
So good afternoon, and thank you for having me here. Rehab forms a very important aspect of treatment in both while treatment is going on and during the survivor phase. You cannot take away and say, okay, now it's over and now we don't need it anymore. Second aspect is that rehab is also very human-centric, very symptom specific. So a child who is, has symptoms which are related to psychological issues, we have psychologists on board. Those who have intellectual deficits, we have special educators on board. Those who have issues with balance, those who have gait training, those who have fine motor issues. So we have therapists basically addressing each one of these symptoms. What in my practice and my experience, what I have noticed, and like they've said, is it's pediatric cancer is curable, and we are able to address it. And that's the beauty of rehab, is if you incorporate rehab as part of your treatment right from the beginning, then it becomes a temporary problem. Your gait your balance issue becomes a temporary issue, and with therapy, given what we call as front loading, which means you give it while the symptoms are there, you're able to make a significant impact. Now, what we know as traditional therapies, which is physical therapy, occupational therapy, speech therapy, so a lot of issues we have seen with children with cancer is that they have a lot of cognitive deficits. They have language issues. These are the three traditional. But at SRCC, we have 14 such therapies that are offered. We have aqua therapy, we have the vestibulator, we have robotics, we have virtual reality, we have prosthetics and orthotics, we have special education, we have remedial education, we have psychological counseling and testing. So, you know, we cover a whole gamut of services because just the traditional therapies is not enough. You don't know what this child is going to come up with. We have vision rehab, which as this young lady went through this trauma, we have a lot of patients who can benefit with low vision aids. And low vision doesn't mean there is no vision. So there is possibility. We just had a recent a BTS patient who we're in the process of getting him a magnifier, a video magnifier, by which for 2 years he didn't think he could go back to school. And now he can do that. So rehab has to become a very integral part of your program, not just of the treatment program basically, not just during, after, as we are working with, you know, as survivors, but during the journey and during the process as well.
Thank you, and congratulations on your novel therapies that you have in Mumbai. I really wish you all the best, that you also expand the scope so that, you know, we heard Dr. Pramesh and he showed how the Tata Memorial is spreading across the country. We have Indian Cancer Society, which has its presence for the survivorship clinics across the country now. Then we do have St. Jude's, like ma'am said, they have so many centers. Like that, even I think rehab should be integrated in the survivorship program. And I wish you all the very best. I think we are running out of time. The last question which I would like to ask Dr. Maya is that we spoke a lot about late effects, psychosocial effects, rehabilitation. Is there something which you can do to prevent it?
Yes, definitely. So I think that should be probably the most important point here about prevention of late effects. Since I just mentioned earlier about how late effects in childhood cancer survivors is such a huge field, and there's a lot of research going on in the West about this. So the initial few years of research were focused on finding out what were exactly the problems faced by these survivors of childhood cancers. And so because of all that research, we now know, we have a fairly good idea of what treatment exposures can actually lead to what specific side effects. So to give an example, this is what Vandana had also mentioned. So certain children are at a higher risk of developing side effects. One good example is that of brain tumor survivor. So typically the treatment of brain tumors in children involves surgery as well as radiation as well as chemotherapy. So that's multimodal therapy. Surgery almost always involves removing part of the brain, which as we know is very vital, and you know, removing part of the brain can actually lead to a deficit in that child or patient. Radiation has its own long list of side effects, including hormonal and growth. And chemotherapy, of course, depending on what kind of chemotherapy use, they may have the side effects. So, so now we know that these are the kind of exposures which lead to specific treatment related side effects. So what can be done to prevent it? That is now the focus of ongoing research. Now that we know what causes what, we now want to try and prevent it as much as possible. So if there are other healthcare professionals, especially public health professionals here, you would know that prevention is generally divided into primary prevention, secondary prevention, and tertiary prevention. So primary prevention is something that's very important. Lots of research goes into that, and that is to see how we can actually decrease the treatment so that you totally remove those risk factors which can cause the problem. So for example, now in almost all cancers, in pediatric cancers, we give what is known as risk-directed therapy. So you see which children are, at a higher risk. Madam talked about prognostic factors. So children who are high-risk patients, they receive more treatment. Children who are low-risk patients receive less treatment. In almost all low-risk cancers, we have now removed radiation therapy and removed the very strong chemotherapy agents. So children who are generally considered low risk do not develop as many side effects as before. So that's also one reason that all children with cancer should be treated by pediatric oncologists, because they are generally aware of the latest and the most appropriate way of managing pediatric cancers. The other things are secondary prevention, where you know that this patient, so for example, for a brain tumor child, you cannot avoid any of these treatments. You just have to give them, do surgery, give them radiation and chemotherapy. But then you make sure you keep following them, you monitor them to make sure that you immediately pick up a side effect as soon as it develops. In some cases, you can actually even prevent those side effects from developing if they are monitored very early. And then there's tertiary prevention, where you actually go and treat those effects. So for the last two things, I think it's very important to have a team. So which is why we are sitting here together as a team. It needs a multidisciplinary team. And I'm proud to be part of the team that Dr. Kurkure set up way back over 30 years ago at the Tata Memorial Hospital. We have an after completion of treatment clinic. So that's where, this concept of having a multidisciplinary team to help, I wouldn't say treat, I would just say to help and, guide, and also to learn from survivors of childhood cancer. So that's probably something that's very important.
Thank you, Maya. Yes, please.
Like we have heard so many experts, and they have said that there is advancement of treatment and there are so many resources and like so many different initiatives. But the very important fact is now we need sensitization, because in spite of having so many resources, even Usha madam will agree to that, so many times due to circumstantial difficulties, many times survivors or their caregivers, or they are not taking initiative, or they are not reaching us for help. So that sensitization, I think, is very important part and responsibility for all of us. And support group is very important platform where people can be sensitized. Clinics on treatment, if professionals start talking about, when they are completing their treatment, from there if it starts, I think that is very important. Then the media, because media is here, parents are here, general practitioners are here. Many times our survivors, they go back to their hometown and then we are not in touch with them. So we don't know how to motivate them. But those who are in touch with them, I think it's their responsibility also to motivate them, reinforce them, and create that hope and positivity. Because survivorship is long span of life, and it doesn't, it needs, I think, constant persuasion. So for that, everyone, I think, will have to take that responsibility. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think with that take-home message, we would end our session here. I would just like to tell you all 4 lines. It's actually a good poem which is composed by a survivor himself, and it was sung by Shan. I would like Savita ma'am and Preeti also to join me in saying this. This is actually a Ugam theme song. So, chal diye, please join me if you can after the line which I say. Chal diye hum lekar apna karwan,
चल दिए हम लेकर अपना,
लिखेंगे खुशियों से भरी एक दास्तां,
लिखेंगे खुशियों से भरी एक दास्तां,
राहों के टेढ़े मेढ़े जो मोड़ हो,
राहों के टेढ़े मेढ़े जो मोड़ हो,
टूटे ना इन हाथों के जो जोड़ हो,
टूटे ना इन हाथों के जो जोड़ हो.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Could you just play the video? Thank you all. I'll leave you all with a small video. It's a 2-minute video. It is showcasing a survivor, a victor, how he came up in his life after the diagnosis and where he is today. If you could please show. We thank Amit Trivedi ji for giving this song to us.
गम तो मुझको होगा, मैं रो लूंगा। दिल तो मेरा टूटेगा, समझ लूंगा। पर अपने अंदर रखो ना कुछ भी, बात कर लूंगा। जो होता है सो हो जाए, हाँ झगड़ लूंगा। ओ पर हिम्मत ना कभी भी हारूंगा, मैं लड़ लूंगा। पर हिम्मत ना कभी भी हारूंगा, मैं लड़ लूंगा। हालात से पीछे ना भागूंगा, मैं लड़ लूंगा।
हिम्मत रखनी होगी, बट उसको बोन कैंसर है। आज वंश को सर्जरी के लिए ले जाएंगे।
मजबूरी मैं तुझसे ना डरूंगा, लाचारी मैं तुझसे ना डरूंगा। जो भी होगा जो भी होगा जो भी होगा लड़ लूंगा। बेबसी मैं तुझसे ना डरूंगा, बेचैनी मैं तुझसे ना डरूंगा। जो भी होगा जो भी होगा जो भी होगा लड़ लूंगा। निराशाएं मैं तुझसे ना डरूंगा, मायूसी मैं तुझसे ना डरूंगा। जो भी होगा जो भी होगा जो भी होगा लड़ लूंगा। बेबसी मैं तुझसे ना डरूंगा, बेचैनी मैं तुझसे ना डरूंगा। जो भी होगा जो भी होगा जो भी होगा लड़ लूंगा। पर हिम्मत ना कभी भी हारूंगा, मैं लड़ लूंगा।
Thank you very much. If anyone has any questions, we have about 2 minutes. Yes, Colonel Khadar.
A very good evening to all of you. I want to share a perspective working close encounters with Indian Cancer Society. I will not call them survivors. They are beyond normal, Usha ma'am. That is my 5 years experience with these, the beyond normal people. They are inspirational stories. आज मैं कहता हूँ सच्चाई. They are inspirational stories. They teach you a lot. Like say for me, every day I walk with them, sit with them, chat with them, and मुझे जो शक्ति मिलती है वो बाकी जगह पे नहीं मिल पाएगी. I'm sharing it a very honest thought with you all. So for me, this is like if I have to just quote Goswami ma'am, it is an environment of hope and positivity which I live every day. With this thought, I want to repeat, they are really special, they are celebrities, and including Preeti who's here. Thank you.
Hi, this is Preetam from Indian Cancer Society Awareness. My question is that we heard about a lot of the patients, the survivors, the conquerors. But what about the family, the friends, the society? Is there anything which it's open for all of you? Is there anything which specifically has been thought upon or will have to be done or anything is happening? And second is that when you talk about all these survivors coming together, giving, as in they coming together and talking to each other, but the normal society, sorry for using the word normal again, but the normal society, we are not aware about all this. As in, is there anything where the society can be a part of it so that they don't feel different about it? And it's the same thing, as in it's a part of the society, like survivors are there and such things. If anyone can answer.
See, we always think, all of us, that caregivers is, part and parcel of whatever care we give. So they are part of our team. So from the beginning, we are with caregivers to care the patient or the victor. So that's why we always empower caregiver. And that is in the clinic, even in our survivor support group, many parents are involved. They are also participant of all the activity. So they are always bonded, and our aim is to empower them because they are living with these victors, survivors. So caring is their responsibility when they are not with us. Also, there are many support groups happening in the hospital, even in the community. There are many other community-based support groups are happening through different hospitals and different NGOs also. So even in St. Jude, parent empowerment support groups are happening. So there is constant movement happening to empower and involve them in care. Apart from that, as you said, how to connect with the society, community. So as you know that UGAM and even the St. Jude initiative, they are always doing activities to attract community to be part of this, whatever movement is happening for survivorship. There are so many festivals where UGAM is going in the community. They are being an ambassador of this cause of cancer and saying that, see, we have survived, and if you have anyone that they are having cancer, please come up and do the treatment. They are doing many media shows, they are going on radio. So we are trying and doing many things to connect with the community. And I can see so many other NGOs and volunteers in the hall. They are also doing the same thing. So the movement is happening, but I think, it is everyone's responsibility. It is not just those who are working with the cancer or those who are carers. I think everyone should take it as a challenge that, yes, I have to do at least one thing for this cause. And probably then we can spread it out and reach out to so many. It's like, how polio campaign reach out in every home or to every parent. Similarly, this cause can reach out to each and every home if somebody, if at some day that initiative is taken to that larger spectrum. Madam, you wanted to say something.
It has been now a long journey of from 1991 when we started. When I started, I never knew that it will be like this. But there was something which hit me, and we started only the medical late effect clinic, that is after completion of therapy clinic. But when these children grew up, they themselves decided that they should have this survivor support group. And they formed the UGAM in 2009. It has been after a long journey. All our survivors are now 30 plus, many of them are 30 plus, significant population are young adults. So what I'm trying to say is that then this UGAM, why did we look for an NGO? Because we want to go into the society. If you remain in the domain of the hospital and you remain medical care centric approach, it will never go out in the society. So you have to become a patient-centric, and these ambassadors, they have to be given in the responsibility of taking into the society this whole as a movement. I always tell Dr. Vandana that survivorship is not a vertical. Survivorship is not an effort. Survivorship is a movement. Like you had a independence movement which went on for many years, which resulted into the independent India. Similarly, survivorship has to go out of the domain of all of us and should become a movement of the society to how to look at them, not only childhood cancer survivors. So then the cancer will not remain as a stigma, and they will become a part of the society. So it begins in a small way as a medical effort, then became network, cancer survivor support group and NGO getting involved. But the larger perspective is to make it as a societal effort and bring it into the domain of the general common man as a part of it. Otherwise it will never function as a, it will never be a moment. This has to be like a momentum for the whole thing. And it will support even cancer treatment. Let me tell you, the positive repercussions it will have, it will go, like people will go for cancer screening very easily. They will be more aware of cancer as a curable cancer. Screening will become easy because that stigma will go away. So all the 5 verticals of cancer care continuum will benefit from this kind of an approach.
What a gold mine we have.
मैम जस्ट वन लाइन टू ऐड, जैसे प्रीतम आपने पूछा कि आप क्या कर सकते हैं, तो ये मेरा अपील सब लोगों के लिए है. ये जो एक मैसेज देना चाहूँगी या बोलना चाहूँगी वो ये कि जैसे ये जो स्टिग्मा है या जो एक लाइन बोली जाती है कैंसर मीन्स डेथ, उसको जिस तरह से कनेक्ट किया जाता है, बट देयर इज़ अ लाइफ, ब्यूटीफुल लाइफ आफ्टर अ कैंसर. जैसे मैंने मेरा बताया वैसे उगम में और 450 रजिस्टर्ड मेंबर्स है. कोई लॉयर है, डॉक्टर है, बहुत सारे फील्ड्स में अलग अलग, इसमें हर कोई कुछ ना कुछ कर रहा है. लेकिन ये अवेयरनेस स्प्रेड करने के लिए या लोगों तक ये बात पहुंचाने के लिए मैं आप लोगों को अपील करूंगी कि एज अ वॉलंटियर आप हमें ज्वाइन करें, उगम को ज्वाइन करें. तो ये जैसे मैम ने बोला कि पोलियो का हर दरवाजे तक कैसे पहुंचा है, तो ये मैसेज भी हम ऐसे ही पहुंचा सकते हैं. Thank you.
Thank you very much, all of you.
Just to add one line to this, you know, we have learned. For 2.5 years, we've lived with something we never thought would come to us in 2019. And we learned to help each other, building societies helped each other. We know what the WhatsApp group were doing, talking about where oxygen was available, where blood was available, what could be done. We all rose to the occasion. And it's not as if we don't have it within us to help each other and to take movement problems. So just taking forward from Dr. Kurkure has said, what Preeti has said, we all have it within us to help. And this is something very small. Just spread the message of survivorship. Just don't consider somebody who's had cancer to be incomplete or different or whatever. It's been a phase in their life. It's just been a part of their life. Include them in everything. Let's get into inclusivity for cancer survivorship. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now this is the final thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That was truly touching, informative. Something that we learned from this is, I don't think so treatment is required for the patients actually, you know, that's something very medical. But society needs treatment and they are doing their bit. Let us do our bit. Now I would request Mr. Umantargan, General Manager, Marketing, The Week, to come on the stage and kindly hand over the mementos. Thank you. Moving on, I would now like to introduce you to a dynamic personality, and we are privileged to have her here with us today. Ms. Pooja Helewal, she is a certified yoga instructor, from the Yoga Institute Santa Cruz, the oldest organized yoga institute in the world. Currently, she is teaching asanas, pranayams, kriyas, meditation. She has completed Yoga for Cancer teacher training program and currently an assistant teacher with Yoga for Cancer program. May I kindly invite Ms. Pooja Lewal to share a few words.
Am I audible? So before we move on to anything, yoga always says rather than being on Facebook, let's face our book. So let's close our eyes. Okay, yes, close your eyes. आंखें बंद कर लेंगे. चश्मा पहना हटा दे. That is only for looking outside, looking at me. But when you have to look inside, you don't need the specs. So all of us here, everybody in the hall, I would request to sit up tall. God has given us a nice tall spine. So sit up tall and gently close your eyes. Let's condition and prepare ourselves for the session as we used to do in the school. If a maths teacher has left the class with a blackboard with a lot of things written on it, and a physics teacher comes, you have to erase whatever is written so that you can absorb the another subject nicely, clearly. So close your eyes, keep your shoulders erect, straight, not strained. Chin parallel to the ground, a gentle, relaxed smile on your face. Maintaining an upward gaze and just be there. Now inhale. Let's see how much your awareness is here. Inhale at your place. Exhaling, just turn your head on the right side. Your right side. Inhaling, bring your head in the center. Exhaling, turn your head on the left side. Do it with interest. This is a very important part of rehabilitation of cancer patients. We will explain it later on. Inhaling, come to the center and take your right ear towards your right shoulder. Don't bring your shoulders towards your ears. Inhale, come back in the center. And exhaling, take your left ear to the left shoulder. Inhale, come back in the center. Breathe normal and just roll your shoulders. कंजूसी नहीं करेंगे, अच्छे से बिल्कुल अपने कंधों को just roll your shoulders clockwise and anti-clockwise. Beautiful. Once you are little still, just take a deep breath in and turn on your right side completely as if you are trying to look back. Don't open your eyes. Enjoy what you are doing. Inhaling, come back in the center. Not only your head, your complete torso, except your lower body. Just turn and you feel that you're looking behind. Inhaling, come back in the center. And stay there with eyes closed. Observe your body becoming still, calm, not dull. It's very important to understand that your body is comfortable, aware, alert, but not dull or lazy. Observe your breath now. Don't try to control anything, is what yoga says, because we can't. So don't try to control your breath, change your breathing pattern. Don't do anything. Just be a good watchwoman, watchman, a good witness as you observe your breath. Air going in and air coming out. Air going in and air air coming out. One last time, observe the cool air going in and the warm air coming out. We'll start today's session with a Guru Vandana, which is very, very important for yoga practitioners. Let's remember all our gurus. We have learned a lot from here also. I learned a lot. So join your palms in Namaste if you can, and let's start. To all the gurus, Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Devo Maheshwara, Guru Sakshat Parabrahma, Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha, Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha, Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha. Gently rub your palms, cup your eyes, and open your eyes with a nice smile on your face. Smile should always be there, whatever happens in life. Namaste everyone, my name is Pooja and I'm here representing the Yoga Institute Santa Cruz. The Yoga Institute Santa Cruz is the world's oldest recognized yoga center, which was established in 1918 by the legendary Sri Yogendra Ji, the founder of the institute, and is also known as the father of modern yoga renaissance. So the institute is spreading yoga, the benefits of classical yoga to the common man. And the most important, the beauty of the institute is the householder movement, which means that we focus on how to become a householder yogi. You must be thinking yogis are in Himalayas or in jungle, but we need more yogis here because when you are as a householder, you need more balanced state of mind. You have nothing to disturb when you are in Himalayas or in jungle, but there are a lot of challenges when you are in a society, when you are in a family, when you are in a job, lot of things you have to handle, and there what yoga comes into picture, that you need a balanced state of mind wherever, whatever job you are doing. So in the present day, Srimati Hansa ji is the one who is, she's the daughter-in-law of the founder and the director of the Yoga Institute. She's also there on these YouTube channels of the institute these days because of the COVID. Otherwise, Yoga Institute was never in media since last 2 years, before 2 years. So she's the forefront now of the yoga movement. She's with the institute since last 5 decades as a teacher educator, as a compassionate, very important, compassionate counselor. She was also there. She would teach, I don't know how many of you have watched Doordarshan, but she used to teach yoga on Doordarshan television also. And not only that, she has, suppose she just want to make it clear that she is available to everyone. So any of you want to, suppose she wants to talk to her and you call the institute and say, I want to talk to her. Doesn't matter who you are. She makes sure that she lends a patient ear to the person personally, not through us. Personally, she will definitely. And a very beautiful thing she told us when we were teaching, we were training yoga teachers to become a certified teacher for cancer. She said, just tell them to tell their patients that yoga or cancer is only in the body, it's not in the mind. So why it is going in the mind? Because mind is a very complex thing. Mind, it will definitely go in the mind. So ask them to work on the mind. Body, let body do whatever it is. The disease is there in the body. Don't ask them not to work on the body. Ask them to work on the mind, because yoga has very beautifully researched that there is a good coordination. There is a very close relationship between your body and your mind and your breath. So when we start working on the mind, So here I was said, don't go for lectures and all, and I will not, because yoga and cancer are still in infancy, I would say. Is what our teacher, our researchers are saying. We are just working on it right now. We are not, we will not say we can work all together on our own. We need treatments, we need doctors, and I really amazed the way doctors are working with the cancer patients. But we are just doing our bit, like it was said, let's do our bit. So we are doing just our bit where is very important. So we are just doing our bit to handle patients with their side effects. That's it. So side effects, so whenever there is a cancer diagnosis done, it will, for a cancer patient, it will seem that he or she has taken a admission in a cancer university program. Lot of jargons, इतने सारे शब्द होते हैं, उनको समझ में ही नहीं आता कि ये हो क्या रहा है, okay? The moment the diagnosis is done, there will be definitely anxiety, uncertainty, fear. It will be there, and it has to be there. We are human beings. The moment these are there, after the diagnosis, there is a treatment. Treatment has its side effects. Side effects, after side effects, there's a treatment for the side effects. After that, there's an uncertainty again, relapse. So lot of thinking goes happening in the mind. So what we are working on is how to control the mind, which is not easy. Why? Because mind is unknown. We can't work on something which is unknown, something which is complex. Why can't we work the other way? And here comes our breath. So when a cancer patient is already undergoing treatment, suppose chemotherapy, right, or any other therapy, the body is very fragile, the body is very weak, they don't have confidence, they don't want to talk about it. Like very beautifully the panel told us here that they don't want to communicate. And I have students whom I came to know that they are suffering with this cancer after a year because they don't want to open up. So it's okay, that's their thinking. So when we are dealing with the patient, we definitely start working on very deeper level, which is called Chitta Bhumis. हो सकता है आपके लिए भी कुछ भारी सा jargon हो, but Chitta Bhumis is what state they are in. Are they ready to work with the body right now? No, they are not ready to work with the body. Are they ready to listen to something, yoga philosophy? No, they are not ready to listen. भैया ज्ञान मत दो, आप नहीं समझ सकते. You are not a cancer patient. You will not understand. Yes, I will not. Definitely will not understand. So what they are ready to? Okay, let's see some. Let's do some chanting. They are not ready to do that also. Okay, let's start with some breathing thing. Okay, let's see. You are alive, no? The breath is there. Let's pay our gratitude to our breath and let's practice something. So we start working with the breath in the first place because the body is not yet ready. We do have a lot of asana practice depending on the type of cancer they have. But right now the institute is working only for the breast cancer survivors, patients, survivors, victorious, warriors, whatever you say. We are working with them and post-rate cancer. As I said, we are still in infancy, but it is giving amazing results. हमने जो सोचा नहीं था वो भी हो रहा है, but still, yes, there are a lot of people. Like for example, we have a lady who is an ophthalmologist, and she has to do a lot of surgery because of breast cancer. She had lymphedema and fibrosis. She couldn't use her hand. Okay, and we started working with her, my senior teacher, Dharmesh ji, amazing teacher, and he's really very attached to this community because he lost many of his close relatives, even his mother, during this, because of cancer. So when we started working with this lady, she said, मुझ पे तो कुछ कर ही नहीं पा रही हूँ, I can't do any surgery. मैं patient आते हैं, मेरे को eye की surgeon, because she was an eye surgeon, and she said, I'm not able, because I'm not able to use my hand. It's okay, we started working. Definitely we started working with the pranayam first, which is the breathing. We work with the breath and meditation. That's the only two we start working with. And then gradually, after 6 months, because yoga is a slow process, let me tell you, but it's a deep process. It's not a superficial process, it's a very deep process. And gradually after a year, 2 years, Definitely, yoga gives you a lot of confidence. I was never a speaker, let me tell you. I was never a speaker. I would have never thought I can stand somewhere and speak. It's because of yoga, I think I have become very confident. So that the lady got so much of confidence that she started working with the techniques, and today she plays badminton. Just imagine playing badminton for normal person like me. I would be tired because I don't play badminton every day. But she, with those hands where she couldn't lift her hands up because of lymphedema, pain, she was ready to play. She's playing badminton these days. Now normal surgery she is doing. So there are a lot of examples we are working, but it's not that we are working on a vast level right now, again, because the faith is yet to come. It will come, we have that faith. So, but before we go ahead, let's do a simple experience, which is very beautiful practice. It's called Nadi Shodhan. It's an amazing practice when a patient is under uncertainty, the relaxation response is not active, they can't sleep, सो नहीं सकते, बात नहीं कर सकते, दिन भर दिमाग चलता रहता है. एंड दिस इज वन पार्ट ऑफ द स्टोरी कि कैंसर है, उसके बाद क्या हाई बीपी नहीं आएगा, क्या हार्ट पेशेंट नहीं बनेंगे, क्या डायबिटीज नहीं आएगा, सब कुछ आएगा. ओके, अदर स्ट्रेसेस आर ऑल्सो देयर. सो सब कुछ मिला के उनके लिए ऐसा लगता है बॉम्ब फूट गया है, अभी करे क्या. सो वी हैव टू वर्क टू जस्ट टू switch on their relaxation response, because when you are relaxed you will always take the right decision. जब आप परेशान होते हो, गुस्से में होते हो, तब आपका डिसीजन कभी सही नहीं हो सकता. ट्राई कर लेना आप लोग. लेकिन when आप जब रिलैक्स्ड होते हो, तब आपका जो डिसीजन होता है, आपका जो टोन होता है, जो क्लैरिटी ऑफ माइंड होती है, इज ऑन अ डिफरेंट लेवल. सो लेट्स प्रैक्टिस करते हैं, बिकॉज थोड़ा हम एक्सपीरियंस, बिकॉज योगा इज only an experiential science. It's not something which we can tell you. So sir का experience अलग हो सकता है, ma'am का experience अलग हो सकता है. So it's all about experience. So let's start doing नाड़ी शोधन. करते हैं हम एक बार. So first 2 fingers, just roll it inside. Let's see how do you feel. Yeah? So roll the first 2 fingers. Your thumb, if you're right-handed, your thumb will go for the right nostril. If you're left-handed, your left hand will go for the left nostril. Okay? So we go for thumb for the right nostril, last 2 fingers for your left nostrils. Amazing for anxiety, amazing for distress, amazing for stress. Let's see. वैसे Combiflam tablet नहीं है कि आज ही किया और सब हो जाएगा, but you'll have to wait and watch. So देखते हैं हम. Close your right nostril, close your eyes. Keep your shoulders relaxed, keep your elbows relaxed. And after closing your right nostril, inhale from your left nostril, close your left nostril and exhale from your right. Inhale from your right, close your right nostril, exhale from your left. Inhale from your left, close your left nostril, exhale from your right. Inhale from your right. Be natural. Exhale from your left. There shouldn't be any sound of your breath. Inhale from your left. Right, exhale. Right, inhale. Left, exhale. Left, inhale. Enjoy your breathing. Right, exhale. Right, inhale. Left, exhale. Left, inhale. Right, exhale. Right, inhale. Left, exhale. Don't open your eyes, just keep your hand down. observe the changes happening. If your awareness is super nice, you will find lot of changes at a cellular level. So just observe the changes happening. See what is the state of your mind right now. Maybe you got a call from somewhere. Maybe you had a bad day in the morning. Maybe you have some plans later on. But what is the state of your mind right now? Yoga is all about mindfulness, being in the present. Focus on your abdomen now at your navel and feel your breath at your navel. 60% of our lymph nodes are in our digestive area, abdominal area. Focus your breath at your navel. When you're inhaling, feel the abdomen moving out a little. When you exhale, feel it, take it, feel it coming back into the body. इनहेल करेंगे, आपका पेट का भाग थोड़ा सा बाहर आता हुआ. जब आप एक्सहेल करेंगे, पेट अंदर जाता हुआ. इनहेलिंग, पेट थोड़ा सा बाहर. एक्सहेल, पेट वापस अंदर. Continue doing it. Most of us know what is a diaphragm. We are doing diaphragmatic breathing. Diaphragmatic breathing really stimulates the lymphatic system, the area of lymphatic system, a very important system जिसके साथ ही छेड़खानी की जाती है during the treatments. Lymph nodes निकाला जाता है. Just feel it at your navel. You are stimulating the lymph nodes by doing diaphragmatic breathing. Not only that, diaphragmatic breathing is amazing for people having sleep disorder, insomnia, which is a major side effect of the treatments of cancer. And you might feel sleepy now only. Take a deep breath in and exhaling. Open your eyes. Welcome back to the hall. So why these experiences I am trying to give you? क्योंकि if you go to the theory part, let me tell you, मुझसे बहुत धुरंधर लोग यहाँ बैठे हैं. I am not in a position कि मैं theory part पे दिमाग भी लगाऊं. We are just working what yoga has to say. How yoga works on your parasympathetic nervous system, which is a system to relax you. Many a time we can't sleep only because we are not ready. We are not able to switch off our relaxation. We can't. हम हमेशा एक्टिव मोड पे रहते हैं. ये काम, वो काम, ये काम, ये ट्रीटमेंट, वो ट्रीटमेंट. अच्छा ये हो गया, अच्छा अब ये करना. अच्छा ये डॉक्टर ने अच्छे से बताया नहीं, चलो दूसरे डॉक्टर के पास जाते हैं. ये डॉक्टर ने अच्छे से बात ही नहीं की, चलो. Just imagine how many things going on in one's mind. अगर वो relax नहीं होंगे, because only when your parasympathetic system is on, when you sleep well, your immune system starts working well. And this is scientifically proved. Okay? So yoga always says, you do and you let us know. You don't ask what will happen when we do this. You do it, have little faith in a culture of yoga. ऐसा नहीं कि बाहर से उठाकर लेकर आए हैं हम. ये हमारा कल्चर है और सदियों से है, सालों से है. थोड़ा उस पर अगर हम फेथ करके आप करो, and then let us know कि what is the benefit. So whatever we are working on is whatever we are receiving feedback from the people. Okay, so next, very important, you can find out on the Google also, there was this Australian author. He, Ian Goller, I-A-N Goller, who was suffering with cancer, and we went to the doctor, almost the last stage. The doctor said, भाई बस 1 महीना है, अपनी शुद्धि कर लो, जो करना है आप कर लो. That's only 1 month you are left with. So he went back and he thought कि अभी बहुत कुछ कर लिया है, दुनिया पे ही दिमाग लगा रहे थे. Let me just face myself and somebody told him, why don't you practice meditation? This was in 1978. Why don't you practice meditation? And this person said, okay, कुछ तो है ही नहीं, 1 महीना है, चलो यही कर लेते हैं, ऐसा लगेगा कि मरने के पहले कुछ सीख कर गए. And he started doing meditation on a regular basis. 15 दिन हो गए, उसको अच्छा लगने लगा. He started enjoying what he was doing. And then 20 days, and then 1 month. He forgot he's going to die after a month. 2 months, 3 months, 6 months. And he went to the doctor. Doctor said, you're back. तो बोला, क्या आप दुखी हैं मुझे देख कर? So बोला, then he said, what you are doing? He said, I'm meditating. Definitely the treatments are on. Treatments को हम sideline नहीं कर रहे हैं, but the treatments are on, the medicine on, but I'm doing just meditation. And 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, he's still alive. That makes lot of faith in the practice, again, which is dhyan practice, meditation of yoga. It's another level, and there is a science behind meditation, जो शायद यहाँ पे discuss नहीं कर सकते हम. But there's a amazing science how meditation starts changing your brain wire, how it starts changing your genetics, how it starts changing the cells. Because when you start with treatments, it's not only the cancer cell which gets destroyed, it's other cells are also getting destroyed. आपके bone cell, आपके tissue cell, आपके बाकी जो cells हैं वो भी destroy होते हैं. That's why you start becoming weak. आपका bone weak होता है, fatigue होता है, hair loss हो रहा है, hormone changes हो रहे हैं. We are just trying कि हम थोड़ा सा उनको वो समय दे दे जहाँ पर वो एक शांति के साथ अपने आप थोड़ा स्पेंड कर सकते हैं, बिकॉज दे आर ऑलरेडी गोइंग इनटू लॉट ऑफ ट्रॉमा, लॉट ऑफ इश्यूज, मेंटल इश्यूज, physical issues also. Physical benefits comes later on. We have lot of asana where we are basically focusing on the lymph nodes. So जब शुरू में हमने किया, let me tell you, I have lot of people in my class where they say, ये क्या आप गर्दन हिलवाते हो खाली और ये सीधा क्यों नहीं सूर्य नमस्कार आप शुरू कर रहे हो? Because they are not they don't know कि lymph nodes, there are cervical lymph nodes here, there are inguinal lymph nodes. जब हम बहुत सारे आसन करते हैं जहाँ पे हमारा inguinal, which is at the groin, शुरू होता है, axillary lymph nodes काम कर रहा है, they don't understand because layman है, right? Lot of us don't know. And this lymph nodes are a part of your lymphatic system. It's an immune system which doesn't work like a heart, like a circulatory system. जैसे आपकी blood flow करती है body में, but blood को pump करने के लिए heart है. लेकिन lymphatic system में जो liquid flow करती है, जिसमें आपके cancer cells होते हैं, जिसमें आपके pathogens होते हैं, virus होता है, bacteria होता है, जब वो flow करता है तो ये जो lymph nodes होते हैं, swelling, आप feel करते हो कि swelling होती है, ये lymph nodes are like police station. चेक करते हैं कि इसमें कुछ कचड़ा तो नहीं है, कुछ गड़बड़ है क्या जो बॉडी को खराब कर सकता है. And when they check, they find out कि हाँ भाई कुछ there's some problem. They call the WBC. बड़ा अच्छा सिग्नल है उनका, हाँ WBC कि आओ and just destroy it. But how does this liquid and this lymph nodes get stimulated? Only when you make it move. If you are not moving, you are just sitting, let me tell you, your lymph nodes will start accumulating pathogens, viruses, और उसके बाद आपकी WBC, suppose immune system weak हो गई किसी भी कारण से, then your body will not recognize कि हाँ कुछ problem है. So we'll do one last practice to end the session, which is called Brahmari Pranayam, an amazing pranayam to improve your immune system. So आपको इसमें हम we definitely close there are a lot of techniques, we close our senses. Why? Because senses are one of the distraction in our life, right? अगर आंखें नहीं होती तो हम कभी देखते नहीं मिरर में कि हमारे बाल उड़ गए और मैं कैसी लग रही हूँ actually. So the senses are a distraction for your mind. So we actually close all the senses and we try to go inside, अंदर जाते हैं. But ठीक है, for practice you just place your palms on your thighs, close your eyes and just sit up tall, nice, without anything. क्या हो रहा है, क्या नहीं हो रहा है. And observe your body. Very gently bring your focus on your breath. And now take a deep breath in. Exhaling, close your mouth and make a humming sound. Let's do it together. Take a deep breath in. And as you exhale, start the humming sound. शर्माएंगे नहीं, कर लीजिए. It's a very strong vibrations creating. Take a deep breath in. Once you are done the round, take a deep breath in beautifully. And as you exhale, do the sound, humming sound, as if five more rounds on your own. Take a deep breath in before you start humming. प्यार से करेंगे, आराम से करेंगे, इंटरेस्ट के साथ करेंगे. फील द साउंड, वाइब्रेशन ऑफ द साउंड, रीचिंग एवरी सेल ऑफ योर हेड, ऑफ योर बॉडी. Once you are done, don't open your eyes. Just stay with that vibration, that resonance. We'll end our session with a prayer. If you want, you can join your palms and namaste at the center of your chest. ॐ सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिना, सर्वे सन्तु निरामया, सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु, मा कश्चित् दुःखभाग् भवेत्. ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः. You can rub your palms if you want. And gently cup your eyes. Blink your eyes inside the cup. And with a nice smile on your entire body, gently open your eyes. Namaste everyone. Thank you so much. So here I end. Yeah, I know. Yoga works only on function. It doesn't work on fashion. If it is working on fashion, it's not yoga, okay? So thank you so much. Before I leave the dais, it's very important to let you know that Yoga Institute has trained till now more than 250 teachers, because we have to be equipped with the teachers first so that they know the in-depth, the physiology of body before they start working with them, working only with the side effects, giving them a calm state of mind where they are ready to face the challenge, where they are becoming more confident, their self-esteem is enhanced. The state of hopelessness or the state of helplessness shouldn't be there. So one should be more strong so that they face the higher challenges. कहते हैं कि जब चैलेंज बड़ा लगता है मतलब कि आपका कॉन्फिडेंस छोटा है. अगर आपका कॉन्फिडेंस बढ़ जाएगा तो वही चैलेंज छोटा लगेगा. सो वी आर ट्रेनिंग दैट. वी आर ऑल्सो सून विल बी स्टार्टिंग a rehab program in the institute only for breast cancer and prostate cancer. So if you have anyone, they want to be with us in yoga, not us, yoga, definitely spread this word. I will be also spreading giving you some brochures where you can connect with the institute. And God bless you all. Love and light to everyone. Thank you so much. Namaste.
Thank you, Pooja ma'am. That was relaxing. I would request Mr. Jerry P. Sebastian, Chief Reporter of Malayalam Manorama, to kindly come on the stage and hand over the memento to Ms. Pooja. Now the time has come. We will be awarding the best poster in the poster designing contest. The topic was cancer awareness. We had colleges across the city participating in this competition and our internal panel judging it. It was very tough call to arrive at. We are thrilled with the number of entries that we received. We all thank each one of you for your effort and time. We will be handing over certificates and a very exciting gift hampers to the winners. For awarding this special talents, I may call upon Ms. Veena Khan from LIC and Mr. Sri Kumar Menon from Malayalam Manorama. First prize goes to Tata Institute of Social Science, Dr. Burman Praveen, Dr. Anaga Unikrishnan, Dr. Vishnu Priya. Please come on the stage. Thank you. Second prize goes to Wellinger Institute of Management, Ms. Kajol Jain, Ms. Priya Bhagel, Mr. Pranay Shirke. Please come on the stage. The third prize goes once again to Tata Institute of Social Science, Ms. Dikshita, Ms. V. Amrita, Ms. Parth Tiwari. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Now we would like to thank our hospitality partner for this beautiful venue and delicious food. I request Mr. Sherry John, Senior General Manager Marketing, Malayalam Manorama, to kindly come on the stage and hand over the memento to our hospitality partner, IHCL Selections. I call upon Mr. Akshat Gupta, Director of Sales and Marketing, President, Mumbai. Now we have come to end of our seminar. Thank you, each one of you, for your valuable time making this event a huge success. Thanking our sponsors, LIC, Knowledge Partner, Shri H.N. Reliance Foundation Hospital and Research Center, Hiranandani Hospital, Narayana Health, SRCC Children's Hospital, Indian Cancer Society and St. Jude's Child Care Center, India. We have arranged for tea and coffee. Please help yourself to it. Thank you.